be free. I take the weight on my shoulders. I feel the sky come down on me, and I can't hold it much longer. Gotta let go so I can be free. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Right, happy trade deadline day. It is foul territory on Stadium. It is going to be a marathon. Scotty Braun with AJ Pierzynski, Ken Rosenthal joining us in just a moment. Russ Dorsey's going to hang out with us on Stadium. And then also after this first hour from 2 to around 6:30 Eastern time, we will be covering the trade deadline, rumors, trades, the whole deal, like one that just happened with the Braves picking up Brad Hand. AJ, I'm not going to allow you to do the whole 5.5 hours, okay? I need you to give me 2-ish and then get out of here.
2? Really? 2 whole hours?
Yeah, 2
I
hours.
don't know, Scott. That seems like a lot to ask out of one human.
What about 5.5 for me?
Well, you're not human.
I'm not human. Not today.
No.
The Braves, though, did not stop, by the way, before we get to Ken. It seemed like they would be quiet today. It's another nice depth move for the bullpen. They just keep doing that the last couple weeks.
Well, Brad Hand is, listen, I'm not going to lie. He's a good buddy of mine. So we go back a long time, and I'm happy for him. He got out of Colorado, team going nowhere, and he gets to go to the Braves, a chance that I think, and many people think, have the best chance out of the National League to go to the World Series and possibly win the World Series. So I'm super happy for Brad. And, I just told you guys before, I text Brad and said, hey, congrats, bro. And he said, how do you already know? I just got off the phone 2 minutes ago. And I said, Twitter's a bitch, dude. So now that, we're content creators here at Foul Territory.
That's right.
Twitter is a bitch. And it had it before Brad, I think, even knew.
We know, Ken knows before we even know 99% of the time. So let's bring in Ken Rosenthal right now as we charge the damn mound, powered by Tisa. Ken, happy trade deadline day to you. And first off, can we start with Justin Verlander? Because it seems like teams are floating in and out of the mix. Do you still think he's going to get traded? And what's the latest that you're seeing and hearing?
I do think he's going to get traded. I don't know where. And the idea that teams are floating in and out, a lot of times in real-time reporting, we don't always get it exactly right at the right time. So things are happening and have happened, but it still is unclear exactly how this is going to play out. And the Astros are in, the Dodgers have been in, although they don't seem very optimistic about this. The Orioles have been in, I'm not sure to what extent. Those are the 3 teams I've heard most consistently. And do I believe he'll get traded? Yes, I do believe he'll get traded. The Mets, it seems to me, from what I've heard, want to accelerate this thing, want to push this retooling that they're embarking upon. I don't know how it's going to look just yet. None of us do. The Mets probably don't either. But trading Verlander seems to be part of that plan. And what's interesting here, guys, is that if they don't get an offer that they want, they could always hold him. Nothing wrong with keeping Justin Verlander for next year, but you risk injury if he pitches the rest of the season and then you want to trade him in the offseason. That's one problem. And if you really want to kickstart this thing and make the same kind of trade that you made with Max Scherzer, then obviously this is the course you want to take with a $43.33 million pitcher. That's what Scherzer is. That's what Verlander is. Now, at the same time with all this, you wonder what the Mets are going to look like for 2024. We've talked about that. And the main thing here is, what does Verlander want? Like Max Scherzer, full no trade clause. So, are the Astros his preference, mere preference, or the only team he'll consider going to? Which other teams would he consider going to? How does that all play out? So, this is a complex equation. And one more thing I should mention. So, he signed for the $43.3 million next year as well. Then, in 2025, he has a conditional player option. If he pitches 140 innings next year, that option kicks in for $35 million if he chooses to exercise it. So that complicates trade discussions and how you value the return. And finally, I'll end with this. The Astros system is not very good. And that could be a problem here as the Mets try to get a comparable player to what they got from the Texas Rangers. Luis Angel Acuna is a top 100 prospect, a highly regarded kid. And if the Astros don't have the equivalent of that, in the Mets' opinion, it becomes a problem.
Ken, I love when you reporters, first of all, thanks for taking 10 minutes out of your busy day to join us. Second of all, what you guys love the mystery team. The mystery, it's always a mystery team, right? I'm
don't
seeing the
love
Braves
mystery
are in
teams.
on
You don't
Verlander.
see AJ. You don't see me talking about mystery teams. The Braves are not in on Verlander. Okay.
Okay.
There are always more teams than we know of at the time. Now, I don't like to talk about teams until I know who they are. But I was told last night that there were multiple teams. So we know of some of those teams, right? I just named 3 of them. Where the others that have been reported stand, I'm not as comfortable reporting because I don't feel they're as strongly in the mix, or even in the mix in some cases. So to say we love the mystery teams, I don't know about that, AJ, but they usually do exist.
Okay. John Heyman has just said that Padres are
I'm
the
not
mystery
John
team.
Heyman.
I know. I'm just saying. He just said, though, the Padres
I understand.
are the
You
mystery
didn't hear
team.
me name the Padres, did you?
No, I know. I'm just listen, because as a fan of baseball, I hear mystery team and I'm like, well, who in the hell is a mystery team? Because there's only certain teams that can take on a Justin Verlander.
Right.
It's not like he's
Well,
making
not really,
$8 million.
AJ. Not if the Mets are paying the bulk of it. That's the interesting thing here. If the Mets are willing to include this kind of money that they included for Scherzer, then the Orioles and other lower revenue teams become viable in this conversation if Verlander is willing to go to one of those clubs.
So he's only going to go to one. And then after JV, would we say that Eduardo Rodriguez is the best starting pitcher available? Because still, I have all of my eyes on the Orioles today. In my mind, if they end up just getting like a 5th starter, what a failure of a trade deadline.
I agree on all counts here. Eduardo Rodriguez is perhaps the next best available if Blake Snell's not out there, and he doesn't seem to be. He's better than Michael Lorenzen, of course, when he's healthy and right, and better than Jack Flaherty as well. So unless Dylan Cease gets traded, Eduardo Rodriguez is the man here. And everything I've heard is that the Tigers are asking a high price. This is always what you hear, and MLBTradeRumors.com put it well today. We never hear of a team asking for a reasonable price. So, yes, the Tigers are asking high, and we'll see at the end of the day if they get it. The Dodgers are active for pitching. There are a number of teams active for pitching. Rodriguez is a little bit complicated in the sense that he has an opt-out after this year, and then 3 years, $49 million if he continues on this contract. So the valuation of the deal becomes a little bit trickier with that, but most teams, when they're talking to the Tigers, they're looking at him as a rental, assuming he will opt out.
What about the Brewers? I wanted to throw their name out there. So now they've added 2 bats at the moment. Do you think there's more in their pocket?
Yes, they are looking for a reliever, like virtually every contender for the most part. And the name I heard last night linked to them was Andrew Chafin, Diamondbacks lefty. The Diamondbacks also are talking about Joe Mantiply with teams. Teams are coming at them for these guys. I'm not sure if they're trading for Paul Sewald, it makes sense to subtract a reliever. You just strengthen your bullpen. Why would you want to subtract one? But you never know what teams are thinking as far as, well, if we make this deal here and that deal there, maybe we're better in the aggregate. I don't know. But I did hear that those were possibilities.
And were you surprised, I'll stay in that division for a moment, at what the Cubs did yesterday? Because, hey, they just did what Ohtani and the Angels did, right? Well, really, the Angels announced basically that Ohtani was being kept, and then they made that move to say, no, he's really being kept, and we're going for it. It felt like the Cubs, a day after we kind of hear that Bellinger's staying, they go, here, Candelario to help us in a DH. Well, they have a bad DH spot. Now you can put him at third base, right? And it does improve the offense. I don't feel great about the ball club still, especially with what Stroman put together. Again, really, really crumbling down the stretch here. But what do you think about what the Cubs did? And also if there's any possibility that they try and get involved and make a splash. Like if I'm the Cubs and I'm actually going for it, and I know this is crazy, Ken, they can afford Verlander. They need another starter like that. If you really think you're going for it this year, which is what you decided, why wouldn't they be doing something big?
It's a very good question. And one thing you hear with the Cubs is that they have luxury tax concerns. Don't shoot the messenger here. And clearly they are a team that was thinking about selling, right? And things changed for them quickly. They kind of rallied. Stroman's value declined. And I don't know that that was as much a part of it as the fact that they started winning. Heimer Candelario will help. He's not a difference maker from what you hear and from what you see, right? But at the same time, They have another need for a left-handed reliever, and I think that if they fill it is where they're going to stop. It doesn't seem to me that they feel this team, while it's worthy of not selling and modest buying, it's not worthy of a big buy. It's not good enough to justify going all in. Now, we can debate that. You're playing in a division that is just okay still. Milwaukee's good. Cincinnati's good, but it's not like they're intimidating as far as trying to catch them. So the Cubs, if you wanted to look at it this way, could try to bully their way to a division title, but it doesn't seem to me that that's their strategy. It doesn't seem to me that's the course that they want to pursue.
Ken, staying on the Cubs, we've kind of beaten this up a little bit, but I'm still confused. They didn't give up a lot for Candelario, a lower level prospect, but why? Why do this? If you look at it, maybe I'm wrong here, and maybe it's kind of like I'm looking at this from a outsider, not a fan or a organizational view, but why make these trades? You're not the team, the way it's built, is not going to win a World Series. Yeah, you might win the division. It's just to placate fans and say, look, we tried. We tried to win the division. We won the division. We got bumped in the first round. Now, listen, maybe they get hot and they make a run like the Phillies did last year, but the way their pitchers are going and their offense isn't great. So why do this and why not go the other way? Is this just again, just trying to say, hey, fans, we tried?
I'm going to kind of answer your question with a question, AJ. And you played for so many years, a team that plays the way they have over the last month and then does nothing. What does that send as a message to not just your fans who are kind of tired of selling? They've done it 2 years in a row, but to your clubhouse, to your players. When you have a veteran type team. Now, with the Orioles and Reds, for instance, they're upstart teams, they're younger. If these teams don't do much, I don't know that the clubhouse is going to even notice that much. But for a veteran team, you know this, and I'm going to put it to you. Does that affect things? Does that upset a group? And does it kind of send just the wrong message about where the organization is?
Well, it depends, though. It depends because also players are realists. And we look at our record and we say, well, we're around 500. We've kind of been around 500. We're in a bad division. As a player, you always look at the positive and say, oh, if we get in, we can win it. But then you're also like, well, I don't know if we can win it. I was on a team, 2015 at the Braves. We were 40-40, I believe. We traded away our whole team, and then we were tied with the Mets at the time. And the Mets went on in 2015 to go to the World Series, and we ended up losing almost 100 games because we traded away Kelly Johnson and a whole list of guys. But it's strange to me that a team doesn't look at it realistically. I understand it wasn't huge moves, but then again, as a player, I'm saying, well, why don't we go make the huge move? Why don't we go get a Verlander? Why don't we go get a Scherzer? If our front office believes we can do this, let's make the move that'll really give us a shot.
Because they believe, AJ, but they don't really believe, right?
So again, you answer my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a hedge. It's not a big bet. It's a smaller bet, and it's kind of a compromise. I am sure there are people in the Cubs front office who look at this analytically and say, hey, we're not winning the World Series. We probably are not even winning the division. Let's sell Bellinger. Stroman, it would have been an interesting thing to see how he would have fared as a trade commodity the way he's pitching. But Bellinger certainly could have brought a decent prospect, maybe even more. They obviously decided that that would not be a good look for where they are right now. They are not up there yet. They are kind of here and trying to rise. And when you're doing that, any step back is not going to be received well. And really, you know what, too? It's time for them to try again. It's time for them to get back into the winning mode. They are the Chicago Cubs. They're not the Oakland A's, folks. They are the Cubs. Vast revenues. To me, there's no excuse for them not to be in a kind of a, not all-out win mode, but at least in an attempted winning cycle.
Yeah, it's a good call. They need to operate more like a big market team in the offseason, too, when they're spending. I know they got Dansby Swanson. Tyone didn't work out that well so far, but I'm with you, Ken. Hey, great stuff. Enjoy the rest of the day. We'll talk to you when it all clears.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate you. And just reminding everyone, Fair Territory is up there for you to listen to. If you missed it yesterday, it's on YouTube. That's AJ twice. You look great, AJ. That's me. It's on YouTube and it's on Apple and Spotify. Not just Fair Territory, which you can find on the Fair Territory pod feed or on the Foul Territory pod feed and on YouTube, but also you have the bonus edition from Ken that you'll get on Wednesday. And we spoke to Ken yesterday and put that out as a pod with Ken and Jim Bowden this morning. So many, many ways to listen to Ken. If you missed him, this is his day to shine. And that's it for Charge the Mound, powered by Teza. So use discount code FOUL for 20% off your first order at TezaEnergy.com. Our friends at Teza hooking us up there with the 20% off for all of the FT Live watchers and listeners using the code FOUL. All right, first poll question of the day. WatchStadium.com/foul territory. Nice and simple with Justin Verlander kind of leading the headlines right now. Where is he ending up? Astros, Dodgers, Mets, like he's staying, Orioles, or other? Scan that QR code on your screen. Otherwise, WatchStadium.com/foul territory. We will swing back and go over some of the latest breaking news, including some rumors and trades that even popped up in the last 10 minutes. And there's Russ Dorsey getting ready, swinging deals. Let's go, Russ. Back in 2 minutes. Back on Stadium, Scotty Braun, AJ Pierzynski, and Russ Dorsey joining us right now for a little bit of breaking news. So, AJ, you saw we're talking to Ken. What's up, Russ? We're talking to Ken, and he's checking out his phone as we're talking to him, and it seemed like
Unprofessional.
he was missing a few things. Yeah, exactly. Unprofessional, right? Sorry that he has to break news as we're going on here. So, there have been multiple reports and trades going on just in the past 10, 15 minutes alone. So, Russ, why don't you take it away and what you've seen over the last like 15, 20 minutes in terms of trades? We came on to give you like some chronological order, talking about Brad Hand being picked up by the Atlanta Braves, and then there's been some action since then too. What are you hearing? You're good, Russ. Keep going. You're good. Oh, Russ, I guess we're not catching you. I hear you. So does
All right,
AJ.
you're fine.
We'll bring you back in a sec. Sorry, Russ. Sounded good to me.
Apparently, Russ didn't have any breaking news.
He's got lots of breaking news for us right now. It seems like Paul DeYoung could be playing a little baseball in Toronto. It seems like, in general, AJ, there is not a lot of significant offense to be had in this trade deadline. Like Jamer Candelario acquired yesterday might be the best bat that's picked up over the past week.
It's just it's hard because nobody really wants to give up the hitters, right? Most teams are looking for offense, and there's so many teams that are heavy stacked, that are good offensively, that are in the race and have a chance at the wild card. So nobody wants to give up the hitters, whereas there's multiple teams that we've seen, from the Rockies to the A's to even the Mariners, which surprised me with Seawald, giving up relievers and giving up pitching, because a lot of teams feel like their bullpen is a plus for them, and depth is not a concern for, like, the Mariners, right? They have Munoz, who will just take over, who's back now, right, and take over for Seawald. So it seems like it's much easier right now to find pitching than it is hitting. But man, if you have a good hitter and you're willing to part ways with them right now, it sure seems like you could hold some people over the fire and get whatever you want.
Can we get to that while we have a moment, too? Paul Sewald is on this show every couple weeks. He was worried that he was going to be dealt because partially his team has not been great, and partially because his GM can't sit still for more than a few minutes without swinging a deal. I'm starting to get to the point now, and I had a lot of faith in the Mariners' vision, but I'm starting to get to the point where I think Jerry DiPoto's love of making deals, including for players on his major league roster, is becoming a detriment to the ball club. Paul Sewald is a clubhouse guy. He has been their rock. He's been healthy. He has been super effective. He's essentially their closer, and he's one of the best relievers in Major League Baseball, period. Now, the Mariners give up, or receive, I should say, Josh Rojas, big leaguer, outfielder, Dominic Canzone, big leaguer, and then Ryan Bliss, who I don't know as much about, but should be able to help them, I guess, at some point. A sub-3 ERA in 45 appearances for Sewald. His ERA plus with 100 at league average is 139. I mean, this is a high-leverage reliever that can win you games in the postseason. He can close out a World Series. That is not enough of a return. Let's bring Russ back in and see if we can bring that on for Russ. Russ, you got us good?
Yeah, I got you guys. You guys got me?
Okay, good. We have you. We'll make sure that the rest of the world has you. So we'll give you a few seconds to react here. I'll have you pick up from where you left off, but actually first, real quick here, one of my least favorite trades so far is what the Mariners did with Paul Sewald, and I started explaining it here and how effective he's been. They didn't get any impact bats back in my mind. It was a quantity for quality trade. And lastly, in my mind, you're somewhat throwing in the towel. Like, you think you're improving the offense and some of the contact there, but high leverage reliever like that, I mean, who's the best reliever that went during the trade deadline just now? I would say that I could put Paul Sewald in front of any of those guys.
Yeah, when you look at Paul Sewald, a guy that has a lot of swing and miss stuff, a guy that's been around the block for a while, and if you're a team like the Arizona Diamondbacks that needs a lot of that experience, you're a young team, you're kind of getting here for the first time. This is your first real stretch run of this new with this new core that you have. You need a guy like that. I think for the Seattle Mariners, you look at where they are. They're fourth place in the AL West. They're 55 and 51 on the year. And kind of what you guys were talking about a little bit earlier, if you don't believe that you're a team that can truly be a contender, right? And if Jerry DiPoto in that front office says, hey, we're just not that team this year, right? The special team that we were the last 2 years, we're not that right now. You do have to listen in on those guys that you have that you probably really like, that are probably really good clubhouse guys. But how do you get yourself back to that level where you were, where you thought you were going to be contending for the postseason?
Well, you don't trade away your best back-end reliever. That's how you don't get back to the postseason. That's not a way. I mean, I know they got multiple people in return, but geez, I mean, he's been good for him for the last couple of years. And most teams are trying to find that guy. They usually don't give that guy away, right? So speaking of guys that are on the block, Tim Anderson with the White Sox. You're in Chicago. Yeah. You're reporting multiple teams are interested in him. What teams would be interested in him other than maybe, I mean, the Blue Jays, if Bichette is hurt for a little while. The Dodgers were kind of that team, but they've kind of filled that hole a little bit now. So what teams could possibly be interested in Tim Anderson?
So, yeah, you talk about the Toronto Blue Jays, especially what happened with Bo Bichette last night. I'm still kind of trying to figure out identify who those teams are. look at the shortstop market right now. Obviously, we saw Ahmed Rosario move last week going to the Dodgers. That was a team that for a while was really interested in Tim Anderson. Now you look at from reports out there, Paul DeYoung, right? A guy who's in a similar financial contract situation as Tim Anderson, has a $14 million club option for the next season after he signed that 6-year extension with the Cardinals. Tim Anderson's a guy that has a $14 million club option next season. And for a long time, we talked about it here on the show for a couple months, like what has happened to Tim Anderson hadn't looked like the guy, the batting champion that we had seen for a long time. Over the last couple of weeks, he's really started to pick it up. And I think that teams have noticed. And I think you ask yourself the question, well, does he play shortstop? Does he play second base? That might be what teams are talking about today. Like, is there a way that you can fit in Tim Anderson on your roster that's not necessarily at shortstop? Like, if he's willing to play second base, maybe that helps facilitate a trade a lot easier.
Speaking of another guy, Russ, in Chicago, Dylan Cease. I mean, he would be by far the best pitcher probably out there if the White Sox were willing to make that move. Now, yesterday I kind of went on a little rant about you're not contending this year. You're not contending probably next year with this core of guys. And Dylan Cease has 2.5 years left. Think of the return you could get for him. If you're Rick Hahn, Jerry Reinsdorf, Ken Williams, why the hell are you not trading Dylan Cease, or at least like trying to see what we can get for him? And if some team comes to you and says, hey, we'll give you a multitude of guys, say yes.
Yeah, it's definitely a question you have to ask, knowing that what we've seen here in the last couple of days, where it's truly a seller's market. We've seen multiple top 100 prospects go. You look at the Aaron Savali trade yesterday, where a top 40 prospect goes back to Cleveland in return. If you're the White Sox and you have a guy in Dylan Cease who has shown he can be a top 2 finisher in Cy Young voting, a guy that can lead a staff, you're right. He would definitely be the best starter available. I think you also ask yourself, if you're the White Sox, if you hold on to Dylan Cease and then you move him in the offseason with 2 years of club control left, could you still get an equal or close to equal return for what you get for him right now?
Scott, you there?
Yeah, just working on some audio stuff right now, guys. Sorry, and we apologize to everyone if they're hearing it a little wonky on YouTube at the moment. So, Russ, let me ask you about the Cubs. We were talking to Ken about them.
Yeah.
I think they're kidding themselves by going for it. So were you surprised at what they're doing? Because for me, it's like, okay, you're going for it. You have a lot to fix. Jeimer Candelario is nice, and that's one of the better bats. There's not really much that you can acquire in terms of bats. But if I'm the Cubs, if you really thought you were going for it, okay, then you are in heavy conversations for someone like Verlander, right? You're looking at the tippy top of the market. Otherwise, going half in, who cares? You should have sold. They're not making the playoffs. So you're going to get rid of a few prospects to make a half-hearted run just because your team went on a nice run over the last 10 games. I don't know. I think it's dumb. And I'm the first person to tell a team that they should be aggressive, but not this ball club.
I think when you look at the Cubs situation coming into the season, I think a lot of people in that building, as you guys were talking about with Ken, and a lot of people around baseball would say, all right, the Cubs made a lot of nice moves in the offseason, right? You go out and you get Dansby Swanson to be one of the cornerstones of what you're building. You bring in Jameson Taillon to be a fixture in your rotation. Now, that hasn't necessarily worked out like the Cubs have wanted it to, but you still have to be building towards something. And I think in the division that they're in, similar to those teams in the AL Central, it's still winnable. And then they're on the border, after going into the All-Star break, they're on this border of, all right, are you buyers? Are you sellers? Bellinger having this red hot month of July. And then you have this starting pitching that's been really strong all year. And then they rattle off, an 8 of 10 stretch, or winning 8 of 10, right? You win 10 of 12. And now you're in a position where you look at the wild card and you're only 4 games back. And after the sell-off that they had in 2021, they've just been a team that, hey, we're not going to really buy. We're going to sell at the deadline, pieces that we have. They were kind of similar to the Mariners in the situation that AJ was talking about, where you have a guy, Andrew Chafin, you have David Robertson, you have these relievers that have a lot of experience that you move, you bring back prospects in return. And now you're in a situation where you're in a weak division. You have the Cincinnati Reds, who are a good team. I like the Reds a lot, but they've never been in this situation before. You have the Brewers that, yeah, they can have a really hot stretch. They have really good starting pitching, which is what you need to make a run. But if you're the Cubs, you sit back and say, well, why can't we do this? Yes, I can understand what you're saying. You guys are saying where, well, if you're not going to be a World Series contender, right? If you're not the Braves, if you're not the Dodgers, why, kind of build on the perimeters to go for it in this set of circumstances that you have this year?
Okay, Russ. So then you just said the Cubs are 3.5 out of the wild card, right?
Mhm.
Which right now they're 500, 3.5 out. The Mariners are 4 games over. They're also 3.5 out. They're talking about they've already traded Sewald. They're talking about Teoscar Hernandez going back to Toronto possibly or somewhere else. One team believes, one team doesn't believe, or do they kind of believe? It's such a weird dynamic on what you're doing. Then you have like the Diamondbacks. They're going out and trying to make moves to make the playoffs, right? To get into the postseason because they think they have an opportunity. So let me ask you this. Who do you believe in more as a chance to make the playoffs? The Chicago Cubs or the San Diego Padres?
Cubs or the Padres. I definitely think the Padres have more top end talent. And we talked about it on the show last week. You talk to people around baseball, that's the team that is such an enigma. People don't know what the Padres are. You look at that team on paper, Machado, Tatis Jr., Juan Soto. You look at the starting pitching, Snell. Darvish hasn't necessarily been himself this year, but they're so talented on paper. Your gut says they have a run in them. But at some point, you have to be realistic about what you are. Because of the baseball that they've played, I probably lean Cubs a little bit, even though I can look at it and say the Padres have much more talent.
Russ.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna lean Cubs on that one.
Yeah.
I'll lean Cubs on that one.
Okay. I'll go Padres for sure. I think their roster is a billion times better. But and hey, I give them credit. They did a little bit of adding already. They had Rich Hill and G-Man Choi just to add some depth, a little pitching, a little hitting depth. Okay. Russ, great to talk to you, dude. We'll catch you soon. Enjoy the rest of this trade deadline day.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. Russ Dorsey with us from Stadium. Russ is staying. Never mind, Russ. We'll bring you back in just a second. Evan
Russ,
Grant's
beat
going to
it.
join the party in just a moment on Stadium. Pierzynski and Dorsey. I'm Braun. Evan Grant from the Dallas Morning News joining us right now. The hot team, the Texas Rangers. We'll see what they're up to now. Evan, great to have you on. And yesterday, Jim Bowden came on with us and was like, by far, best trade deadline so far, the Texas Rangers. Do you agree? And what do you think so far of what they've done? Uh-oh, Evan. I think we got you on mute. Hold on. Stand by. Evan will bring you back in just a second there. Sorry for the technical issue, but we'll go over Max Scherzer. I want to even backtrack, of course. They really kicked off trade season with Aroldis Chapman being brought into the mix as well for this ball club. Chris Stratton, part of the Jordan Montgomery trade. So they've really added 4 very legitimate major league pitchers so far. Russ, your thoughts on Texas, and do you think they've won the trade deadline so far?
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen what we see later today, but you look at the impact that they get from Max Scherzer, who, no, he hasn't been the Max Scherzer, the 3-time Cy Young winner that we've seen in years past, but you bring him in to lead that rotation. You can tell that Chris Young and that front office and that organization said, we're pushing all our chips in the middle of the table. And it's kind of started for them last offseason, right? You bring in $500 million worth of players in Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, and you're like, all right, the Rangers are serious about making it back to the postseason. But now you make a big trade for Max Scherzer. You get him to exercise his player option for next season as well. And knowing that you're not going to have Jacob deGrom that you spent big on this offseason, now you're saying, no, we're pushing our chips all in so we can try to win our first World Series title in franchise history.
Yeah.
AJ, your thoughts?
They've won. So far. Now, they've won it so far because what do the Rangers need? They can hit. They've always been able to hit this entire year, right? Young, Seager, Semien, it'd be Jonah Heim when he comes back, hopefully, right? Nathaniel Lowe at first base. I mean, they can hit. They pitching, and Evaldi's on the IL, DeGrom's on the IL. Now, I'd like to see him go out and get maybe another reliever because other than Chapman, it's a little bit shaky kind of towards the back end, but I understand. But they've won right now because they've went out. You know what they've done? They're not scared, which I love as a player and as someone that loves baseball. And 2, they filled their needs. They said, you know what? We need a starting pitcher. Who's the best starting pitcher possibly out there? Oh, Max Scherzer? Oh, we'll give up Acuna's brother, Luis Angel Acuna, right? 21-year-old. Sure, he's probably going to be a great player. That might be 3 years from now, right? We can win now. The division is down. Seattle's kind of waving the white flag. Houston's not where Houston has been the last few years. And to be honest with you, the entire American League is down. So the Rangers are like, hey, here's our shot. We can go to the World Series and maybe match up with the National League team, whether it's the Braves or whoever it is, and we can beat them and win our first World Series. As a fan and as a person that loves baseball and loves teams trying to win, I am all for this. Kudos to Chris Young. Kudos to Bruce Bochy. Kudos to the Rangers organization. You know what? They gave up a player. Great. You know what? They hope he goes to the Mets and becomes a great player. But you know what? If they win a World Series, they don't give a fuck, Russ.
Yeah, and look, you talk about it from the player side, like you're playing well. You're one of the best teams in the American League in the first half of the season. You're like, all right, let's get some reinforcements in here. Like, let's really make a run. And if you're Marcus Semien and Corey Seager and Nathaniel Lowe, and you're these guys that have come in the last couple of years, you're like, no, let's put our foot on the gas. And something I talked to Nathaniel Lowe about in spring training, coming over from Tampa, where it's World Series or bust every year, he felt like they had that vibe in Texas as well, where you see the players that they bring in. You see they bring in Bruce Bochy to be their manager, a guy who's won World Series in San Francisco with the Giants, and now you're feeling those vibes in Texas. I imagine it feels really good as a player to wake up one morning, you're scrolling on Twitter, you're getting phone calls and text messages about, hey man, we just got one of the best pitchers of his generation, and he's going to be leading our staff as we try to go on this stretch run.
Hey, we have a deal. It has been reported by multiple people now, so it looks like Katie Wu got it going. She said the Cardinals have traded Paul DeJong to the Blue Jays, and also mentioned that JP Morosi originally linked the two of them. But let's get back to Evan Grant right now. Evan, you got us good?
I got you fine. Can you guys hear me now?
We got you good.
It was so much better when I couldn't hear you. I was trying to read your lips.
Of course, you've got an AJ day. Evan, the anticipation is killing me. Do you think the Rangers won the trade deadline so far up until this point with whatever we've got left to go, 4.5 hours?
Well, I think to Russ's point a few minutes ago, right? They've added 4 legitimate pitchers. And yes, they needed a lot of work in the bullpen. The bullpen has been the problem all year. But you look at bringing in Montgomery and Max Scherzer to that rotation. Now you're going to push a couple of those established starters, whether it's Dane Dunning right now and Martin Perez or Dunning and Heaney. You're going to push a couple of those established starters into relief roles in the middle of that bullpen. And that was really where they needed to kind of get some more stability. You've got Will Smith and Aroldis Chapman at the back end. They've both been very good this year. So if you can build a little bit more stability in the middle of the bullpen, I think you're going to be a much better team overall. And so when you look at the trickle-down effect for me, it's almost like they've added 5 or 6 pitchers to their overall mix and the way they're going to use them. They've changed so many roles.
Evan, how long is Evaldi going to be out for? Because to me, he's the key with Scherzer, a healthy Montgomery. You throw Evaldi in there, you have Heaney, Dunning, like you said, someone's going to have to bounce the bullpen, whether it's Martin Perez or Dunning or one of them. So to me, that sets up great for a playoff series. You're running Scherzer, Evaldi, Montgomery, Perez, Heaney, Dunning, whoever it is, and then you can bounce some of those guys to the bullpen. That's a pretty formidable staff. So what's the timeline for Evaldi to come back?
Well, the Rangers and Nathan have both said, look, it's probably going to be real close to the 2-week minimum. I think they're going to err with whatever caution they have. Certainly adding the 2 starters gives them a little bit more room to work with if they can kind of stabilize things. They didn't look great against the Padres. And to the discussion you guys were having a few minutes ago, right? The Padres, you look at that roster and you look at what they can run out there, and it is one of the great mysteries of baseball why that team doesn't have a better record this year. But the Rangers didn't look good against that team. So I think that they want to give Nathan as much time as they possibly can to get healthy and get right, whether that's 2 weeks or whether it's 4. I think that remains to be seen. The big concern last year was there was a drop in velocity as the season wore on. This year we've seen a drop in velocity as well, and so that's going to raise those red flags for the Rangers.
Evan, you've been on that Rangers beat for a long time, and when you watch what the old regime did with John Daniels there leading the charge in Texas, now to what this new front office with Chris Young now leading the charge, even though he was brought in under Daniels, what have been the big differences that you've seen in how the 2 front offices operated?
Well, I think when John Daniels was brought in 2005 at the age of 28, I mean, he was basically having to turn that roster over pretty quickly, right? You got to the 2007 season and you were trading away Mark Teixeira and trading away whatever pieces you had. Chris Young has come into a situation where he took over the team for good last August with a club with a ownership group that was already investing significant dollars in the team. They had already spent all that money on Simeon and Seager and John Gray, and they continued to build on that this offseason. I think once you get to a point where they are contending, you look at what the Rangers did in 2010 when they went out and got Cliff Lee in the middle of being bankrupt. They figured out a way to acquire Cliff Lee for that trade run, and for that playoff run. He made all the difference in the world, made all the difference in the American League Division Series, and gave the Rangers their first playoff win ever. To what Chris Young has done right now, and go out and get an established number 1 pitcher. We all know Max Scherzer's numbers have not been that great this year, that he's not been the Max that we have come to expect. But this is a guy who started 7 different game 1s in postseason. He started game 7 of a World Series. He's still certainly capable of fronting a rotation, a good rotation, come playoff time.
Evan, what else? Let's put you in Chris Young's shoes for a second. If you're Chris Young, what else do you go get? A bullpen piece? A bench piece? Do you go maybe look for catching in case Jonah Heim can't come back? What's the one piece that's keeping away? And let's not forget now, the Rangers don't have a big lead. They have I think it's a half a game lead in the West. It's not like it was 5 or 6 games. I mean, this is going to be a race now to the end. So what's the one piece, if you're Chris Young, you say, we want this?
I think right now the Rangers are spending some time today on trying to figure out the catching situation, because Jonah's situation is very much undetermined. He's got what amounts to a tendon sheath injury in that left wrist. He's got a high threshold for pain, but that's a difficult injury to play through. And Maybe he can play through it and only swing from the left-hand side, can't play from the right-hand side. But however you add it up, taking Jonah Heim out of the mix is a significant loss, AJ. I mean, this is a guy who leads the American League in WAR among catchers, and he's done it on both sides of the ball. He's been as good a framer as there is in baseball this year. He's been good at throwing, and he's got 70 RBIs and 15 home runs right now. He's been a good offensive contributor. And you see what happened to the Rangers offense over the weekend without Heim and obviously still without Seager. They scored 4 runs in 3 games at San Diego. So I do think they are spending some time on catching. And I do think this is the situation right now. Since you retired, catching has gotten thin. It was much deeper when you were still playing, but the catching situation around the league is thin. You're looking to try and add some kind of asset, but you're not going to find a guy who's going to help you on both sides of the ball on the market. You know, somebody like Austin Hedges has run a staff, is a really good framer, is a veteran, isn't going to cost you a whole lot of money or a lot in terms of prospects. Maybe that's a guy that you try and add for the next couple of weeks or month to try and get your staff through until you do get Jonah Heim back. He's a guy I would think the Rangers are spending some time on today. I think Yasmani Grandal would certainly be a guy whose name comes up in some conversations. But catching options are thin. And I think that with the Rangers having done everything that they needed to do pitching-wise, and I really think they do, certainly if another bullpen arm came available, and listen, if you're talking to the Pirates, you might as well bring up David Bednar or Colin Holderman's names with them. But save for that, I think catching would probably be the place the Rangers try and touch up some stuff before the end of the day.
Evan, just FYI, I haven't retired yet. Neither has Erik Kratz. So just, Chris Young. Hey, Chris, I know I've known you for a long time, buddy. We're available. Okay, thanks. Love you. Do you think that it was only 10 years ago I played for the Rangers. We can make another run again.
I think Ruben Sierra went that long between stints with the Rangers. So
there you go. The difference was Ruben was actually playing in between those stints. I have not. I've been doing television now, so which is much easier on the mental side of it. But do you think the Astros make another move? The only move they've made is to go get Kendall Graveman to kind of shore up their bullpen. Can you see the Astros, other than maybe the Verlander, which they've kind of been rumored as the front runner? Do the Astros now? Do they smell blood in the water? And also, do the Padres thank the Rangers for going out and buying because of the weekend series last weekend, where they swept the Rangers and said, "Hey, maybe we're not as bad as we thought"?
Yeah, I mean, clearly that weekend had something to do with the Padres' frame of mind. But AJ's always unpredictable. As far as the Astros go, look, I do think that they smell blood in the water, and they have thought all year, we're the defending world champions. We've been in this situation where we can track down teams if we need to. They're getting healthy with Altuve and Yordan Alvarez back. The issue I've got if I'm the Astros is you've got the number 30 ranked farm system in baseball. What exactly do you have to deal for an impact player? You went out and traded for Kendall Graveman, a reliever, sure, but you gave up a position player and a pretty good prospect as far as your system was concerned to go get that. So I don't know that the Astros have the capital to go out and make a real impact deal. It would not surprise me, though, if they took all the chips that they've got, whatever they can muster, and try and make one last push here, because the idea is to keep that window open as long as possible. And I certainly do think if you're Dana Brown, you have to see the writing on the wall that in some regard, the window is starting to close a little bit.
Yeah, good call. Hey, Evan, great to have you on. As always, thank you for the time during a busy trade deadline day, and we'll see what else the Rangers do the next few hours.
Take care, guys. Hopefully my audio will be better the next time we chat.
No, you were great.
No,
you were great.
You're better that way. Better that way.
Oh, AJ, stop it.
All right, AJ.
Cheers, Evan. We'll talk to you soon, bud. You can
guys.
read all of Evan's work in the Dallas Morning News. And as we always do, if you want to check out his Twitter handle, go to our Twitter handle right now. Just scroll down a couple tweets and you can see that and click in. Also, poll results on the first one that we threw up there in terms of where you think Justin Verlander is going. What are you, his agent again?
Mm-hmm.
Where you think Justin Verlander is going. Who's leading the pack there? Let's throw it back on. Who's leading the pack? Padres and Houston. Oh, Dodgers in
I was
Houston.
gonna say
That
the
makes a lot.
Padres?
I was going to say, whoa. Dodgers in Houston. That makes sense. It looks like Dodgers with a slight lead here. I actually think Houston is leading the pack because I think that's where he wants to go. And he has this thing called a no trade clause. More on the trades that have occurred and rumors next on FT Live on Stadium. We are back for the final 8 minutes or so on Stadium. Scotty Braun, AJ Pierzynski, Russ Dorsey with us right now, and we're making money moves. Yeah. Uh, we have trades flying around. So Bob Nightingale helping us out with the return package here as the Padres pick up G-Man Choi and Rich Hill. And Bob says the Pirates will receive the Padres number 13 prospect. That's left-handed pitcher Jackson Wolf, along with I'm not going to try and be super smart and act like I know how to say every name all day. Suero and Alfonso Rivas, as Joel Sherman also reported. And a nice little note there at the bottom from Bob Russ saying, just in case anyone was unaware, the Padres are going for it.
Listen, I think if there's one thing, as Evan mentioned when we had him on, that you can never count out is AJ Preller and whatever move that he's thinking of. The guy could wake up one day and say, well, I just feel like going for it. We're going for it. We're all in. But you can almost understand with what AJ was bringing up earlier with the Cubs and the Padres and where both of them stand in terms of the NL wild card. With the roster that they have, you can understand if he said, all right, look, we have Machado, Fernando Tatis Jr., Juan Soto, Xander Bogaerts. We could get hot in the month of August and be at the top of the NL wild card. But at the same time, you are what your record says you are. And if their record says through 3 months of the season they're a fourth place team, they're probably closer to being a fourth place team than being the team that you expect them to be at this point in the season.
Also, did you watch the game they played last night? It was awful. Awful game against the Rockies. Nothing against the Rockies. They're not very good, though. And the Padres just look lifeless out. Like, there was like, oh, what are we doing? Why? Oh, we just beat the Rangers 3 in a row? Oh, we're going to get hot? Oh, yeah, now we're going to go to Colorado and absolutely suck. So which team is it? Is it the good team or is it the bad team? They're just too up and down.
Right. And it's the idea of flipping the switch. Like that a team can just all of a sudden wake up and say, all right, we're going to flip the switch and we're going to be one of the best teams in baseball right now. And it really just doesn't work like that. Like you have to show some type of consistency. Other than the Phillies over the last couple of years, there are not many teams that can just wake up one day and say, all right, we're going to be the team that people expect us to be.
That game was brutal, AJ. You weren't awake? You watched more of it in the morning? Because, dude, I had to sit through that until like 2 a.m. Oh my gosh! First off, the send for Soto was brutal. He was in another country by the time the ball was in the catcher's hands. They challenged it just because they've been screwed on that call, but obviously they weren't getting that. Extra innings was a disaster. Machado made a basic tag, dropped the ball. Like they had bases loaded. 0-10 in extra inning games. Day before the trade deadline. Try and convince me that you want to be a winning ball club for the rest of the season. Lose 3-2 to the Rockies in extra with 8,000 chances to win. Oof, that was rough. All right, Russ, last thoughts? Anything surprising? Like give me one shocking move or a Verlander thought or anything else that you think could be crazy the next few hours? Like Dylan Cease suddenly gets moved.
Can I give you guys two teams that I'm really watching here as we get closer to the deadline?
Yeah.
The Baltimore Orioles and the Cincinnati Reds, but specifically the Orioles, because you look at where they are, they're 65-41. They're leading the AL East. They've gotten to a point where they are the best team in the American League as we sit right now. You have an opportunity to really put yourself in a position to make a run once you get to the postseason, and they have the prospects to do it. Now we just see if they will or not.
Exactly. Good call, dude. Great to see you. Enjoy the rest of your trade deadline day. Now this is the real goodbye, apparently. I'm being told.
See you guys.
Appreciate you, bud. We'll talk to you later in the week, and we'll flip it right over to the Foul Territory YouTube channel right now.
So I can be free. I take the weight on my shoulders. I feel the sky come down on me, and I can't hold it much longer. Gonna let go so I can be free. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Let's fucking go. Foul Territory live. Oh, look who's here.
Trying to show
I
up.
swear I didn't even look at him until because I was looking at 8,000 screens, and I look up and I'm like, my hero has arrived.
He didn't
Erik
look up.
Kratz, everyone, wearing the Foul Territory shirt that's the softest on the planet. It's so comfortable, you don't even feel like you're wearing a shirt. What? FoulTerritoryShow.com or FoulTerritoryShop.com. Kratz is here. Frazier later. Pierzynski right now. Tons of guests joining us soon. We'll flip through all of the rumors. I do want to sneak this in there too, because we are doing one giveaway today that we're announcing. So for our friends at BetMGM, we announced on our Twitter page just now, fans replying to a tweet with a screen grab showing that they follow Foul Territory on their favorite podcast platform, so Spotify or Apple preferably, or you're automatically entered for a chance to win $100 in bonus bets from BetMGM. We'll select 5 winners and announce them on Thursday's show. So make sure you check that out. More details on our Twitter feed, okay? And all day long, we are covering the trade deadline. Like, until 6:30 Eastern time, until those last few trades trickle in right around the deadline at 6, and we find out about them from one of the insiders. Minutes after that, we'll break it all down. We'll have a ton of guests. Jody Jackson from the Arizona Diamondbacks TV is going to join us in just a couple minutes too, to talk about actually one of my favorite deals. We'll get Kratz's take on that Paul Sewald transaction for the Diamondbacks in a moment. I want to sneak this one in there because AJ, for another hour, our White Sox specialist, we have Joel Sherman reporting that the White Sox are taking more serious offers for Dylan Cease. No sure thing he moves, but at least considering it now. And also that Middleton, who's a lock to get dealt, is almost certain to be moved by the Sox. And he said they're also listening on Tim Anderson. So this is your time to shine. Big picture thoughts, AJ, on what the White Sox should do. I'm going to make that hat on the back of that hat. It actually says 2 letters, GM. What's your plan today for the next few hours? Don't write that with Sharpie.
Wait, do I need to put my GM glasses on and talk my shady rays?
Agent.
How do they go from GM or agent glasses to GM glasses?
People do it. People do it
private
all the
flight.
time.
Some GMs think
they
they're
do it all
swaggy.
the time. Yeah.
You know, you've seen like the GM that goes out, sits like during, I've seen, especially in the playoffs, like workout day, kicking back there. Like I did that. Yeah. Like,
or the agent that becomes a GM.
We did have that, bro.
We had that too. So what else do we need?
That's true. Yeah. They all mix together. AJ?
Well, if I'm being honest, and this sucks, I'm usually pretty honest. I blow it. Excuse my language. I blow it the fuck up and start over. I hate it as a White Sox fan, but it hasn't worked. And if you can get 3, 4, 5 good, really good players for Dylan Cease, I say you do it. Now, Kenyon Middleton is probably a given that he's out the door. Listen, he came out of nowhere, made the team, got on the team, and had a great year, and they can get something for him. Yeah, great. Thank you, Kenyon, for your time. Appreciate you being a White Sox. Let's see what we can get for you. Now, Tim Anderson, another guy. It depends on what your thing is. If you're trading Dylan Cease, you got to trade Tim Anderson, because Tim Anderson will look at it and say, well, we're not going to be good next year. We don't have our starting pitching right now is Kopech, who can't stay healthy and can't give you multiple innings. Garrett Crochet, possibly. Clevenger's a free agent. I mean, it's like, who do we have that can start? And then you look at the position players. You're like, Andrew Vaughn. Yasmani Grandal's gone. You have Andrew Vaughn. You have Moncada, who can never stay healthy. Eloy, Luis Robert, Gavin Sheets, who doesn't really get to play a whole lot. Oscar Colas, who hasn't proven that he can do anything. So if you trade Dylan Cease, you trade Tim Anderson. You move them both at the same time, and you figure it out, and you get as many players as you can, and then you do what every GM loves to do. You use the word rebuild. Why? Because you get 5 more years to do it again. This would be like Rick Hahn's like 6th rebuild in like 13 years. So just rebuild. Oh, wait, it didn't work? Oh, wait, we'll rebuild. Oh, wait, it's not working? Rebuild. That way he has a lifetime contract. What a great gig. That's why, look, I'm going to put my glasses back on. You know why? Because I'm in the middle of the rebuild, and I just got 5 more years.
That's just added 5 more years. All right, well, we'll get Kratz's comments off that after we dive into the Diamondbacks for a few minutes. Jody Jackson is joining us right now, Diamondbacks TV host and reporter. Also, you can follow her at Jody_Jackson. Jody, great to see you. It's been a while. I think I haven't talked to you on a show since like the Rundown a billion years ago. So, but I watch you all the time. Do a great job on D-backs TV. So how are you? And I wanted to start right away with the big move made by the Diamondbacks yesterday, because I slammed the Mariners for making a move like this, almost like their Kendall Graveman trade they made with the Astros a couple years ago. And I think the Diamondbacks got an absolute steal in Paul Sewald, who's the best reliever available this season.
Well, I agree with you. And yes, it's good to see you again. I got to tell you, it's been a great year here because those years I was on the Rundown all the time. Well, there was a big lull in there. 2020, 2021, 2022, the team was not good. No one called. No one wanted to talk to me. No one cared. And so it's nice to be relevant again. And that's exactly why they're in this position. I think this is a unique perspective. A little bit different. Mike Hazen's looking at this a little bit different than a lot of other teams because they haven't all been through kind of what this team has been through the last few years and losing 110 games in 2021. And they want to seize the moment. Okay. And I know that, and you guys know that 57 and 50 doesn't come around all the time, right? Yesterday they were 56 and 50. So it may not look good how they got there. They've been slumping since right before the All-Star break, but you can't discredit what's going on. So I think people here in Arizona yesterday were a little bit, fans felt like that was kind of a lot to give up. But again, if you know the farm system here, Canzone, you've got a lot of left-handed hitting outfielders and good ones. Josh Rojas was a fan favorite, but he's a guy that, it's kind of been up and down. It's just overall that was a pretty good move for the Arizona Diamondbacks for a need. When you look at the need that they had there, it was an outstanding move. You can't not make that move, right? And so I agree with you there for a guy that can help the back end. And then, today we'll see. I mean, you had Evan Grant on. I kind of checked in on that a little bit. They took all the pitching, right? So, Jordan Montgomery would have been a nice pickup, but there are still some guys out there. We don't know what we're going to see. Mike Hazen, I believe, is looking to make a couple more moves here today. They also did get Jace Peterson yesterday. That's going to kind of help out as far as rebuilding that. But, you've got Eduardo Rodriguez is on the radar. Really anyone. And AJ, Dylan Cease. People here in Arizona would love to see that. I have no idea if that could happen, but as you guys know, the pitching is really young here beyond Gallen and Merrill Kelly. So that's a big need.
They have a lot of young talent in the big leagues right now. Would they be willing to part with some of their young talent in the minor leagues to get a Dylan Cease?
I would think that they would. They have a lot of young pitching there. They've rebuilt this. Again, a lot of teams are finding themselves on the back end of that. D-backs were there a few years ago when Mike Hazen came in, really not ranked very high, like near the bottom of baseball as far as prospects. And now they have built that up, if you can replace those guys, if you can, if you see a guy, no matter how much you love him, if you feel like you can replace him, you're going to go ahead and make those moves. So I think that they can. Even Brandon Pfaadt, who is really high on their list. They love Brandon Pfaadt. And yet, I don't know, if you had the chance to get a guy, I'm not sure where they would stand with that, but I think they would have to look at it. And then, of course, there's a lot of other young pitchers in the system. Slade Ciccone, Blake Walston. You can go on and take a look at some of these guys that they have both at the position players in the system and the pitching.
Jody, you have over your head, over your left shoulder, I think it is. You have the bobblehead of Schilling and Johnson holding up the World Series trophy.
Yeah.
Cease and Gallen. Cease, Gallen.
I got Gallen over here too.
No, but I'm saying you put Cease and Gallen together. That I don't know if there's too many teams that can match up 1-2 punch in the National League and say, man, that's a 1-2 duo that can make a deep run into the postseason. So if I'm Mike Hazen and I'm Torey Lovello, I'm going to him and saying, hey, this might be our shot here. I know we have a young core. Let's make what we have to do and figure out, okay, who we're going to keep. And then let's say, okay, we have replacements in the minor leagues or duplicates. Let's trade some of those duplicates away and get a Dylan Cease and make a run.
I think everyone here in Arizona would be all for that. I think it's going to be, number one, the availability of those guys. I know it just came out, yesterday. It was kind of like, well, the feeling was they're untouchable, Luis Robert Jr. as well. And now it's kind of like, well, no, they're listening. So, maybe those talks are happening right now. I agree with you because, AJ, you look at it and it's been Gallen and Kelly. Kelly had a rough outing the other day, but he's solid. You add that other guy, then you have the three guys you can really trust. Not to say you can't trust Tommy Henry. He's coming on. He's on the IL right now. It's an elbow issue, but not a serious one. But still, beyond that, it's not only a question of how trustworthy are these guys in a playoff situation, but who do you even have? Because Zach Davies is on the IL right now, and he's had a year regardless. But he's a veteran, so if you go with him, you take your chances there. But beyond that, Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, these guys are so young and inexperienced. They have given them the ball this year and let them run with it. And I think that's been really beneficial. But you're right, as far as making a run, a Cease-Gallen combo with Kelly being that next guy in, and I think they believe in this team. The offense is down right now, but you guys were talking about it, the Padres. Baseball's a mystery half the time, right? And you get to this point of the season and all of a sudden you can't predict anything. The Rangers are really missing Jonah Heim. You can't take for granted, people here talking about, well, we want we don't want to give up too much. There's always next year. You have no idea what's going to happen. Look at 2021. Zach Allen was injured. All of their pitching was injured. That's why they are going to, when I say go for it, I think they're going for it. But the question is, what is the asking price for a guy like Dylan Cease? I think we're going to find out. It's going to be really interesting over the next couple hours.
Are we talking to you 1 year too early? Is it one of those things that we need to maybe call you back in 2024 when the organization thought this was going to happen?
I mean, that's the take that's really interesting right now. But I talked to Mike Hazen in Toronto. We had a discussion in the dugout, and I know that was before this team has continued to slide. But he was exactly saying, well, you don't know what's going to happen in 2024. So yeah, it is a little bit earlier than people expected for this team. They were in first place in the National League West for most of the season. The other thing that's happening, guys, and you know this, is the Dodgers are in a weird spot. The Dodgers pitching, I think the ERA in July has been, as bad as the Diamondbacks ERA. We're not even going to throw that number out. But I don't know if it's the starters or the staff, but it's over 6. That never happens. Walker Buehler is out. You don't know even what you're going to get from him when he comes back. Kershaw, they've had to rely on Michael Grove and some other guys, some rookies. So maybe you're right. Maybe this call was supposed to be happening next year and for some moves to make it to the playoffs. But I think you take this opportunity, and not necessarily that the D-backs are going to win the NL West, but I think it's going to be interesting because as good as the Dodgers offense is, and as interesting as the Giants are right now, but the wild card is definitely something that the Arizona Diamondbacks feel good about, and they feel like their offense will come back.
Jody, how do you describe how much of an impact the rule changes have made to the way that the Diamondbacks have been able to accelerate this comeback to relevancy?
I mean, you really can't measure what speed does for this team. First of all, not to dodge your question, but on defense, I mean, they're honestly, when you look at the metrics, the best team in baseball, certainly in the National League defensively. Then back to your question, though, about the bases. The one thing about the pitcher only being able to go over twice, forget about it. When some of those guys, when you have a Jake McCarthy, a Corbin Carroll, those are the two that mainly come to mind. But other guys with speed like Alec Thomas, I mean, that's a stolen base. And then these guys have shown that they can. The other day, Corbin Carroll walked, stole second, stole third, ended up scoring. I mean, it's that simple sometimes for this team. And it's really made a big difference. But they knew that was coming. Now, yeah, the bases being bigger. I almost think it's not so much about the bases. It's about, the pitcher having to control the game or maybe lack of control of the game, right? So that's a great point because it really has meant a lot to this team.
Jody, appreciate the time. Great to see you again, and hopefully there's another trade or two for the Diamondbacks in the next few hours.
We're certainly hoping so. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jody Jackson. You can find her on Diamondbacks Television, and you can follow her at Jody_Jackson on Twitter. What do you got there? So what do you got for us, dude? We haven't seen you in a whole,
I got to
hour.
listen to you guys. I got to listen to you guys.
Thoughts?
My whole drive up here. I thought
there's been small deals so far, nothing crazy. You haven't missed anything significant, in case you're wondering.
No, but I thought, I enjoyed about 30 minutes of all the White Sox talk that gets pushed in here since this is AJ's 2 hours. And I'd love to.
Whoa. First of all, I don't bring it up. Other people want to talk White Sox. I just give them the answers.
True. He gets forced into it a little bit. And by the way, I just want to let everyone know. So Bob Nightingale gave us more details on the Blue Jays deal. So we went over the Padres move with Rich Hill and Ji-Man Choi for some depth. The Blue Jays are sending minor league reliever Matt Svanson, who's 24 years old, in return for Paul DeJong and cash considerations. DeJong's in the final year of that 6-year, $26 million contract. He's getting $9 million this season. There's an option or a buyout in 2024. That's probably why there's cash considerations, because the Cardinals are paying down some of the remainder of that contract. And for the Blue Jays, you had a little infield depth. Did we get any update on Bo Bichette's injury besides just the fact that he left with the knee issue yesterday? I don't think we have anything, but when you're picking up another player, good to have the depth regardless for the infield. there is some concern that something happened there that's more than just a day-to-day issue.
Especially when you're talking about a knee
Yeah.
and your shortstop needing to move around, and he torques on both his knees when he's swinging too. So I don't know. It seemed scarily vague. Like, what did he say? Like, twisted it, or he felt something bulky or something like that. It was a weird quote, but anyway, yeah, clearly they wanted to make a move.
Yeah, exactly. And some people say, oh, well, Jordan Romano went to the IL the other day with the back issue, and then 5 seconds later you snap your fingers and Jordan Hicks is at it. Apparently they'd been talking already to the Cardinals about him. They also picked up, remember, Genesis Cabrera, who's got good stuff. He just sometimes has no idea where it's going. That's 3 deals I'm counting in the last week, AJ, with the Blue Jays and Cardinals, who are becoming BFFs.
Yeah, what is going on between the two birds? I don't get it. The Blue Jays and the Cardinals, red and the blue, they're
mating.
Yeah, seriously, it's crazy why couldn't they just do this in one deal? Why couldn't they do DeYoung and Jordan Hicks in the same deal? Why are they making different moves?
To spread it out. For us. And also this last one I do think definitely was accelerated by injury.
I think the other one was too.
You do?
Yeah. I think Hicks was not saying that all the rumors are right. Like we take the rumors as like gospel. I think Ken's rumors are the ones that you want to listen to. But I think when Romano went down, then they started getting in on Hicks. Now, obviously, the Yankees, I guess, were linked to Hicks for a little bit, but I think the Yankees just love the fact, analytically, they love the fact that he throws $1 billion. But I think the Blue Jays needed to do some things, and these are 2 things that the injuries necessitated it more than like this was something that a need they needed before.
Here's the other factor with the Yankees. They might be sellers now. I mean, you talk about a team that's trying to convince their ownership that they're not good this year. They do it again yesterday with the weird Domingo Germán armpit situation, and they fall to the Rays.
Can we get into that for a second?
Yeah.
I know it's trade. But
no, that's fine. Here, let me just say, I just want to
say
say one rumor, and then we can talk about it. So Heyman's saying that Bader is drawing trade interest. That's why I'm bringing this up. Like, if you're trading Bader and you're starting to trade some of the rentals, unless you're doing some massive moves on the other end, that's called selling. It's light selling. It's like just a little sprinkle of selling. But yeah, AJ, what happened to your catcher, Domingo Germán, Mr. Perfect Game, who does not have a perfect armpit?
Okay, 2 things. One, Josh Donaldson went on the 60-day IL 2 weeks ago. There's video of him taking full ground balls and taking full BP with a grade 2, grade 3 calf. Like, that doesn't happen. So
it's called a phantom IL, AJ.
Okay.
My friend in Orlando taught me about it.
But why would we not? He should have went with anal fissures, but he didn't. Well, I don't understand why would they run him out in Yankee Stadium to do this when there's a million camera phones going like this? Oh my gosh, it's Josh Donaldson taking BP. Oh my gosh, he's taking ground balls at second base and running fine, right? And then last night you have the weird situation where Aaron Boone says, "Oh, Domingo Germán can't stop because he has under the armpit problems," and then he brings him in like the 4th inning to finish the game out. And he said, "Oh, around 5 o'clock it cleared, so we needed someone else to start." Like things are happening in New York that I don't know that anyone's ever seen before. Because listen, if you normally go on the Phantom DL, they were like, "Hey, go home for a month and then come back," because 60 days, that's 2 whole months. So he's been on for 2 weeks. So they basically have 4 to 5 weeks, 6 weeks of him being around but not playing. I mean, send him to Tampa for a month and then have him come back. There's just weird things happening in New York, including the team can't hit. But other than that, that's a whole different story. But I mean, what are they? I mean, Kratz, you played for the Yankees. You know the Yankees well. What the hell are they doing?
I can't answer to what's going on with Donaldson, but doesn't the Germán thing like really reek of like we had a trade, we're holding him back kind of thing?
Or he got in trouble or something else happened, like he didn't shave his facial hair correctly and they were like, "Fix this."
He had a beard for his start day. He had a beard for his start day.
That sounds like bullshit to me, doesn't it?
Especially since he came in and pitched. If he has a muscle in his armpit, hey, there's some stuff. Pitchers put their arms through so much, and they go through things that I don't even know about, like that I've never heard. So I can't answer to that. But then he pitched. He pitched in the game. Like, what was it, the 5th inning or the 7th inning?
No, he came in like the 5th inning. And then he finished the game. He threw like 5 innings, didn't he?
Like, did he show up late?
No, because they announced before because they had to get Brito in from AAA. So it wasn't like
that's what I mean. Like
he came in the 5th inning and pitched 5 innings, 2 hits, 2 walks, 4 punchies, no runs.
Doesn't it scream? I mean, we're talking about trade. We're not taking any time off of our trade talking. Mm-hmm. Doesn't it scream? We need you out of the game because there might be a deal in place, like a player, like a legitimate player deal.
Right, and then it just fell through. So they're like, "Nah, you're good. They don't want you anymore. Go pitch some
I've never heard of
innings."
this. I've never heard of a team. 2 things. I've never heard of a team doing the Donaldson thing, where a guy goes on the 60-day IL and then he's out there doing everything the next 2 weeks later. And then second of all,
that's weird.
The Domingo, I've never heard or seen a team announce and to make their manager Aaron Boone go up there and say, "Oh, he can't pitch today. We're bringing up Johnny Brito from AAA to pitch because." And then after the game, Aaron Boone was like, "Oh, he felt better at 5 o'clock, so we figured, why the heck not use him?" Well, if you really cared about the guy, you would sit him out anyways, right? Because you already brought a guy up to fill the innings. Yeah, granted he had a short start, but why bring Herman in to keep him on his normal day? If he misses one start, it's not going to affect him that much. So I don't know. It's just crazy happenings in New York, including what the heck are they doing? Are they selling, buying, giving up? I mean, whatever. But also, speaking of the Yankees, one team we haven't talked about at all, the Red Sox. What the heck are the Red Sox doing?
Well, let me just say, Aaron Boone post-game alluded to the fact that if it was an issue in the first, then it would have been tough for them after that point. But I'm like, why? Like if they had to take him out in the first because it was a problem. I'm like, okay, so then you bring in the dude who was going to start right after that and tell him, "Hey, dude, you might be basically starting today." Right?
I mean, I'm really like, this just reeks a trade. They do this thing in AAA all the time with pitchers. It's like, Scott, you're supposed to start. Something happened last night. The game went till, the 15th inning when they used to have extras in the big leagues.
Yep.
You're not starting. So that dude is now missing his start.
Sure.
He's sitting there. Then the game's a day game in the big leagues. Boom, they get in the 7th inning with their starter. They're like, all right, you're not, you're fine. You can play in the minor league game. You're not going up to the big leagues. Like they're always doing that kind of stuff. And I just feel like there's some type of trade scenario that, like, what's the other?
Yeah, but here's my thing. In the minor leagues, did they say, "Hey, we're going to fake an armpit injury for you"?
Well, that's what I don't know. Why they would have to do that. You're definitely not going to say, "Yeah, there's a possibility he's going to start," and this is not a normal big league thing that happens.
Yeah, they could have just said, like, we're pushing him back a day. I don't know. It's just weird. I agree with AJ. Let's just go with anal fissures. So we have tons of questions to get to, and I want to make sure everyone knows we are for the people on FT Live. We will be live up until about 6:30 Eastern time. The deadline. No, our whole team. We're mixing in and out. Frazier's coming in. You're going out. We have tons of writers and insiders and all kinds of people that'll mix in through the conversation. Yes. AJ just wanted to make sure. Yes. Your time, your Domingo Herman 5 scoreless comes to a close pretty soon, and you can leave with the fissures or the armpit or whatever else you got. But
I'm flying to LA to watch Lance and make his start.
Are you going to watch Lance?
No, but I'm flying to LA, but not to watch Lance.
We do have a few fans that are actually going out there that let us know. We are for the people on FT Live. What does that mean? We're going to answer as many questions from you all as we can. We'll try and copy paste them from the chat, or I'll respond there within the chat, and we'll bring them on throughout these next few hours. Also, super chats get front of the line. That's always fair. Nate, we appreciate the super chat hookup here. So he had a question specifically from our Midwest specialist, AJ Pierzynski, and our former Minnesota Twin. Nate goes, AJ, how does the Twins front office keep their jobs? How do the people in that front office keep their jobs after all the awful trades, poor decisions they've made on Malley, Paddock, etc.? Zero accountability. And I will say, yes, the Tyler Malley trade ends up bringing over Spencer Steer and Christian Encarnacion Strand. It usually takes a few years to grade a trade. Now, Malley got hurt too, but holy shit. That is a hell of a ripoff. And wait, there's more. Jorge Lopez ends up bringing Yennier Cano over to the Baltimore Orioles. So you gave up 3 very, very good ball players that were major league ready are already there, and they don't really get much in return as Jorge Lopez was dealt away. Now, AJ, the other part that I want to point out before you go, who's in first place in the AL Central?
The Twins are.
Okay. So, your thoughts?
What? Hold on. Let me before I go off here. Let me make sure I'm properly prepared. They're 54 and 53, Scott. The Guardians are 53 and 54. It's not like they're up by 10 games and they're dominating the AL East or the NL West or a tough division. I mean, they're in the AL Central where 54 and 53 apparently is the criteria to be in first place. Now, as far as the Twins and their front office goes, it's been 7 years since Thad Levine and Falvey and them have taken over, and the Twins have made the playoffs. They've been up and down. They've also brought in guys like Carlos Correa, who has not performed up to Carlos Correa's standards. They brought in Christian Vasquez this year. He has not performed well. They've made moves to try, right? They bring in Pablo Lopez. They bring in all these guys. The one thing, they bring in Joey Gallo this year. He has been absolutely awful. I mean, you look at his numbers. I think his last 100 at-bats, he struck out 51 times or some, I mean, it might be even more than that. Some crazy number of Joey Gallo, right? He's been absolutely awful. They're paying him over $10 million a year. They're trying. The problem is it hasn't worked. Now, you give them credit, but at what point do the Pohlad family say, okay, it's been 7 years. We still haven't made it out of the postseason, haven't won a postseason series, haven't won a postseason game in forever. It's time to move on. Now, if this was the White Sox, I'd say, yeah, they got about 15 more years there. But it's not the White Sox. The Twins will make moves, and they got rid of a guy like Terry Ryan who had all the success in the world, but they felt that the game had passed him by analytically, so they went out and got Levine and Falvey. Now, do I think they've tried? Absolutely. The interesting thing to me is they haven't made a move at the trade deadline. They revamped their team from last year, right? Their starters didn't go very far. So what'd they do? They brought in Sonny Gray. They brought in Lopez. They brought in all these guys to try to give them length. And they've done it. Joe Ryan was great. He struggled here since the All-Star break. But they've made the moves to try to fill the holes in the offseason. The question is they haven't worked. They've made trades in the middle of the season. Guys get hurt like Malley. They haven't worked. So what is the move that they can make now on today? They've got about, 3.5 hours to try to make a move to hold on to this lead. Will they be able to do it? And what makes the Twins fans happy? Is it just making the playoffs? Is it winning a round in the playoffs? What will make Twins fans happy? I don't know. I played there. We were the last team to win a series in the playoffs for the Twins. 2002, we lost to the Angels, right? Since then, they haven't won a series. It's insane to me. They've won all these divisions, had great players. Mauer, Morneau, Santana, you go down the list, Kadire, Torrey Hunter, all these guys, right? So what is the move if you're a Twins fan? They had the Bomba squad in 19, right? Didn't do anything in the playoffs. What's the move they can make? I don't know what their move is because they've kind of gone all in with the team they have, and they're just hoping they figure out how to hit because they strike out way too fucking much. That's like my over bet every day when we do Bet MGM. Today I'm betting against the Twins striking out against the Cardinals. Why? Because they strike out almost 10 times a game. So is it Rocco, right? I talked to fans in Minnesota. They want Rocco's head. Well, Rocco's the same guy every day. Super positive, super like, oh, everything's fine, everything's great, right? What do? They're not going to move on from him because he has another year. It's just such a weird situation they're in because they have money and they've shown willingness to spend the money in right situations. It's just been a weird thing. It's almost like bad luck on the Twins that it hasn't worked out. I give them credit for trying, but sometimes and I don't ever want to see anybody get fired or anything bad happen to anybody, but this is a game where you're hired to be fired. And I played for Thad Levine in Texas. I don't know. Does things run their course, right? And maybe a new voice in Minnesota? I don't know. But they've tried. I'll give them credit. They have tried. And I don't know if you guys and you fans might not agree with me. The Twins have tried. It just hasn't worked.
They've tried, but they're in first place.
I agree.
But they're in first place. Like first place, they're in first place where they are. Maybe you're the smartest kid in dumb school, but you are in first place and you've put this team together. You know what you had when you put this team together. You go and get Joey Gallo. I don't care when you got Joey Gallo. I don't care if you're the Dodgers last year, the Twins now, the Yankees before. You knew he was going to strike out. So to me, this is a standard case of the kid that got bullied is now becoming the bully. Their team looks eerily similar offensively to the Yankees. The Yankees have bullied them for years in the playoffs. And they're like, I love the fact that the Yankees hit the ball so hard. They have beaten up on us. We're going to get rid of probably our most athletic hitter, not athletic runner, all that stuff, for a starting pitcher. We're going to go and add more strikeouts to a lineup that strikes out already because it was okay in was it 19 when they hit all those, what did you call the team? The Bomba?
The Bomba Squad.
They hit all the home runs. And it's like, that is such a unrealistic farce of a roster to put together.
Yeah. Hey, Luis Arraez. They could use a Luis Arraez.
Again,
everybody could.
I know,
Erik,
I know. But they had him. They had him for years still.
Kratzy.
Team control.
Kratzy, my question still is out there. What's good enough for Twin fans? Just making the playoffs? Because it doesn't look like they're going to have to match up with the Yankees if they get in, right? So what's good enough for them? Just making the playoffs?
No, they want to
get
get around
a playoff
to
game
win
in how long?
least. Yeah, they need to win a playoff series. AJ,
But
I think that's the next step.
Okay, I agree, but is this team good enough as it's constructed right now to go in and win a playoff series?
Okay, so who you're not going to get Eduardo Rodriguez because
Why
he's
not?
in the division. They're not going to trade him from.
They don't need him. They don't need pitching. They need offense.
They need this. They need guys that can put the ball in play.
Strikeout teams, unless you are making a complete revamp, are not making a huge adjustment. They're not, even if they traded for Luis Arraez, which obviously they can't, he is not going to make a huge adjustment for the team. He's going to be like, hey, Poppy, you guys are always striking out. I am always on base.
They have two problems. They can't hit left-handed pitching. They swing and miss too much. They need to try and fix that. It's not easy to do right now because there's not contact hitters, right? There's not a ton of offense in general. Let me get one more question, and then we'll bring in our next guest because we have another super chat, and we appreciate Doug Johnson throwing this one out there. Were the Cubs wrong for not selling and going all in next off season? We spoke about this already, AJ and me. I'll give you my quick take here. I'm smashing them all day long. Cubs are stupid for doing what they're doing right now. Thinking that you're a playoff team. You're not good. You're not winning your division. You're not winning the playoffs. Stroman's falling apart. Should have traded him a month ago. Bellinger would have been by far the best offensive player available, and he plays great defense, of course. This was a dumb decision by a team that has been going like half. It's like they're putting their foot in the water and they're like, too cold. I don't want to compete. And now you're going to compete? You haven't done shit. Besides buy Dansby Swanson, they're operating like a mid-market team. And now they're pissed off their front office that they won like whatever, 9-10 or something like that over the last week and a half. So the answer is, yeah, they're stupid for doing what they're doing right now. Do you agree?
Agreed. It's like what AJ asked. Did you ask it to Russ or did you ask, I forget who you asked it to about, is this just them? I think to Ken. Is this them just doing just enough? Yes, it's them just doing just enough. Like, hey, we went and got Gmar. Like, wow, we have the best. Candelario is going to be our DH now. Like, that's who you could scrounge up at the deadline. And to me, I think the Cubs had Stroman because teams still would have bought high on him. I don't care what anybody says. Obviously, Bellinger. Now they're going to pay teams are going to pay a high price for Yan Gomes. I might be putting Yan Gomes' value too high up there. He's played in a World Series.
But he's not getting traded.
I know. I'm saying that it's not just those two guys that they could have gotten.
Right.
They had pieces that teams are now they need. They needed the other two, and Yan Gomes, I think, would have been huge for Texas.
Kyle Hendricks even, I think, would have gotten a little return.
Yeah. I haven't seen what Hendricks is doing, but I'm sure because he's a free agent after this year, right?
Yes. Would have been a nice little return. Hey, we got our next guest ready to go. AJ, you want to bring in your what?
Hold on. Well, before we bring in Chuck Garfinkel, let's also not forget that Doug Johnson was a great quarterback for the Gators. So thanks, Doug, for the question.
Thanks for hurting my eyes for a few minutes with that orange. By the way, for Kyle Hendricks on the season, he's got a 3.5 ERA. Would have been a nice help for a ball club as well. His ERA plus is 1.28. He's actually having a really sneaky great year. His best since, I guess you could call COVID year, but even before that, 2019, his best full season since 2019, because the last 2 years he was close to a 5 ERA. There he is. You can see how we're feeling today. And we're just getting started with this show too. Chuck Garfinkel joining us right now. Does White Sox TV, podcast, the whole deal on NBC Sports Chicago. And AJ, I want you to introduce him because I'm going to call him by his proper name, but you can do whatever you want because you guys have the stepbrothers relationship going here.
Yeah, well, Chuck Garfinkel's been to my house before, so he gets a little bit of a different intro than most people. He's been to my house, much like Scott Braun has. He is the White Sox extraordinaire. He gets to deal with Ozzie Guillen on a nightly basis. He tries to keep him under control. He also got traded recently, Chuck. He got traded, but unfortunately, no other fan base wanted you. So welcome back to White Sox hell.
Yeah, I was. I was for a moment. Bob Nightingale broke the story. I was traded to NBC Sports Philadelphia for several random things, including the Rocky statue, but I failed my physical because I was too salty. Too salty talking about the White Sox. It's been a rough season, definitely covering the White Sox this year.
Is it hell? Is it hell covering the White Sox?
No, it's not hell, but it's clearly this is not working. This has not worked, right? The plan was for them to be contending for a division title at least for several seasons, 3 to 5 maybe, and we got about a season and a half, maybe 2020 and 2021, and now they're in sell mode. So yeah, this is not the plan. This wasn't the plan, and they're changing course. And I mean, we could see. I mean, we're all kind of like anxiously awaiting what the trade deadline can produce. I mean, the possibilities, if you go by what we're hearing, are as crazy as them trading Dylan Cease. I'm not saying it's crazy, but certainly unexpected. Who would have thought this about 3 or 4 weeks ago? And here we are.
What's the plan, Chuck? So if they are listening on Dylan Cease, because it felt like a few days ago, they're going, our core is Cease, Robert, Vaughn. Wait, okay, scratch that. We might be able to get stuff for Cease. So now it's Robert, it's Vaughn. Wait, we're getting calls. Like, what is the plan? I feel like there needs to be a concrete decision on what next year and the year after look like. Are we going for it? Are they going to keep buying in the offseason, or are you doing the whole scrap it down, which they've done already and didn't turn out to be great for them? A very small winning window.
My hope is that privately there is a plan. Publicly, you're going to see all these random tweets, and you're going to try to like define what they're doing. I wouldn't go off of all the assortment of tweets that we've seen by all the different writers. So privately, I like to think they have a plan. My thoughts on the Dylan Cease possibility is this. They're only going to trade him. They're only going to trade him if they get blown away. There's no need right now to trade Dylan Cease. You can see what offers you get, and you can circle back in the offseason. And personally, if you are willing to go down the road of trading Dylan Cease, I would wait till the offseason, because then you have a whole offseason to prepare your team just in case you do trade him. But if you trade him now, I mean, you got, let's see, Touki Toussaint and Michael Kopech in your rotation. It's pretty dire after that. No offense to all the other possible starters, but I if they get blown away, I could see it happening. But something tells me that when push comes to shove, they're not going to get what they're asking for. But we shall see how desperate teams get.
Okay, Tim Anderson, stay or go?
My feeling on Tim Anderson is this. If you're trading Tim Anderson now, granted, he has been much better. Last 15 games, right out of the All-Star break, he's looked exactly like Tim Anderson. He's batting .334. He's got actually about 5 walks in 14 games, hit his first home run of the season. But my feeling is you're not getting max value from Tim Anderson right now. Let him have a good second half, potentially great. And if you want to trade him in the offseason. The fact that he is not a Blue Jay, which seemed to be like the perfect fit after the Bo Bichette injury, says to me the Sox are asking for what they feel they should get for Tim Anderson. You got to forget the first half. Easy for me to say, but I don't think you trade him now just because I don't think his value. You're not getting max value or anywhere close to max value because of the first half he had. So I don't think he gets traded right now unless a team comes in and wows the Sox.
Okay, Chuck. So as you know, White Sox fan, you play a White Sox fan on television very well with Ozzy. Are we entering the abyss of White Sox cycles of rebuild? We suck, rebuild, we suck. And you know this, nobody wants to buy a season ticket to the White Sox. They're having a hard time getting people to go to those games on the South Side. And people have excuses. There's nothing around the games, whatever. The White Sox, I know they built the bar and they're trying to do some things. But if you're the White Sox and you look at this and you know, Rick Hahn came out and said, we're going to win multiple World Series and have multiple parades down, you know, the streets of Chicago. Well, now you've torn it all down. Now you're tearing it all down again. Is this the cycle? Is this the vicious cycle of we're going to rebuild? Oh, we suck again. Rebuild. Oh, we suck again. And they never get to the next level. And as a White Sox fan, this is why it's called White Sox hell.
It's tough to say where this is all going to go. I'd like to think now they have the same front office in there right now that decided that they were mired in mediocrity, as Rick said, and then tore it all down. And then here we are again. So I'd like to think that the front office learned a lot from the last few years and hopefully can get this thing in the right direction. They are very fortunate. They're in the AL Central. Of all the divisions to be in right now, you want to be in the AL Central if you're trying to rebuild, retool, whatever it is. Jerry Reinsdorf's 87, and you know him really well. I don't think Jerry Reinsdorf, I mean, he was reluctant to go into the first rebuild. I don't think he wants another. So this might be more of a retool, but we'll see. I mean, the Dylan Cease thing is one where, listen, he's got 2 years left on his contract after this, and he's a Scott Boras client. He's going to want to test the market. And, you know, something tells me that if that's the case, then, well, the White Sox will try to reverse course at some point without Dylan Cease. What does that look like? I think they can retool and get back in the thick of things pretty quickly if they make the right deals.
And if they spend any kind of money. But, so here it is. I don't know if you were on the show. Ozzie said everybody's going, even the parking lot guys.
Yeah.
Whose fault is it? Besides the players, obviously clubhouse issues, underplaying, just lack of effort sometimes. And, maybe, whose fault is it besides the players that the White Sox are where we are and we're talking about them the way we're talking about them?
If you want to talk about accountability, this team was supposed to be much better than this. So who's to blame? I mean, you almost have to go everybody. Everybody's to blame, right? How could you say it wasn't my fault? If your job is to put together a contending team year after year after year, after all the pain that they all went through, and that was not just the fans. I mean, even the front office went through the pain of so much losing, and then you come out of it and you only get 2 playoff wins, not series wins, like actual game wins. Everyone's to blame. Now, if I was to hand pick guys in their clubhouse, I could probably do that. Okay, Dylan Cease, he's not to blame, right? There's a few guys who aren't to blame. But if you would talk about accountability, I mean, it's pretty much all over the place. This was not supposed to be this way, and here we are. So hopefully, they can fix this and fix it fast because the fan base wants to jump on board. They actually loved the idea of the rebuild. They got emotionally invested in these players and in this team. And now this is what we get. And, the Cubs had done a rebuild on the north side. It ended in a World Series. The White Sox did a rebuild and they're selling much too soon.
What will be harder, for Jerry to fire Rick Hahn or for the White Sox to make it to the playoffs in the next 3 years?
Oh, I think they can make the playoffs the next 3 years. 100%. Yes. I think they can do that. That's definitely doable. I don't know.
Too hard.
Yeah, the division sucks.
I'm not.
I mean, let's be real. The AL Central, if you're going to pick one division that consistently is terrible, it's by far number 6 in power rankings. Right, Chuck? I mean,
yeah.
Yes. And I actually mean this, even though I'm saying it this way. I mean this in a positive light. If you're in the AL Central, your rebuild should be shorter, and your hope for the postseason should always somewhat be there because it's just not a great division. I mean, even Cleveland last year, where people are like, oh, they're going to build a powerhouse. No, they're not. They're barely spending. They have no offense. They can pitch. So they'll be involved. I think Cleveland just every year's a lottery ticket that we're going to have a good chance to be involved in because this is a terrible division. The Royals aren't going to be good forever.
The White Sox, considering the amount of money they spend, if they spend it the right way, they should win almost every year in this division. Now, they might be – we don't know where this trade deadline's going, so we don't know if they're retreating or, next year. It's tough to say because we're kind of in this fuzzy place right now, but they should be competitive really fast if they make the right moves. But although I look at the free agent class next year, I don't know where the White Sox can really, really improve. It might have to be through trades. I don't know. I don't have the blueprints. But AJ, I'm with you, man. I want this team to be great again. It's been a long time since 2005.
You ain't kidding, Chuck. Look at these gray hairs I have. I'm almost looking like you, right? So we keep saying, okay, rebuild, and then the White Sox, Rick Hahn comes out and says, well, we have a great core. Okay, the core is Luis Robert.
Yeah. Ends there.
And Vaughn hasn't been great, right? I think Andrew Vaughn's a great kid, but he hasn't been great this year. Full-time. Gavin Sheets hasn't played in like a month, right? He was supposed to be. Grandal has been awful. They can't wait to get rid of him. They'd give him, Chuck, they'd trade you for him to Philly right now and be like, put him on TV because he doesn't even catch. I mean, he doesn't catch. Sebi Zavala catches every game, right? Moncada can't stay on the field. Eloy is, when he's on the field, he's great, but again, he can't stay on the field. I mean, they're saying Aaron Bummer is untouchable. Why? He hasn't been great. It's like again, this is the fan side of me coming out, and you're the insider in the White Sox here. What is their core going forward? Because there's the things you read online are, oh, they're clearing money for next year. Well, the thing people don't realize is they cleared $25 million for next year. Well, the people they have on their payroll are going to eat up the $25 million. And Jerry's not going to go into the luxury tax. We know that. And I love Jerry. But their payroll was what, $197 million? It was top 10 going into the year. They're going to stay there and suck? Jerry, listen, you know Jerry, I know Jerry. Mm-hmm. He ain't doing that again. So, okay.
AJ, go ahead, AJ. Why don't you break it for everyone on FT Live for your last few minutes on the show? Go tell everyone what Bob Nightingale just said.
Before I leave, I just want you to know, Garfinkel, Verlander has not been traded to the White Sox. He just got traded to the Astros, according to Bob Nightingale.
I heard White Sox were second. White Sox were
second. Bob Nightingale says that Verlander is back with the Astros. This is freaking nuts. Chuck, and we'll let you jump in a sec because we're going to dive into this. But your thoughts on JV going back to Houston?
I mean, it's amazing, right? You've got the Texas Rangers who acquire Max Scherzer, and then the Astros get Justin Verlander. So these guys who were teammates with the Mets are now going up against each other in the AL West. It's fascinating. Throw in what the Angels are doing with Ohtani. That is the division to watch the rest of the regular season, no doubt. Those are my thoughts.
I like it. Hey, Chuck, great to have you on, and appreciate the time. And you and me have something in common. We have both destroyed AJ's house, so that's great. Happy rest of the few hours, and hopefully we don't have to talk a little post-mortem with Cease or any of the others. I know White Sox fans want to at least keep something, but we'll see what happens, dude.
All right, I'll see you guys. Thanks for having me on, AJ. My name is Garfine. Not Garfield.
Hey, you beat Merkin on the show, so congratulations. Yes. When you see him,
do I get an award? Is there some kind of award I get?
Face.
Okay.
Hell yeah, and we'll post some of this for everyone too. You can follow Chuck at Chuck Garfien. Thanks again. Okay, Justin Verlander has been traded to the Houston Astros. I love Bob Nightingale breaking it and giving us a little exclamation point. This is wild. So I know we had been talking about it, and the Astros and the Dodgers popped up, and then it seemed like the Astros were the team that JV was leaning towards. He wanted to stay there. The Astros, of course, were not going to pay him what the Mets were going to pay him, right? The Dodgers were pretty close in the offseason, but the Mets, by far, had the best offer to JV. Look at the Astros go here, and let's see what the return looks like and how much money the Mets are going to eat. But, AJ, the Astros still get to retain Justin Verlander without paying him as much.
This is remember I said yesterday we need that holy shit moment? This is kind of like one of those holy shit moments because he's back in Houston. Did he ever leave Houston? Like, he didn't start because he was kind of hurt at the beginning of the year, right? So now he's back in Houston for, I don't know what they're paying down, but I guarantee you they're paid down something because the Astros, as we've mentioned, have one of the worst farm systems in baseball. So it's not like they're giving back. I don't know what they're giving back, but man, can we talk about the Rangers now? Scherzer versus Verlander? And it's, wow. Talk about it. Let's go. We got to watch this game. I'm tuning into this game. I can't wait. I mean, let's go, boys. Let's go AL West. Maybe the Mariners do something when they were like, hey, we're shipping our guys out because we can't keep up with these other teams. But man, like this is must-watch TV. I can't wait. Scherzer versus Verlander, boom, 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 like two big bulls charging each other. Let's go, boys.
It's like Yankees Red Sox. Remember, these teams suddenly hate each other too. They
had a little scuffle there.
Yeah.
I think, how many tweets are we going to see about Verlander going on a rehab assignment to New York to go back to now play in the real big leagues with the Astros?
Right.
Like,
I mean,
he
welcome
just
to the playoff race.
Yeah, he just went from AAA to the big leagues. Like,
incredible. And also, you now have a team that has responded, right? Look at Texas. We just spoke about them a lot over the past couple of days. They acquired 4 pitchers. Houston got Graven, who I love, and now they get JV. That's how you match your division rival, isn't it?
Who's next?
That's right. Nightingale said Verlander and the Astros won 2 World Series titles together. Now they're back vying for a 3rd. I'd also like to sneak this in there. The Mariners have done weird shit, like dealing away Seawald. To me, you're kind of throwing in the towel. And then poor Angels fans, look at the time that you finally decide to try a little and you're looking better than you have in the past, right? They look like a 500-ish ball club. And you picked the wrong time because the Astros and Rangers are thriving right now. This kills them. The Astros and Rangers both should be locks to make the playoffs. So you're not winning the division, obviously. Forget that. But now you have probably 2 teams in that AL West. For a while, we're like, is the AL East going to hog up all the wild card spots? Probably not, right? We got to play the games out for the next couple months. But AJ, like, we can take an updated look at who we think's going to make the playoffs for those 3 wild cards, okay? So who cares? Rangers or Astros win the division. One of those teams is going to be a wild card. Everyone agree?
Agreed.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Now in the AL East, let's say the Orioles take the division. I think chances are pretty high that the Rays and the Blue Jays make the playoffs. Sorry, we're out of time. That's it. That's 3 wild cards. We're done.
It's going to make it so awesome. And I still think there's one more big chip to fall here that teams are going to look at it and be like, holy crap. All right, it's time to deal from something to go get somebody, whether that is Dylan Cease or not.
Right.
This is
But,
it's tremendous for me.
Stack up these teams now. Those 2 teams look like powerhouses.
They're playing musical chairs right now, and everybody's going around, and you better figure out how to get yourself a chair because, like you said, the music's going to stop. They are powerhouses. The West is like, and beginning of the year, how many times did we say, well, it's Houston's to win, or it's Houston's to lose? Everyone, you always choose in Houston. How do you choose anybody else but Houston? Well, the way to do it is to sign Corey Seager, to sign Marcus Semien, to sign Jacob deGrom, to sign a all-star Eovaldi. Hurt right now, but signing him. Sign Scherzer. If you went into the offseason and you said, we signed deGrom, Eovaldi, and Scherzer, do you think people would have been like, wow, the Rangers, I think, just overtook the Astros?
I think we would have given them a lot more credit before the season started, and we're getting more and more trickling in here. So Bob Nightingale says the Astros are sending 2 minor league players to the Mets in the Verlander deal. Also, by the way, do you know which
Thanks,
2
Bob.
teams are playing each other for a 4-game weekend series?
No way.
The Astros and the Yankees.
No, you forgot Jordan Montgomery too, Kratzy. If you would have said Montgomery,
right,
Scherzer, deGrom, Eovaldi, Heaney, Martin Perez, I mean,
And they have like 4 good pitching
John
prospects who they did not have to
John
give
Gray.
up. John Gray. But they've got good pitching prospects, the Rangers. And that's one of the things. I like Luis
By the
Angel
way-
Acuna, but they did not give up their top tier pitching prospects.
Yeah,
so
I saw
there's
that.
more coming the next few years.
by the
Saw
way,
that guy, yeah.
these teams only have 3 games left against each other. You think that's going to be an intense series?
Woo.
September
Boo.
4th, 5th, and 6th? You think anybody's going to be tuning in to watch that? Can you imagine Verlander versus Scherzer game 1,
Yeah.
Valdez, Montgomery game 2, Javier, Eovaldi game 3?
Wait, so is it a weekday or weekend?
It's
set
Monday,
between those
Tuesday,
two?
Wednesday.
Oh,
Let's go.
ESPN, who has the Sundays, now they're pissed. They're missing out on that. Fox has the Saturdays. They're all probably like wheeling and dealing with the league office. Hey, sorry, we're going to have to make some changes. So Sunday night baseball, we're actually going to make it Monday night baseball for that week coming up when it's Rangers Astros.
ESPN doesn't care.
They don't.
It's football started by
Well,
then.
that's why we're here forever.
But we can fly. We can fly out there.
Yeah.
Is that in Houston or in?
It's in Texas, even better.
Oh, even better.
It's
We
in
don't have to go.
Arlington.
Yeah.
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 Oh.
And some people are like, Angel should have sold. No shit.
Yeah. Just like Bob tweeted, they got 2 minor leaguers. Real in depth there. We got. How did they not get at least some established big leaguer? The Rangers could still go get. I still think the whole catching thing's intriguing, and I'm not saying it's going to be Austin Hedges. That's a move.
Yeah.
But Jonah Heim, 70 stakes, I think he has on the season. Like, you need to replace that. Every team we're looking at has somebody at the catching position that does what they do. I'm not saying all of them hit like Jonah Heim. That's why he's an all-star. But they do what they do at an elite level, and they need that behind the dish until he gets back.
Yeah. And do we know a timetable for him, for
No,
Jonah?
we don't, because originally he said 2 to 3 weeks possibly, but then they said they're going to reevaluate, and he could be out for the year.
That tendon sheathing thing is it's such a I don't know. It always seems like it's a lingering, long thing to heal. Talk about the wrists where it's like, you don't get a lot of healing, you don't get a lot of blood flow into there. It's just yuck.
Yeah, I mean, right. It's called a wrist strain. In the past week, they've said a few weeks, but sure. I mean, you'd like to have some insurance in the meantime. I don't think they're going to. First of all, there's nobody big to acquire, especially once Salvador Perez was taken off the table. Plus, I also think the Rangers, with Chris Young leading their front office, they so value defense and framing, which is not Salvi's specialty. Salvi is he's a bat first catcher these days.
He was before when he was winning Gold Gloves too.
He always was a bat first.
He just threw the ball really well, and everybody was intrigued by the throwing and the pickoffs and the large body. Never blocked much. Never caught it very well.
Tough framer. He's
right.
Freaking huge. Remember, he had the one issue where it was who was it? Somebody was pissed.
Oh,
about.
when they brought Edison Volquez in.
Yeah,
I was there in spring training that year, and he just didn't have a good catching coach when he was there to help him through all that stuff.
Okay,
but
anyway, he's not getting dealt, so it doesn't matter, right?
I think the Rangers go and get somebody.
Wasn't Pedro
Grandal
Grandal there? Wasn't he the manager of the White Sox? Wasn't he a catcher?
So the guy, I don't know.
So the guy that we were
is Grandal getting moved? AJ, that's a name.
Dude, the White Sox would give him away.
I know that.
I'm serious.
Pay down.
I'm not kidding. He's a free agent. He doesn't play. He doesn't catch.
I know.
I don't know. Somebody that's not catching, I would think would be a hard time trading him. I would think the Yankees could get rid of Higashioka. They have some young guys that he catches the ball well. He's going to hit way better than Austin Hedges, and he's been in the playoff scenarios. I think he could be a guy that I could see going there in that case.
But
go
forget,
ahead.
They also have Mitch Garver already on the Rangers. He's done some things in the past.
Yeah.
Right?
Behind a dish though, he's not. He's less than desirable.
And he won't play. He's had so many injuries. He's not an everyday guy by any means. I don't think he almost ever does back to back. I have some more information on the deal coming through, and this is a really good prospect that the Mets are getting back. This is a name that could be a dude out in the outfield for the Mets for the next 10 years once he gets up to the show. Drew Gilbert is the top prospect in the Houston Astros system. And according to Mark Feinsand on Twitter, the Mets will receive Drew Gilbert from the Astros in the deal per source, plus at least one other prospect. It's not known how much money the Mets are going to send to Houston. And guess how much I care about how much money the Mets are sending to Houston. If I'm a Mets fan, I'm saying, who cares? Pay down all of it. It doesn't matter. What Steve Cohen is doing is he is saying, I was trying to buy my way past the league and buy Band-Aids to fix a team that does not have much depth in their minor league organization. Oh, wait, the team's not making the playoffs this year. I still want to be productive and turn myself into the Dodgers eventually. I'm essentially going to start buying prospects, right? I'm going to give teams upper echelon starters that are way up there in age that we don't need for the rest of this season. We can retool our rotation with other ads in the offseason, and we're going to buy high-end starters. The Mets are filling up the top of their farm system. Drew Gilbert and Luis Angel Acuna are, when they re-rank it, or Baseball America will get some help from some of those guys later when they let us know about these two. I guarantee you they tell me, oh, those are their top 2 prospects now. I mean, that's significant on the Mets side. I give them credit for saying, we're not making it this year. We're not going to be weird like a lot of – how many teams are weird these days? Red Sox, Mariners, Yankees. Like, what are we doing? The Mets
Blue
are like,
Jays
we're
till the
not making
injuries.
it this year. Who?
The Blue Jays till the injuries. They weren't doing anything.
Right. They weren't doing anything, but they're a buyer. I'm talking about teams that should be probably selling
the
or
sell.
being more definitive on where they're at. Even the Cubs, to an extent, I know they're like minor buying, but I smashed them before. Like, the Mets are saying, this is not our year. Oops, we tried. I give them a ton of credit for that. They're adding good prospects right now. Drew Gilbert is a really good prospect who can man the outfield for a long time with this team. Super athlete, and he should be up. I think, what is he? He's 22 years old. He should be up next year, if not definitely by the year after. He's in Double-A. He'll probably be up at some point next season. So same with Acuna. These are not guys that are like, they acquired some younger dudes in that Marlins deal who are higher upside, but 18-year-olds. They're acquiring some players that are going to help them soon. They need to get younger. You watch the Mets and the Yankees, and you're like, it's the same thing. It's like they're not spending well, and their whole team is like 35 years old.
Are they gonna put some kind of like cap on how much you can buy other teams' prospects if Cohen does this in a year like this?
Well, yeah, they're
always worried about Cohen's money and Cohen, the luxury tax on this and that. Like, are they going to be like, all right, now you've bought too many top 10 prospects from other teams, you can't do it anymore? Because this is value. What Steve is doing, yes, you can win the trade deadline by being a losing team and getting stuff for the people that you thought were going to be good in your team is brutal.
Especially when you have the Atlanta Braves in the division and they look like they're going to be good forever. So let's bring in Mark Bowman from MLB, who covers the Atlanta Braves on a daily basis. Mark, great to have you on here. We'll get into the Braves, but you see plenty of Mets. What do you think of what just went down and what's been going on with the Mets over the past week?
Well, I mean, I think we saw it coming, for the last couple of months. But at the same time, when it happens and they do trade both these guys, Scherzer and Verlander, I know there's probably a little bit of shock, but at the same time, this made perfect sense. I mean, they made the mistake of signing these guys. That you signed guys who were, in their upper 30s and or in their 40s, and all of a sudden expect them to be difference makers. You got to pay the price. So at least they're trying to fix what went wrong, during the off season or the past 2 off seasons. So, you got to give them credit. They're not just sitting on that, but at the same time, that this division looked much different than any of us expected at the beginning of the year, and even at the beginning of June. I think they came in here. The Mets came into Atlanta 3 games out or 4 games out, and now here they sit, 18 games out or whatever. So it's certainly, what looked like it might be a very interesting race between 3 teams right now. The Braves are, have run away with it. But at the same time, it's not just the Mets. You have to wonder if the Phillies are going to make any kind of charge, or, maybe the Marlins, but probably not.
Are the Braves sitting here going, we don't even have to be part of this. Let's just let everyone else beat each other up, and we'll just continue to do what we're doing for the next 7 years of team control of everybody?
I mean, the one thing about it is, and by the way, who's that dude with the hat on backwards over there in the gray T-shirt?
He never talks.
He never comes on when you're on. He was.
I thought we had Dave O'Brien on. That's why I stayed. I got confused. I was told they lied to me, and they said Dave O'Brien was coming on, and instead I look up and it's Mark Bowman. What the hell's happening? You guys lied to me.
They told me they're like you can come and talk to Erik Kratz and then also your favorite White Sox and Braves catcher, guy who caught for both of them.
Tyler Flowers?
And I expected to see Tyler Flowers here.
AJ, what do you got?
But
'Cause
anyhow,
you're
let's get
jumping
back to
soon.
the question.
Yeah.
No,
You had said, what was it you said about just what are they just kind of sitting on it for the next 7 years? I mean, look, what they learned from last year, were reminded last year was, they had a great team last year. All of a sudden, Max Fried gets sick, loses 15 pounds over the last, week of the regular season. Spencer Strider, tears his, or strains his oblique, whatever you want to say. He's not healthy. I mean, they got to have what they're doing right now is just trying to build that pitching depth to be able to, maybe fill any voids down the stretch. But more importantly, a couple years ago, 2021, that big trade deadline haul, they got Soler and Duvall and Rosario and Jock Peterson. Well, one of the biggest or most influential guys was Richard Rodriguez, who didn't even make the postseason roster. But the fact he came in 8 innings for 2 months, that really helped guys like Will Smith and AJ Minter and Luke Jackson. They were fresh heading into October, and that's when they became the night shift and really had such played a key role in them winning that World Series.
Bo, what are the Braves? The Braves are just trying to retool their bullpen right now, right? Because they got my boy Brad Hand today. They made some minor moves, smaller, not minor moves, but smaller than the huge moves. So they're trying to retool the bullpen, obviously. And then when can we expect Fried, Wright, all these guys to come back and solidify? Listen, it ain't like the Braves are struggling. I mean, they just hit home run and bash you to death. But when they get Fried and Wright and all these guys back, can you tell us when they're coming back?
Yeah, Fried will be back this week, and I would expect Friday. It could be Saturday, but Friday or Saturday at Wrigley, he'll be back. So all indications are that it was a left forearm strain, which is never good to hear. But after resting for 2 months and going through the rehab process, it looks like he's in good shape heading back. It doesn't seem like that's going to be a lingering issue. As for Wright, the other day he threw his first bullpen. I said, okay, how many more? And he said, maybe 2 or 3 more bullpens, then you get to live BP. I said, okay, that sounds like mid-September. He said, I'm still hoping for early September. Well, the only way he's coming back for early September is if he goes through those rehab appearances and maybe pitches 2 innings here and 3 innings here, and then they activate him. He's not going to stretch out to be a starter if he's going to be back in early September. So that's another guy who could influence the bullpen down the stretch and maybe into the postseason. That's probably a long shot. I don't think that's something you depend on, but it is an option. As for the guys that they've acquired here, they added Pierce Johnson last week from the Rockies. He had a good outing again last night, 3 strikeouts in a scoreless inning. At Brad Hand, here's a guy who he still gets lefties out. The home and road splits weren't that much different in Colorado this year, but he does get lefties out. And if you put him in the right role in this bullpen where you can match up against, the right guys and in different parts of the lineup, he doesn't have to be, that 8th or 9th inning guy. He can just be, you can use him anywhere from the 6th through the 8th innings against left-handers. I think he can be much more valuable here. He has been a little bit better since the All-Star break. They have Dylan Lee, another big left-hander who's coming back. If nothing else, Hand provides some insurance just in case Dylan Lee's shoulder isn't right when he comes back. You got Nick Anderson and Jesse Chavez who could come back sometime. Maybe, I'm guessing, Nick Anderson can't come back till September because he's on a 60-day. Chavez will be available second half of August. They may wait till the rosters expand for that. But there is some bullpen depth there. As for the rotation, their 5th starters, they went and got Chirinos last week. He didn't really impress the other day in his Atlanta debut, but at the same time, he did have a season. He did miss more bats than he had in any of his previous appearances with the Rays this year. So you got him. You got Michael Soroka. You got A.J. Smith-Shawver. You got Jared Schuster. You got some depth there that you can either mix and match in that 5th spot going forward, over the rest of the season, or hey, look, Alex could use some of that depth before 6 o'clock and try to get, just one more dependable starter. But he does have the options because he has acquired some of these guys over the last week or so.
So you mentioned everybody on their 40-man roster, but I want to know, what is the one area of need? the one area, the most glaring. They don't, because you're not even talking about a like starting position or somebody that even plays in the game. You're just talking about backup position. What is the least depth that they have that they need to fill here in the next 3 hours?
Well, I mean, okay, so yeah, let's just go from a starting position. If there was one area of concern, okay, this past weekend you might have said left field. Okay, Eddie Rosario had a sensational June. He had dipped a little bit here in July. He's hit a little bit more over the last few days. The biggest thing with Eddie, I think you can go ahead and live with his bat and ride the highs and lows. The one thing I wish that Brian Snitker would do more often is just take him out of the game in the seventh inning, put Pilar out there. There's no reason to have Eddie Rosario's game influence and the outcome of the game over the last 2 or 3 innings. Even if you're ahead, behind, whatever, I think Kevin Pilar's bat is enough. Unless obviously the next inning it's going to be a right-handed versus left-handed matchup. But for the most part, I think you do that. And then Marcell Ozuna, he had quieted down for a little while, but then all of a sudden he had 4 homers and 10 at bats this past weekend against the Brewers. So it's hard to find a hole in that lineup as well. But if you were looking for something, maybe just adding another bat out there, outfield bat there in left field.
Hey, Mark, what do you think of the possibility of an Acuna versus Acuna matchup coming up in the not-so-distant future as Luis Angel was acquired by the Mets, right? So with the Mets, and we'll get into it again right after we talk to you, now filling out what we know from that deal, they've added a lot of prospects over the last week or so as they try and catch the Braves in the long term and not just let this team dominate the division like they've been doing already for the past half decade. But Acuna specifically, do you know much about Luis Angel? Have you spoken to Ronald about him? They're definitely different prospects. I know that, right? Like even when Ronald was coming up, Luis Angel has not shown much power, but he's very athletic and he's going to be an infielder mostly.
Yeah. I mean, they are completely different players. I mean, Ronald, very high on his brother, says he's going to be all this. It's not like back when the Contreras brothers were coming up and Wilson was saying that, that his younger brother was going to have more power than him and all that kind of stuff. I think it's more, I think he has a chance to be a very good player. I don't know if we're going to say he's going to be, if the feeling is he's going to be that, perennial all-star selection, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it will be fun. I do think he's going to be a regular big leaguer for a while, and those games, that's just going to add to that Braves and Mets rivalry.
But
Mark, great to have you on. Enjoy the rest of the few hours here with trade deadline season. What'd you say, AJ?
I was going to say, Bo, go have a hot dog and a smack Frenchie for me. And then also tell Snit when you go down to see him, thanks for getting Charlie Culberson that one at bat this year. I mean, it means a lot. He finally got in a game. He got that one at bat. I told him when I saw him before, just get him in for one. And he got one at bat. So tell Snit thank you.
I wonder if they got, when Nicky Lopez showed up here the other day, he said, hey, by the way, just go ahead and relax. We might get you a bat over the next
one. Nicky Lopez is a great dude. So he will be fine, right? Like he will, obviously he wants to play, but that was smart. You have to get, I will say, you have to get players that are okay doing that. Like that you're like, hey, dude, you might not play for a month. A lot of dudes will bitch and moan. I know that from talking to you guys. So, Mark, great to have you on, man. We'll catch you again soon, okay?
Take care. Thanks.
Cheers. Appreciate you. Mark Bowman, and same thing. You can hit up our Twitter if you like what he's talking about and see more from him. We posted a little bit about Mark, and we'll post some of these clips a little bit later on too. So just want to let everyone know. AJ, you're off the hook. Call to the bullpen. We'll see you later, dude.
Going to LA. I'm putting my
actually that's a perfect setup for me. So while we have 1 minute, we'll get back to the Verlander conversation, and we're also going to bring in C. Trent Rosecrans soon on the Reds. Like to call out what AJ is wearing, a little Shady Rays action. So hey, if you're heading outside, you need some. Shady Rays is an independent sunglasses company offering world-class product, just as good as all the expensive shit that's out there, okay? Durable frames, extremely clear optics. They look cool. AJ thinks he's an agent when he wears them. He's going to be wearing them all summer long. Also, they offer the most ridiculous protection plan in all of eyewear. Every pair of sunglasses is backed by lost and broken replacements, okay? They have a policy. If you break a pair, if you lose a pair, even as soon as you get it, they will send you a brand new pair, no questions asked. So you can wear them with confidence. And also, they're very charitable, which is important to all of us. They have support from nonprofit partners across the United States, making an impact. And again, if you don't love them, you can return or exchange them for free within 30 days. There's a lot of options to be all about the people, which is what we do here. So exclusively for Foul Territory watchers and listeners, they're giving out their best deal of the season. ShadyRays.com, and use the code FOUL for 50% off 2+ pairs of polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 250,000 people.
250,001. 5 stars for
Boom.
me also.
Just did
wore
it.
him the whole way up here.
Okay, so thanks, AJ. See you later. Todd Frazier is going to join us soon on the set. He'll be with us for the last few hours of the trade deadline. So hello for everyone watching us right now. It's Foul Territory. We're live until about 6:30 Eastern time. Scotty Braun, Erik Kratz, Todd Frazier soon, and many more in our cast of characters. We do this every single day, 1 to 3 o'clock weekdays, live on Stadium. Everything's free to watch, and then the second hour on YouTube, and we'll post all the clips afterward. If you have questions for us, we're all over it. Yes, I see many of the Yankee fans in the chat right now pointing out that Harrison Bader is not in the Yankees lineup tonight. I do not think that's a coincidence. I hope his armpit is okay.
It's an armpit situation.
Definitely
sure.
an armpit. Are they all doing this in the, what are those? Remember when kids used to do that?
You
Those
can do
stupid noises.
You can make come on. That wasn't a stupid noise. It was a fart noise.
Yeah, it was a
fart
noise.
noises are funny. Don't care how they get there. Fart noises are funny. But Harrison Bader, let's just stop for 1 second. Guy's got 285 on base percentage. He's got 7 pumps and 200 at bats.
He's having a tough year.
So this
Great fielder.
This is the guy that you want if you need to fill in a position. Like, if you don't have a center fielder right now and you have playoff aspirations, please stand up. What is the team name that doesn't have a defensive center fielder?
There's probably a few. No?
Who?
I mean, the Brewers actually just created one when they picked up Marcana. He'll play in a corner, and now you can put Sal Frelick and just say, hey, dude, all you, center field, all day
go get
long.
everything. And it's a small area out there. Sal Frelick's going to go get a ton, and that pushes Weimer back to where he feels comfortable with his cannon of an arm in right field.
No, I'm saying that's how they solved it. They didn't say, hey, we need a center fielder. They said, hey, this dude's elite. We're going to get another corner dude, and then Sal, it's all you in center.
But the thing I hear, and maybe I'll do it when I put on my GM glasses for the Phillies, you've heard Bader going to the Phillies. The team doesn't. Maybe I don't know what his splits are against lefties, but to me, what is Bader giving you? Is he your answer to Schwarber not needing to play left field? Is he, what is
my gosh, that would be a big improvement for the Phillies. But they have Marsh though.
They have Marsh in center. That's what I'm saying. The team he's been linked to the most.
Marsh in a corner and Bader in center for defense late. Hey. At the very least, first off, the bat could pick up again, okay? He had a great postseason. And then really,
he's
most
hitting
importantly,
right where he is for his career.
He's a top 5, if not top 3 defensive center fielder in baseball. It's actually partially why the Yankees acquired him. Remember last year, they weren't picking him up for his bat as much as they wanted that insane glove that they could put out there in the playoffs. So, yeah, no, dude, he's not joining a team and making a massive impact with what he's bringing to the table on offense right now. But for run prevention, he's fantastic.
Which makes your pitching better. If you're looking for pitching, if you have good run prevention, yes, and it would be but you'd have a huge upgrade if you went and got some team's 4th outfielder.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to overpay for the Yankees starting center fielder to get an upgrade over Schwarber. You could probably find that in the minor leagues. They have it in Johan Rojas, the kid they just called up, who they've been platooning in center with Marsh. So I don't know. The value for me is what would they get back for him?
Not a ton. Well, and this is Yankee fans have been saying to me hey, we should sell. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. And Toasty pointing out Bader against lefties and in the outfield. And good call. He is hitting lefties quite well. OPS. Toasty's got him at a 12-10 OPS against lefties. So that'll play.
12-10.
Yeah. Let me finish up the Mets deal, okay? Because I want to give everyone the rest of the pieces from this one. So I mentioned Drew Gilbert, who is the Astros' top prospect. They are also giving up their number 4 prospect in their system, or at least a top 5, depending on which publication you're going off of, in Ryan Clifford. So both of those players are going to the Mets. I don't think I've seen anything on the money, but again, I don't really care that much about the money, and most fans shouldn't care much about the money. Like, you're the Astros, you got JV, you're the Mets, you got 2 very good prospects. And now I liked Anthony DeComo's tweet about the haul for them. Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, David Robertson, and Mark Canha shipped out so far, and they bring in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pretty good prospects so far bringing in. So you're doing a little bit of reloading on the fly. And I truly believe that this team is not scrapping it all down and suddenly being like, oh, Pete Alonso, he gone. And I mean, McNeil's actually had a really, really tough year, and he's not a great defender either. But I'm saying, like, I don't think they're going to strip everything down and then reload or rebuild. This is not what Steve Cohen's going to do. He's not going to sit through like what the Nationals are going through right now. I think that they're like, holy shit, we do not have enough of our farm system, and we can replace all these dudes in the offseason.
We were too
There's
old.
younger dudes. Like,
Yes.
I'd rather go at this point. Like, who do you want for the next few years? Nola or Scherzer, right? He can buy Nola. You're going to have to give him at least 5 years probably on a deal. But guys like that who are significantly younger, and you can replace them, and he's been a better pitcher this year.
Julio Urias,
Right. I would buy an Urias bounce back. Montgomery, there's plenty of – the starting pitching free agent class is pretty good. So, for me, I love it. Some fans asking, do you think this is a win for the Mets? I think the season's a travesty for the Mets, given how much they spent. They've spent more than any other team ever, but they were trying to do quick replacements when they're not an organization that was built to win based on their young talent. There's not that much yet. I love Francisco Alvarez, but yeah, and some of their dudes underperformed. Here's the thing. If Verlander and Scherzer pitched both like ones the entire year as Cy Young candidates, this is a completely different conversation. They're making the playoffs, even if obviously they're not catching the Braves in the division, even with those two playing well. But that can solve a lot of your issues. When they didn't, JV was hurt, right? And then took a little time to get himself together. Max has been very inconsistent. His fastball's down, velocity and spin rate wise, and he's had to kind of retool what he's doing as a starter. When that happens, the next move, if you're the Mets, is to say, screw it. We're not making the playoffs this year. Let's pack this farm system with good prospects. And that's what they've done.
They're doing it.
These are good players. Not all of them are going to turn out well, but some of these players are going to be impact major leaguers.
Yeah, but this isn't like what I call a Pirates haul, where the Pirates are like, oh, yeah, we're going to trade Ryan Church for 5 prospects from the Diamondbacks. Like 5 guys who the Diamondbacks are like, yeah, you can have all of them.
Well, the Pirates for years did these quantity over quality deals. What the Mets are trying to do right now is quality over quantity. Like, you trade Max and you give money back, you get one player. Yeah, because that one player immediately became their top prospect. I always go back to it. I know he's had a lot of off the field issues and a PED suspension, but like James Shields for Tatis. And at the time they're like, getting one player for Tatis. And they're like, yeah, that was their favorite player.
Yes.
so yes, I'd rather have that than a whole bunch of crap, which is what has happened with the Tigers. Look at many of the Tigers' past deals over the last 10 years during their rebuild. It's like they pick up 4 dudes, you never hear from them again. Pirates, same thing. They've made some of those deals.
The Mookie Betts trade. They
at least got a big leaguer in Verdugo, but yes.
They did, but for a future Hall of Famer, like
in
an
his
elite,
prime.
one of the in his prime, that the next team was able to lock him up. Like you start, but the Mets are getting quantity too. They're not just getting 5 guys from one team. They're getting 1 guy from, like, the best guy from this team, 2 from this team, another one from this team, paying down all these salaries. Are getting these guys, and it's fun to see. And I was just going to say, the Mets still have, like, it's not a rebuild. It's a reimagined,
Mhm.
a re-imaging. They're coming back in a makeover, and they're like, okay, here's the makeover. We're coming out. We're the same team. We're going to have Francisco Lindor, arguably an all-star. We're going to have Pete Alonso, 50 home run threat. McNeil is going to have a bounce back year.
Nemo's good.
Nimmo is locking in your center field. So now, to me, you have your power bat, you have your premium positions, short, center, and catcher locked in. And now you go and they're going to make a play at. They're going to make a play at Ohtani.
I don't think
They're not going to get him.
Yeah,
they're going to make the Dodgers pay.
Yeah, they're going to make a play on a lot of dudes. All right, let's bring in our next guest from The Athletic. He covers the Reds on a daily basis. He's great. C. Trent Rosecrans back with us. C. Trent, how you doing? And, of course, we've been hosting already for hours, and we'll go for another few. So have I missed anything, or have the Reds been eerily quiet?
Sleeping.
Sam Mole? You're not, like, that didn't get you, like,
Sam Mole.
Keep you up at night last night?
I actually like Sam Mole's potential, but I'm looking for a little more. Yes.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Like, what do you think could happen the next few hours? And also, if nothing happens the next few hours for them, are Reds fans going nuts that they didn't add to this ball club and show them that they think they could be a playoff team this year?
I think there will be a lot of people, if they don't do anything, will be upset and kind of curious, but you don't want to be, to put this in terms of Reds fans can understand, you don't want to be on the other end of the Tyler Mahle trade. And that, with the amount of prospects and the number of great prospects that the Reds have, it's a possibility. You guys were just talking about the Mookie Betts trade. Well, a big part of that was Jeter Downs, who went to the Reds to pay down Homer Bailey. It's like these things just live on for a long time. So you've got to be very careful about who you give up, especially when you're a team like the Reds. You don't want to give up Josiah Gray at this point.
Now, because I would say at least a starting pitcher to replace the spot of Weaver, even if they're not going at the top of the market.
Yeah, that's what you would hope. But really, who is that? And the Tigers seem to be holding up the market right now. And everybody, I think, in the game is waiting to see the Tigers asking prices on Lorenzen and Rodriguez go down, because so far they've been, I don't know, I've been told they've been asking more than the Mets were asking for Verlander.
And anything else? Like, do you think that since the offense has dipped over the month of July, especially once Ellie De La Cruz kind of came back down to earth, which hello, he's human, it's going to happen. And here's Todd Father, perfect timing on the Reds. How we doing?
What's up, brother?
Do you think a bat is needed for this team too?
I'm not sure where a bat would play. Right now they have a guy like Nick Senzel on the bench, and I think Nick Senzel's a very good defensive third baseman. And probably the best I've seen with the Reds since Scott Rowland. And yes, I said that on purpose. And then other than that, I just don't know where a guy fits in. They just have so many young players. If it's a bat, it's, I don't know, a right-handed outfielder. But they already have Senzel for that. And it just doesn't – I don't know where a guy like that fits in. I think the offense should be fine.
From Ty, we're going to mix in many of these. So if you're watching right now on YouTube, not just to see Trent, but for any of the ball clubs that you want to cover, we'll get to those right after this combo. Ty said, any chance the Reds trade for Mariners' young pitching? Seems like they have some bats that the Mariners need.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good mix. And, geez, we know these two teams know each other pretty well. They will, well, not that Jerry Dipoto won't trade with anybody, but, a big part of this rebuild has been through the Mariners. You look at a guy like Brendan Williamson, who's done a really nice job fitting in. Jake Fraley, they were traded from the Mariners. And then last year's biggest move was, I guess, coincidentally enough, a pitcher to Seattle to help them over the hump from the Reds in Luis Castillo. So I think it's possible.
What do you think of Jonathan India's situation, right? Like it's been a windy road, and we've seen you obviously, write about it with Ken, and it received a lot of interesting fodder, which, hey, I'm all about it. Like, that's why we love this game. Those are good, clean, healthy debates for the most part. So,
well, it's one that came true, right? It's like, everybody
Yeah.
at the time, like, it was like 2 months before it happened. And that's the beauty of, being here on the ground. India's right now is on the IL with a foot injury, or heel foot, and if you're a baseball player, that's it all starts down there. And so if you're having trouble moving, it's a big thing. So I don't know if they were going to trade him at the deadline regardless, but now seems to be less than ideal. But I will say, in the offseason, it seems to fit. And I think there was also a part, like, it could end up like the Hader trade. Remember what the Hader trade did inside the clubhouse last year to the Brewers and their chances? I think a Jonathan India trade could have had a similar effect, because the vibe check on this clubhouse has been high all year, and they haven't really had anything to impact it. And it would be interesting to see what an India trade would do that way. But I don't think we're going to find out.
Hey, my question to you is simple. Are the Reds going to make a run and win this division right now? Are they going to be the team of the Central right this year?
They've got a shot. I mean, every team, let's be honest. Every team other than the Braves in this league is flawed. For early in the season, we were talking about the National League Central being bad and probably only having one playoff team. Well, they're not. They have 3 in contention, and that's because the National League, other than the Braves, is all mediocre. And that includes the Dodgers, a team I just saw that looks a lot better on paper than they do on the field. The 3 guys that pitched in that series against the Reds were number 70, number 78, and number 80. Like, I expect that at Camelback Ranch, not at Dodger Stadium.
Let me ask you this. There's always talk about the pitching. The pitching has been fantastic of lately. And, not many people are really talking about the Reds pitching. Oh, they're winning games, but their starters have been excellent.
Yeah, it's been really strange because Luke Weaver has been kind of the weak spot, and he's thrown 2 quality starts, I think, in the last 11 or 13 of the Reds, of his starts for them, and he's lost both of those quality starts. None of the rest were quality in between, and he was 9-1 with like a 7.8 ERA. Baseball's weird, man. I really think that the biggest thing for the Reds is the bullpen. You go on Baseball Reference, look at National League leaderboard of appearances for relievers. Tied for first in appearances are 3 Reds. And then on the next line, you'll see another Red. So those 4 guys have been worked a lot. I kind of go to Alex Young every once in a while and just look at his left arm and just checking to see if it's still there.
Cubs, you see them all the time when they come into Cincy. Should they have been selling? You said 3 teams that are really in it. Are you buying that?
I am. I mean,
they're in it.
I think so. Just because, again, they can be. I think this whole league is terrible, other than the Braves. And it's not like Stroman was going to get you that much with his recent troubles that continued last night. I just don't know that maybe Bellinger does, but I don't know that Bellinger's going to get you that much for your next one. I think you have just as good a chance to make the playoffs this year with those guys as you would getting that kind of impact later on if you're selling off.
Listen, I don't see the Cubs involved. I honestly don't believe that they have a chance. Me and you, we agreed on everything, remember? Back in the day?
Yeah, I think so.
If you don't know, me and C. Trent, we had our quarrels, but at the end of the day, we always came together.
You guys hug it
We were
out.
both doing our jobs. No,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
I mean, Todd's great. Like, Todd gets it, and Todd knows that, like, there's some guys in this profession, and I won't name names, that you see him afterwards going to the meeting, and you're like, oh, now you want to be one of us after you were a jerk to us all those years?
Yeah.
The 2 guys you have here were not one of those.
We kept it real. So my question now is, you say the Reds got a good shot, okay? Now, do you see them beating the Braves and winning the pennant?
No, not this year.
Okay.
No. I mean, I like the Braves just so much more than anybody else. And, again, 2 guys here who know better than anybody that playoff baseball is different. So I wouldn't be shocked, but I'd be surprised.
All right, so fast forward to next year. Fast forward to next year. Are you your eyebrows perked up on that one? Are you so excited to be in Cincinnati for next year? For only we're not riding the Ellie De La Cruz train here. For only the starting rotation. Are you excited for what the Reds have because of DJ at the helm being the pitching coach that he is?
Yeah, and I think in the offseason, it's hard to get a starting pitcher to come to Cincinnati, but those guys might want to start coming here with what's going on. They're going to have money to spend. That DJ is there. You talk to, again, guys right here, Eric. Yeah, nobody wants to hear me talk about DJ. You know much better, but what pitchers think about him and what he can do, and then knowing what you're going to have behind you and the offense you're going to have. This is a pretty intriguing place for the next couple of years. It reminds me of the early 10s, right?
Yeah.
When you saw, you just saw these guys keep coming, and you guys had a hell of a team. That 12 team was still the best team in baseball that year for me.
That was a lot of fun. That was my second year, I think it was. But you talk about bringing guys over, intriguing things. How about, I know I'm looking a little far ahead, but you might have a little better inkling than me. Joey Votto, what is he going to – I know this is his last year, but what happens next year?
I don't know. And I think there's still a lot to be determined whether Joey's – I don't think Joey's going to play if he doesn't think he can help. But I also know that it's pretty important for Joey to spend his entire career in one uniform. And it's going to be really interesting. I don't even think I can speculate until we see what Joey does over this next 2 months.
Yeah.
See, Trent, awesome to have you on, man. Thanks for the time. Enjoy the rest of the trade deadline, and we'll see if the Reds keep you busy here.
Yep, sounds good, guys. I was just checking text. Nothing yet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nope, that's fair. We'll talk to you soon. See, Trent. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you. And I got a text. It's a tweet, actually, notification. And the Philadelphia Phillies are stacking themselves up a little bit right now. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Hey, calm down. Calm down.
I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
Jeff Passan's reporting the Phillies are in agreement on a trade to pick up Michael Lorenzen from the Tigers.
We talked about him a lot, man.
And who did we say was the most the bet? He was in that rundown that we had, not the most intriguing, but the safest pick. The one where you're like, you know what you're getting.
Michael Lorenzen.
Yes. The only thing that was brought up to me, but I'm okay. I mean, he's been in the league for a while, was that he's, I guess, getting close to his career high in innings. And he's bounced around a lot, right? Like he's done starting, then he's done relieving. He's done some hitting and outfield, and he's a sick athlete. Like, I don't know how much he's blowing past it, but I feel pretty good. This is not a dude in his first few years in the bigs or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he's suddenly wearing down. He's the guy that I feel pretty good about from a stamina perspective, versus I think this is a little bit of Taijuan Walker insurance. His velocity was down like 4 miles an hour on the heater. I know it picked back up again, but I get worried about him the last couple months of a season because there's been 2 years out of the past, 3, where he's fallen apart at the end of the year. So it's nice to have more starting pitching here in case there's a problem.
And who better to pick up than this guy who's athletic? He can get after it on the mound. He can get after it in the bullpen because he's done it before. If Taijuan doesn't have that drop-off, if he doesn't, I don't care if his velocity's down. Yes, 4 miles an hour, you would not like to see 4 miles an hour, but for an inning, it got back up. Sometimes you're not going to go out there and be like, whoa, I'm a hunch. I'm 100%. I got this.
That's a big gap. 4?
The one I remember was Roldis Chapman. When I played, it happened. He had dead arm all the time, it seemed like. And he would go from literally 100 miles an hour to like 92, 93. And that's a 7 to 8 mile an hour difference. So I was like, all right, we got to put him on the shelf. Yep. I mean, 4 miles, still concerning.
Yeah.
But not like, yo, man, we got to get this. We got to figure this out. I think it's just maybe something that, he needs some time, maybe develop a little more, another pitch or another angle. I don't know what it is. I'm not a pitcher. That's the thing I never really worried about. As a catcher, I think you understood more. But going back to Lorenzen, this is a beautiful pickup for the Phillies. He's not a number 1, number 2. He's a guy that's going to get on the mound and pump strikes and get innings and eat innings and throw as hard as he can. And he's a very good pitcher.
we're not going into like ones and twos here. The trade deadline doesn't have ones and twos. You're not sitting there going, wow, we just picked up a number one.
They're all
Unless
off the
you're
board.
doing the Verlander for for big time prospects, or Scherzer for big time prospects.
They're already gone.
They're gone. So you're going to pick up a guy, to me, who is gonna slot to the bullpen anyway.
No doubt.
And that's where you want to. That's where you're going to
He
have
could
him.
do either.
Right, and he's done it, and the whole he's a ton of innings kind of thing. When you talk about innings with pitchers, you're talking about their future health. Sorry, but once you're on a 1-year deal, guy, you are. They don't even ask you.
Battling.
You're going 3 days.
Yeah.
3 days rest. Sorry,
You're
need you because
battle-tested.
you're a rental.
And I see some fans with questions right now, like what Brett says, what in the hell is Michael Elias doing or not doing for Baltimore? We'll get to that. And also some Yanks fans saying, are we doing anything? What's the plan today? We'll get to that. But right now, news of the day, by far, Justin Verlander gets traded from the New York Mets to the Houston Astros for 2 pretty damn good prospects. I haven't seen much on the money. We'll see if we can get more insight right now from our friend Brian McTaggart, who joins us, covers the Astros for MLB. Brian, great to see you, and probably have a little bit of a smile on your face, I would think, when you look at what the Astros are doing. It's like, oh, man, we lost JV after winning a World Series and the ridiculous season that he had during the regular season because we couldn't pay him as much. Oh, wait, now we can just let the Mets pay him and then bring him back for a little bit less. What do you think?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, to bring him back, I think is going to provide a big jolt to this team. I mean, I think you could already see the reaction of some of the players in the Astros clubhouse. I've been getting some text messages about some guys who are really excited about Verlander coming back. But it's clear they needed a starting pitcher. And if they were going to get a starting pitcher, the guy to get is Justin Verlander, who in his 5 years here won a couple of World Series, won 2 Cy Youngs, won a Cy Young last year, had a tremendous amount of success, and is part of this core that has sort of led this Astros sort of dynasty here to a couple of World Series. They played in 4. They've been in 6 straight ALCS, and now a chance to have another one. And, now he's got to be pumped to come back here in this environment where he flourished. And I think it's just good all the way around. They did pay a high price. Those are 2 really good prospects that they're giving up, but Astros owner Jim Crane wants to win now. And if they can win another World Series, then at the end of the day, it'll be worth it.
Hey, picture this now. Max Scherzer versus Justin Verlander to win the division, man. I mean, just think about how crazy this division is going to be now. I know it's close to a 1 or 2 game lead, but this is the exciting time. They got Montgomery as well. I mean, Texas better be ready, man. There's going to be some fun games coming up, and I know everybody there is pretty excited.
Yeah, the Astros open play tonight, only a half game behind the Rangers. So, they went out and got the 2 starting pitchers. The Astros got Kendall Graveman, a reliever, a few days ago. So they sort of answer the Rangers and get Verlander. And, now Verlander and Scherzer head-to-head. The last couple of months are going to be a lot of fun in this division with these 2 teams going at it. They only play each other in 1 more series. That'll begin Labor Day in Arlington, which will be a big one. But it's going to go down the wire. I mean, the Astros have dominated this division the last 5 or 6 years. The Rangers, we know, paid a lot of money to get better, and they've led the division most of the year. But here we are now, August 1st. Astros are half a game back. A chance to get into first place tonight, and also they have Justin Verlander, who will make his debut probably this weekend in New York against the Yankees. So just a lot of incredible storylines here following this trade.
Will they do it? Will the Rangers catch the Astros and dethrone the champs? Because at the beginning of the season, we said you can't not choose the Astros. Until somebody beats them, you can't not choose them.
Yeah, I think they will, because I look at it this way. The Astros were 2 games back at the All-Star break. The Rangers had, 6 All-Stars? The Astros were hobbled, man. They had not had Altuve and Alvarez in the lineup together, with the exception of 13 games. They had lost 3/5 of the rotation. All these injuries, and they were still only 2 games behind this incredible Rangers team. So Alvarez and Altuve are back. They're getting another starting pitcher back next week, or this week, in Jose Urquidy. Now they trade for Verlander. They got Graveman to bolster the bullpen. I think they've made enough moves to where they're going to run down the Rangers. And also, this is a very experienced team. Some of these guys have played in 80, 90 playoff games. They're not going to be fazed by the pressure of September. I mean, they've played in October and into November. So I think if they stay healthy, I think the Astros are going to be able to win this division. And then certainly a team nobody's going to want to play in the playoffs, just considering how hard they are to beat in October.
Now, let me ask you this question. I'm going to a clubhouse question here. We know how good the Astros are. My question to you is, and I've always wondered this, I know they have a bunch of leaders, but who is that one guy that they lean on when they struggle a little bit? The guy in the clubhouse that they're like, you know what? They have that team meeting. Who's that guy that steps up and like, hey guys, let's go. Let's pick it up a little bit. I know Dusty Baker played for him a lot. He's one of the best managers I've ever had, but he can't do it alone. Who's that guy they lean on?
Yeah, and that's, Dusty said that's really not his thing. He lets the players do their thing in the clubhouse. You got to start, I think, with Alex Bregman, who's been here a long time. He can be a vocal guy in there as well. Jose Altuve's been here longer than anybody and has endured 300-loss seasons, and he's won a couple of World Series. Really not a guy to step up and do that kind of thing. Although the last few years he's done that more just because he's so accomplished and he's been here so long. Martin Maldonado, the veteran catcher, who a lot of their young pitchers really look up to. He's another guy that can do that. Michael Brantley was that guy as well, but Brantley's been injured all year, so I'm not sure if he's up for doing that kind of role. But they have guys who have done a lot of things and accomplished a lot of things. Lance McCullers another guy, but he's injured as well. But he's a guy who's spoken up in team meetings before. So there's a lot of leadership in there, and it's a culture here, and their culture is to win and win the World Series. It starts with ownership and Jim Crane going out and making a deal like this. And like I said earlier, I mean, the players already are reaching out saying how excited they are and posting things on Instagram. So this is going to be a huge jolt for a team that now, might be favored to win the World Series at this point.
All right. So who would be the biggest loss for the Astros down the stretch here? If something happened to one of those, I assume you're going to choose one of those guys. Who would be the biggest loss? And do they need to get some type of depth behind that player in case?
Well, you also have to wonder about Yordan Alvarez. He's had a few injuries now, even though he's still a young player. He's had some hand issues earlier in the year. Of course, the knee issues. Was out 2 months with an oblique injury. They need Yordan Alvarez in the middle of this lineup. I mean, he was injured on June 8th swinging the bat in Toronto, and he had 55 RBIs already. This guy was on pace to drive in 140, 150 runs. So he's back now. He hit a home run last night. They need him in the lineup. Altuve's another guy that's been out most of the year. He's back. He was all over the field last night. Looks like he's got fresh legs, and maybe that'll pay off for them. But yeah, they probably could use a left-handed bat. They're a very right-handed lineup. I don't know exactly where a left-handed bat would play. This is a pretty deep lineup when they're healthy, but I would not rule out in the next 2 hours they go get a left-handed bat, maybe to fill in, maybe play some left field, some first base as well.
Hey, Brian, how do you grade the trade in terms of what the Astros had to give up? I don't think we've seen anything on the money, but in terms of those two prospects, I mean, those are two good outfielders in Houston's system. And I know they have good outfielders currently that hopefully are part of the ball club for a while, especially with Chas McCormick coming on so strong this year. And Astros fans are hoping Kyle Tucker's part of this team for a long time. I mean, Drew Gilbert is one of the better prospects out there, super athlete. I think Mets fans are very excited about him. So what do you think about that return in terms of what the Mets are getting and also how difficult it is for the Astros to give up prospects like that? Because I know Dana Brown has talked about that a million times. I want to keep our prospects. He's a big scouting and development guy who's done a great job for years when he was with the Braves.
Yeah, exactly right, Scott. I mean, he loves the prospects. He loves to draft and develop these guys and get them to the big leagues. Now, he didn't draft either one of these guys. They came after he was hired. But he's talked several times about how high he is on Drew Gilbert. And there were some thoughts that Drew Gilbert could be in the big leagues next year. He was their first-round pick last year out of Vanderbilt. Got hurt right off the bat, but this year put up some big-time numbers at high A. And about a month, maybe 2 months ago, went to double A. Struggled a bit, although he's coming around a little bit. I mean, he looked like a can't-miss guy. And anytime you heard about a trade, you're like, boy, would they consider trading Drew Gilbert? That's a tough pill to swallow. But, Ryan Clifford's another guy who is right there. I mean, Jim Callis, who puts together the top 30 rankings for MLB Pipeline, tweeted that they would have been the first and second prospects in the Astros system in their new rankings that come out. And so now the Astros give them up. There's no doubt they paid a high price here, money aside, but Astros owner Jim Crane wants to win now. I mean, this window is still wide open, and adding Verlander, it really boosts their chances. And if they can win another World Series, then if Clifford and Gilbert go on to do some good things, so be it. But a few years ago, Forrest Whitley was considered untouchable by the Astros, a former first-round pick who's a starting pitcher, and he's yet to reach the big leagues and has had all kinds of injuries. So prospects are one thing, but the Astros want to have another parade in November like they've had 2 times in the last 5 years.
Should we feel bad for the Angels because of all that they pushed all in, and now look at what's going on in their division?
Yeah, I mean, it's credit to them for going for it, especially with Ohtani, and they haven't been in the playoffs for quite a while. But I don't see the Angels having the talent to run down either the Astros or the Rangers. Certainly not both of them. So they're going to be playing for the wild card, which I think is attainable for them. But going into this division, we knew the Rangers were going to be very much improved. The Astros are going to be the Astros. I thought Seattle was going to be much improved, and I thought the Seattle would really push the Astros like they did last year, and it hasn't happened. So there's a little bit of a window here for the Angels. Somebody said earlier, 21 of the 30 teams are within 4 games of the playoffs. So a lot of teams are going for it, and maybe if they can sneak in and they have Ohtani in the playoffs, who knows? Maybe some special things can happen. But I just don't see them in the division coming close, either the Astros or Rangers at this point.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think there is a severe gap between those teams, and they are getting rid of basically any relevant prospect that they have on a farm system that's one of the worst in baseball. It is going to be a very challenging next several seasons for the Angels, in my mind. But, Brian, you're having fun, as usual, man. Just keep covering one of the better teams in baseball. So appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of the deadline here. We'll see if the Astros have anything else up their sleeves.
Yeah, it should be an interesting couple hours and a fun few months as well. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Brian. Great to see you, man. Again, for anyone just joining us, the Astros have Justin Verlander back. We had a great tweet because we have our live tweet crew behind the scenes. They were like, this just in, updated threads on what Justin Verlander will look like in his new uniform. And they just took a picture of JV from last year.
Really nice.
I think we saw that with what's his name that went to the Dodgers, Kiki Hernandez.
Hernandez. Yeah. They could do it with Joe Kelly.
Different
Dodgers
number.
are doing a reunion.
Number.
I'm sure Verlander's getting the same number, and I'm sure the Mets are paying.
Oof, you see this? So Bob
all
Nightingale said the Mets are sending the Astros about $54 million in the Justin Verlander trade, according to one executive that talked to Bobby. And he said that's if Verlander's $35 million option in 2025 becomes vested. So JV, and that it's pretty likely, right? Because he's got to hit the amount of innings next year, though.
Just next year.
Okay. I like my chances that JV is going to get his option there that he deserves. So he's owed about $93 million, meaning that the Astros would pay JV $29 million for 2.5 seasons, and the Mets pay the rest. That's wild. But this is what's happening. Very clear cut. Steve Cohen buying prospects.
But how? Like, how do you?
I'm telling you, there's a rule coming.
There's a rule coming.
I don't understand how you do that. That's so much money, dude. Like, if
the Astros, the Mets?
Yeah, I know he's got it, but listen to me, like. That's ridiculous, dude. If
he's buying prospects. I think it's smart because it doesn't matter. He doesn't care about the money. You don't get punished for anything. The biggest problem I have
just to see and hear it makes me wonder. I don't know. I'm not saying it's the wrong decision, but seeing a dude like, oh no, here you go. I'll take $54 million off your hands and trade just for one of the best pitchers in the league still.
But they gave up 2 good prospects. The Mets want them.
I understand, but they're prospects though.
No, I know that they're prospects, but they're worth something.
As we talked about.
These are high-level dudes, right?
These are higher. These are higher than he mentioned. McTaggarty mentioned Forrest Whitley. When they were mentioning Forrest Whitley, especially right around the COVID time, like we can't get rid of this guy is untouchable. He was in low A, and these guys are not. These guys are AA, AAA next year type of prospects that have this season already under their belt.
Yeah.
It's not like they're guys who are in the offseason, we're talking about this trade, and they were just in high A. I think AA is the hardest league.
Oh, yeah.
I think AA is the hardest league.
Biggest jump.
AAA is where you learn the mental side and like, oh, this guy's going to pitch me this way. He doesn't have anything for me, but he's going to pitch me this way.
Your stuff.
AA, you're talking about guys that you're getting that the Drew Gilbert guy is a possible all-star outfielder that's having an incredible AA year. Like this is stuff with the pedigree from other years too. Sometimes, we talked about the Kiro catcher. I'm blanking who got him right now. Was it the White Sox?
Caro, from the Angels. Yeah, they got Caro and Kai Bush.
He was in high A last year,
Mhm.
okay, as a 19-year-old. He's 20 this year. It's awesome. Catcher, they take a little while to develop. He had 17 homers last year in the Inland Empire, in the Cal League, which is notorious for fly balls not going out of the ballpark. He goes to Double A, which has Birmingham, which has all
Been there.
those
Been there.
Chattanooga, all those places where it's now tough to hit homers. He has 3.
Yep.
So that's not the high end prospect that you're talking about, like what the Mets are getting right now. And to me, the biggest number there, $29 million for 2 years of Verlander.
2.5 for the Astros. They don't have to spend on a top of the rotation guy. So here's what happened. They lost out on him, right? They couldn't even close to match the money the Mets offered him in the offseason. Then they're like, all right, screw it. We're good at developing prospects. We'll trade a couple of those and we'll get JV back for a quarter of the price or whatever it ends up being, right? So brilliant on their end. My only point, Frazier, is for Mets fans and just for how you're grading the Mets in general. Number one thing is they need more of a farm system. They want to be like the Dodgers. They don't have much to call upon. Even for trades too, like when they're good again, they don't have much to give up. So who cares about their money? This is a beautiful sport that doesn't have a salary cap, right? It has a luxury tax, which many owners treat as a salary cap. But if you're a Mets fan, it's not like Steve Cohen going, hey, everyone, you're going to pay 10x on your ticket prices, okay? Like, let them spend. I love that shit.
So why not trade Pete Alonso then?
Why would you trade Pete Alonso?
That's not the
He's
same.
part of your future. That's
Why
not the
not?
same.
That's not
Because
the
Pete
same.
Alonso's not 80 years old and pitching poorly for your team this year like Max
see-
Scherzer was.
I didn't think he was pitching poorly.
Well, he wasn't pitching great, and
Recently, he's been awesome.
Yes. So they're saying those are short-term guys. Pete could be a guy that you sign for the next X amount of years.
Well, then they need to sign him now.
I agree. I think that's the next
How
conversation.
about Jeff McNeil? How about Nimmo? I mean,
Well,
Miami-
McNeil's
McNeil
locked up
signed.
for 5 years.
No, I know they're
Nimmo's
locked
signed
up,
for 7.
but why aren't those guys in the trade? If you're getting rid of 2 big pieces, why not?
Totally different.
Totally.
I agree what you're saying. It's totally different, but you're getting rid of 2 of the best pitchers in baseball still.
Okay.
Still, very good. I take
Very
it back.
good,
I'll take
yes.
it back. Not the best, but
Yeah.
2 guys that any team would want right now as one of their starters.
Yes, and
for sure.
they're on short-term expensive deals. So those guys are not
Understandable,
tradable. They're
but-
untradeable with their
But
current
you had
money.
another year with both of them.
Right. You had one more year
So do you
with
want
Max and one in an option with
Yeah.
JV. And but then next year's team looks very much like this year's team. They need to switch it up.
and they're going to switch it up with younger pitching. Even if you
Yes.
go and get Aaron Nola, I'm not saying
They don't have the pitching now.
Right, but they can buy it.
but they're going to buy it anyway. So
You
they're
think so?
either
Yeah.
100%.
Okay, so you're
Dude,
saying
they're not rebuilding.
This
I'm
is
telling
not a
you, they're not
rebuild. Okay.
rebuilding.
No, this is a re-image.
I'm not
This
saying
is,
no rebuilding, but it's going to be a different look. I mean, they
Yeah.
in the offseason, they're going to need starting pitching. Right
and
or
they're
wrong?
going to go get it.
Yeah,
You
they're
think
going to
so?
get it. There's a lot of starters on the
Urias.
market we were talking
Aaron
about.
Nola. They're going to make the Phillies pay $1 billion for Aaron Nola.
Shohei Ohtani.
They're going to
Yeah.
make the Dodgers pay $1 billion.
Come on down to New York. I'll be at every game.
I do have a question. 'Cause I don't think Otani's signing with the Mets, okay? I
No,
think he's staying
I don't
out
either.
west. But wait, I do have a question.
I don't
though.
want. No, he's not going to West.
I have a question.
What?
If Otani's best offer is from, let's say, the Dodgers, right?
Sure.
And they offer him $580 million,
Sure.
and Steve Cohen comes through and says $700 million, does he go?
This
does-
is Shohei, like
everyone
this. He's
has
going
a
like that.
price. I'm just saying, like,
I
he
want to
clearly
be a
doesn't
part-
give right.
New
He doesn't
York.
give a fuck about money.
No.
I'm saying Steve has a ton of money. He's taking advantage of a league where there are cracks if you're not limited by a salary cap, which is awesome. That's
and-
fun. That makes this sport exciting.
I
If we
like
don't
what
have
he did.
Steve Cohen, Verlander's not dealt, Max isn't dealt, like that, you can't trade those guys at $46 million a year unless you pay a lot
No
of it
doubt.
off.
And I like what he did. And I'm not saying he shouldn't have, but he should hear other talks on other guys in their team as well.
No.
No, I don't want to rebuild.
We went through it as you
Yeah.
were walking up your stairs to your house.
Hey.
I said, hey, you need to build up the middle. No, you do. You have to build up the middle. You can't trade Lindor. You're not going to. He should have been an all-star this year. You're not going to trade Nimmo. You just extended him
Okay.
for 6 or 7 years.
You're not going to listen to anything, though?
No,
You know what I mean by now he's off the board?
absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Alvarez behind a dish.
When
You
I-
have your solid pieces.
Yep.
You can go get a Todd Frazier to play third.
You don't want that.
You now I did at the time, but
I appreciate. Hey, thank you,
Brett Beatty.
There's so many.
They
do
have a lot of
player.
pieces that they can build around. They
I
did
wanna
not have
see
it.
this time.
Yeah,
Come December, January range when we're talking again.
I'll be right here freezing my ass
We'll
off.
be talking again, and if they don't have one starting pitcher, you and me are wrestling downstairs.
I will.
Wait, which
let's
one?
get the cameras. Me and
Kratzy
him
versus Todd Father? That would be good.
Yeah,
That would be
but
Wait,
good.
December?
I
I don't need to see it by December.
January.
February.
Yes, beginning of the season.
I
Yeah.
get a bat though, and you get to wrestle me, but I have a bat.
That's fine.
That's
fine.
With the shotgun.
I will. No shotgun. No shot. I'm not coming back from that. I've seen you swing.
Come on, Mets.
I'm coming
do
in like a
something
slider.
Wait, come on, Orioles. Do
Ooh.
something.
Need it.
They haven't
What
done
the
that.
hell? Like I've
this
been
is the time.
chatting.
They don't need it.
No,
That's not true.
Don't do that.
I'm telling you right now, they don't. The way they've been playing, they don't need it.
Dude, they have
Hey.
young starting pitching that is going to fade down the last couple months of
Not
the
like
season.
your golf swing. No, they're not going to fade. They're doing just fine.
Dude,
where
my
they are.
golf swing is non-existent. They have a
I would love
rotation,
to
but
see it. I would
they
love
don't
to see
do
it, but
anything.
they
They don't
haven't.
do
That's
anything.
the
They didn't do
Orioles
anything
way.
in the offseason. I'm telling you, though, Top Father, you know this.
Mm.
Your window to win as a ball club always feels like, oh, man, we're going to be good for the next 8 years, right? And then all of a sudden, it's like Adley Rutschman gets hurt and some other dude's not as good as you thought he was going to be. And then the Yankees are good again and the Red Sox are good again. And then the Orioles are like, remember 2023 when we did jack shit? And our rotation that was really young and was outperforming expectations faded down the
They're
stretch.
not going to do anything.
And we told everyone how for the last year they did this in the offseason, and at least some of the fans in the chat were saying, and I don't have this confirmed anywhere, they were like, but the Orioles were trying for Verlander. Apparently they maybe finished in like second place. I'm like,
No.
if you ain't first or last, especially on trades.
I'm all hopped up on trade deadline rumors. No. They weren't in on Verlander. Don't do that. They called. They were like, "Hey, would you be willing to pay all $93 million?
And we'll give you one prospect."
Yeah, we'll give you $93 million. We'll give our sixth prospect to. No, dang it,
man, we tried, guys.
I think they're going to get Eduardo Rodriguez. Put
That's
it in.
what you got.
That's my
Okay.
lock.
And that they're
What's that
aiming,
coming
do you
off
think
as?
they're aiming big, going for someone like Cease right now, trying to talk the Sox into that? No,
I don't.
Okay.
And I'm not going to bring up my questions about Cease because AJ's not on. I want to learn more about Cease. I want to learn, is he just a blown up? Like, is he overvalued right now? And I don't know that. And I
don't think
do
he's
you remember
overvalued.
that first start of the year he
His
had?
stuff is sick.
Do you remember that first
He's not
start?
overvalued.
That's DeGrom stuff right there about how nasty he was.
Have you seen any other starts that look like that the rest of the year?
But yeah, what has been going on?
Do you do Jackson Holiday for Dylan Cease straight up? Some
No.
fans asking. No?
Nope.
What, you're holding Holiday?
I'm holding on.
I love
He's
Holiday.
just a prospect.
I just love his.
There's
I love his dad too,
differences.
so no chance.
No?
Nope.
There's differences.
Okay.
This kid is built like a brick shit house.
He's studly.
Stallion.
And he plays a premium position. You're not trading for a left
Fine.
fielder.
I'm on the phone still, okay? Okay, I'm Rick Hahn. I'm still on. You didn't lose me yet.
Oh,
Okay.
Ricky.
But I want like 3 of your top 10 prospects at least for Dylan Cease, okay? Wait for it. This is not 1, not 2. This is 3 playoff runs with a dude who has Cy Young stuff, okay? And you've got a pitching machine you've built a little bit there in Baltimore, just like Houston has done. Mike Elias, you come from Houston, you go to Baltimore. Look at the Orioles rotation right now and how they've outperformed. Dean Kremer, Kyle Bradish, go down the line. Most people I go up to, Major League Baseball wise, like if you're a fan and I go, hey, what do you think of the Orioles rotation? Name a bunch of them for me. John Means at some point and hopefully comes back for them, but not relying on that this year. Most people can't name a freaking one starter in their rotation, and that's okay. But
I
my
remember
point
Dylan
is,
Bundy.
yeah,
Dylan Bundy.
That's all I can remember.
Kevin Gausman. Tyler Wells just got sent down.
Yeah.
They need – Tyler Wells was stacking up the strikeouts. He was throwing speedballs up there.
Tyler Wells has a low 3 ERA, the best whip in baseball. They're trying to preserve innings and play that kind of game now.
So they
too.
need somebody. Is
Yes,
what I'm saying.
that's my point. These dudes are playing great, but they know their problem.
They're on fumes.
Yes. I think you could make that case even for the bullpen. I'd be concerned too.
Well,
we already saw a
that's
little bit of a
Cano.
dip from Cano temporarily.
He loves Cano. He loves talking about Cano. I think you love him.
I love
like-
Bautista. I
It
love
is-
Bautista.
He's good.
Bautista.
This is the
He
first
Bautista.
year
threw
of
like
Cano doing
36
this.
pitches yesterday. The dude's a beast.
Beast.
Bautista.
Oh,
Yeah.
He's a beast. He's like
And
6'8",
Cano's a beast too,
270.
but I'm just saying they need supplements.
they do, but they're not gonna. That's the Oriole
Well, that's
way.
a joke. That's embarrassing.
It
To
is
me,
what
if
it
you're
is.
the Orioles, you have if you go get Cease, you have to get Middleton. You have to get what are the
Why? What do you mean?
you need more than
You need a
just
reliever, you're
Cease.
saying.
Yes.
Right. And there are relievers to be had still.
Danny Colombe is not going to be your seventh inning guy in the playoffs.
He is now.
Another name that is guaranteed to be moved, who we haven't, and he's going to be, just haven't seen where he's going yet, is Jack Flaherty. Like, does Jack Flaherty do anything for you for Baltimore?
That's just like who were we
Helps.
talking about earlier? That's just like,
But
did they do this just to? when they got
Just to say they did
Candelario, the
something.
Cubs. The
Yeah.
Cubs got Candelario. It was like, no. Like, look, we're making a move. That to me is Jack Flaherty to the Orioles is that type of move.
Okay, so let's bring in our next guest. I'm very excited to have him for the first time on this show on FT Live. Jim Duquette joins us right now.
First
who
timer.
can cover everything for us. Jim, great
What's
to
up,
see you,
gentlemen?
Duke. So I want to start here. So I'm being sent questions left and right. Does so-and-so know the trade deadline is today? We can insert a lot of teams here. They're like, do the Yankees know the deadline's today?
Yeah.
The Red Sox, Orioles, getting some fan questions, Giants. So where would you like to begin on a team that hasn't set their alarm for the correct time and they haven't woke up yet?
How about the Orioles? You want to start there? Just because,
Yes, please.
I mean, anytime we go out there, like I go out to the ballpark. I was down there the other night in the Yankees game on Saturday night. The place was electric. I mean, it's fun. It's a fun atmosphere, right? And they're in the the downtown they're jacked up and can't wait. You know what? They want to cheer on the next great Oriole team. And you know what? Here's the problem. They had high expectations last winter that the club set out, and they let the fan base down. So now they're like restless. Now they're like concerned that the front office and ownership isn't going to do anything. And right now it doesn't look like they're going to do anything. I guess they need to do something, like anything. I was listening to you earlier, Kratzy. Like if they get, I mean, at this point, if they got Flaherty, it's an upgrade over what they have, right? Like Wells is down at Double-A now. At least do something. And in that park too. So like I think Flaherty might have a decent 2 months there, especially with that left field being all the way back at M&T Bank, Stadium. So like, why not? I mean, Lorenz, you know what I mean? So I think that's what they got to do something. And I think that's the team right now that of all of them, I have my biggest concern about.
Do they have the team if they added Jack Flaherty to win the World Series? Because we were, before all this happened, before all these trades with the Astros and the Rangers, we were saying the Orioles, they hit a little bump in the road playing the Phillies. They took 2 from the Yankees. They were the best team in the American League. But are they now? And if they get Jack Flaherty, are they even then?
That's a good question. I don't like it's not a big needle mover, right? Like Lorenzen would definitely help them too, but now he's off the board, right? So or Eduardo Rodriguez, I'm just looking at it from all right, they're built around their offense, which is taking a little bit of a step backwards recently. They can really defend. Their bullpen is really good, but it looks like it's getting a little tired right now because they're using it a ton. Like all of those things. So they, if they could freshen up the starting rotation a little bit, it takes a little pressure off the pen, as you guys know. Maybe they could get another relief pitcher. But I think if they got, some kind of pitcher, that would certainly help them. And then when they get to the postseason, like they're going to have to mix and match and make it a really short game with their bullpen and with adding Fujinami. Hopefully, he's going to start to pitch. He's been pitching better as of late. He got off to a rough start his first outing, but I think I don't know with that type of youth if the inexperience in the postseason will be the thing that keeps them from getting there, or they just don't think about it enough and they run the table. Like I don't think, very rarely do you see young teams go, from start to finish, or let's say the halfway point all the way to the end of the World Series. The 86 Mets was one of the younger teams, but they still had some really good veterans at that time. That's the last time I can remember a really, really young team going all the way to the World Series and winning it all. So, is a Flaherty enough? Or I don't know the answer to that, right? But I would say generally going off of what we've seen in the past, probably not. But it would give them their best run. They can't go currently as they're currently constructed and get to even have a chance to get to the World Series. This would at least get them a possibility. So I don't know if I answered your question, but that's my opinion.
I love that. Hey, Jim, how are you, brother?
What's up, Todd? How you doing, buddy?
Good. So I've been a big advocate of talking about the Angels and how they should have traded for Shohei Ohtani. Now, looking back with all the guys the Rangers got and how Houston, who they picked up with Verlander and Scherzer go with the Rangers, what was your take on that? Because I thought it would have been the best thing for them, and I still don't see them making a push at the end of the day with all the people they still got.
I'm with you. I would have loved to have seen it too. I would have loved to have seen it last year, right? But they're going through the ownership change. The hard part is this: they went through this little run that they went on, and they were winning. I feel like it was kind of giving them a false impression of how good the team really is by comparison to the other teams in the division, right? So I think that it's hard to go to your fan base at that point in your 4 games out or 3.5 out and say, oh, we're selling. Here's their reasoning there's some rationale thought process to keeping Ohtani, because they feel like if they could at least show them they made a run and they at least tried to get to to postseason or beyond, let's say they were to surprise people and get into the postseason, then they have a better chance of keeping them. I'm not so sure they do. I don't believe that, but they do. And so I know, been in that spot before where you can talk yourself into that. What you really need is to be able to look yourself in the mirror, every day you go, man, are we really a postseason team or World Series team? And they don't match up, right? That doesn't pass the sniff test in my mind. So I understand, I think they should have done it too. Just being in that spot, it's hard when your owner's telling you can't trade them. So I think in the end, Perry Manesian, his hands were tied in that spot. I think he really wanted to trade him because he knew it was the right thing, but he wasn't allowed to.
Logistically, who are you more desiring a job to work for? The New York Mets right now or the Boston Red Sox?
Oh, boy. Well, I grew up in Boston or outside of Boston, so I wouldn't mind doing that. But with the Mets, here's the thing with the Mets. It's such a change overall with their path, right? They went all in, and now they're all out. But I think they're going to jump back in to the waters, maybe not to this degree this winter. And when you have that type of firepower, financial firepower, you can make some really big differences with building a team. So you have an owner that you can dispute or disagree with the way they've kind of gone about this, and there'll be plenty of people that do it, but you don't get many opportunities to break down your team, gather these quality prospects, and then go do it again next year. That's very rare that any team does that. Usually you have to go through 2 or 3 cycles of rebuilding or tear down. They're not going to do that. They're going to be back at it again next year. So if I had an ideal owner, that's probably it. With the Red Sox in that town and how much I love the Red Sox and being from New England and all of that, I don't think their owners are all in. I think they try to run it like a business, and that to me, that doesn't work up there in Boston, as you guys have seen. You better be all in, and sometimes you have to be a guy who spends recklessly, and they aren't doing that these days. It started before letting Mookie go, but Mookie was the latest example, in Bogarts and all these guys that they've kind of let go.
Are they totally cutting their fan base off when they don't do anything in the next 1 hour and 47 minutes? Because in the beginning of the offseason or the end of the offseason, when they had their Red Sox, whatever it was, the gala, ownership got booed when they came up.
I know. They got booed at the gala. Remember that they had the I think right around that time they had the hockey winter classic at Fenway,
In
and
Fenway, yes.
they were booing the crap out of him. You know, you, as the owner, you can deny all you want, but they were booing John Henry right before they signed Devers, I think it was, right? So
Yep.
so and if I'm Chaim Bloom, like you went from 2 years ago being able to get any restaurant reservation you wanted in the city to now hiding your head and pulling a hat down over your face, hoping that no one recognizes you when you're out getting a cup of coffee. Like it's that bad, and it's not his fault. It's really not. Like he is taking the hits, and that team. Nobody thought they were that good. I didn't think they were that good. But what he's done, and really what Alex has done, Alex Cora, like that guy's so freaking smart. Like they've done a heck of a job keeping that team where it is, or playing above the expectation. So I hope, for their sake, at least for Chaim's sake, that he's allowed to go and do something. Because otherwise, that fan base, that's another one. They'll let you know. And they don't show up. Like they don't buy tickets. Like an empty Fenway Park it's a tiny place, as you guys know. When it's empty, like it looks like there's nobody there. Those red seats, it's glaring when they're empty.
Do you think that the Reds should be doing anything? We had C. Trent Rosecrans on earlier, and he was like, meh, they've got a lot already with their ball club. They don't want to trade away prospects. I wasn't sensing like a ton of urgency, but I don't need them to go get the world. But I think any team that's competing, Jim, and you know this, when you're talking to your ball club, whether it's a veteran team or a young team like the Reds, you got to show them a sign. You got to do something.
Yeah, otherwise, yeah, you don't have. I think you lose a lot of credibility in the clubhouse. They're battling their ass off every single day, and now you're going to go down there and tell them that, oh, I couldn't do anything for them. Like remember, I don't know if you guys, I don't think we're in Houston, but when, the time that they traded for Verlander in September, which we don't have that ability to do anymore, but, Keuchel at the deadline, when they were on Zach Britton, and my cousin was trying to do a deal with them. And by the way, he could have gotten Framber Valdez in that deal. Like Framber Valdez was in the minor leagues at the time, but the owner wouldn't let him do it. So Luno at the time, he didn't have another option to go to, went right up to the deadline, didn't get anything. And Keuchel and a couple other the veteran players were like, you got to be kidding me. We didn't get anybody. Like they were pissed, and they should have been, right? So then they kind of had a do-over, and Jim Crane claims, Verlander, and they traded for Verlander in September, right before the September deadline. So I think that, when you kind of go and look at all that, like for me, that's where Cincinnati, they've battled to this far. They've had a really good run. They've acknowledged their fan base has embraced them now. Todd, that town, when you're good, man, they love you, right? So I don't, even something small that would give them, so how about some bullpen help, right? There's not a lot left, but you could go get a piece or two there, or a veteran starter, something, and let your young kids play. Like they kind of embrace that, right? So I don't know. They're kind of like Baltimore, like Baltimore was last year, right? Baltimore just said, well, we're not good enough. Like I hope that's not what happens with Cincinnati, that they fade because of this.
Okay, so lastly, you woke up today and all of a sudden you're GM of the New York Yankees. You're Brian Cashman. What are you doing today? What do you think about the team that you constructed? And there's just been a lot of weirdness. I mean, Kratzy played for them. We were trying to decipher armpit gate and how that played out, because it was not good optics heading into the trade deadline. They're certainly not showing their front office that they should be doing much. And this is not a championship caliber ball club in the mind of most of us right now. So are you buying? Are you selling? Or are you maybe just saying, you know what? You're going to live with this shit the rest of the season. This is what it is. You guys have not played well enough for me to do anything, and I don't have that many pieces to sell.
I think that the latter. I think he woke up this morning and said, this is a shitty team, or maybe not quite that bad, and just said, I mean, really, when you look at it, they know what we're seeing, right? Cash in his front office knows, And really, they with Judge and Cortez, like you might as well just see what you have with those guys when they come back. Judge hopefully will play every day, even if it's at the more at the DH for the time being. And Cortez comes back, and then and just see if what you've got is good enough to get you through the wild card into the wild card, because it's just not a good team. They banked on a couple guys that haven't produced, and they've had the injuries, and everyone's had the injuries. But like you said, like, do you want to really trade any of your limited farm system pieces for a rental at this point? Like, I don't know. What's the point? Like, it's not going to change. They're just not that good. Like, the offense is. I don't know what you guys think. Where'd the offense go? Like, you got some guys that are really struggling there that kind of surprised me. Right, without Judge, man, they're just
all at the same time.
Awful. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
they haven't
all
seemed
the
to figure
dudes
it out.
all the veterans that they paid for. Yeah, they all hit their decline at the same time here, or down year. Like I think Rizzo still has some baseball left in him. LeMahieu getting up there has had the injuries. Right, he had the toe that was real bad for him last year. There's
but
a
I
few of
still
those
believe in
dudes.
him.
Obviously, Donaldson turned out to be a disaster move for them. So the offense isn't good, Duke. And here's the thing: I've been answering Yankee fan questions for a while now. Who do you want? This is one of the worst trade deadlines I've seen in a while in terms of offense. It's pretty strong for pitching. It's brutal for offense. Like, who's the best player that ends up getting traded over the past week? Candelario?
It might be Candelario. Yeah, I mean, that's he's had a good year and all, but I mean, he was on a 1-year contract this year, right? And the only team that was willing to give him an everyday spot with the Nationals. So yeah, I think you're right. I feel like as soon as Bellinger came off the market, that basically, I don't know if the Yankees were in on him or not, but that was their best chance to upgrade significantly enough to make that offense look better than it is. So now they're all in on Judge and hope that Stanton, figures it out, and maybe Rizzo has this first month and a half he was on fire. Like he carried him while Judge was out that first time. So maybe by the way, Riz is up on the plate so much. Maybe he needs to back off a little bit now. I don't know. It's hard. You guys would know better than me, but like, there's got to be something that's to some kind of adjustment, because it seems like they're just pounding the crap out of him, man.
Yep, I'm with you, Duke. Hey, enjoy the ride here for the next couple hours. Let's see what happens. Hello, Baltimore.
Let's go. Let's go. I got to walk around town. Let's go, O's. For crying out loud.
Are you there right now? Are you in Baltimore?
No, I'm in New York. I'll be back down there. I'll be back down there tomorrow, though.
Well, good to see your face, Duke. Appreciate hanging with it for a few minutes. All right, enjoy.
All right. Have a good one, guys. See you. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. You too. It's Jim Duquette, and you can see him on Sirius and on SNY, and does a great job everywhere. Obviously, a former GM in the bigs and front office executive for a long time. Worked with the Mets, knows the Orioles, like he said, really well.
Solid dude.
Yeah, great dude. So, let's run through some tweets, and then we're going to talk to Britt Giroli, bringing us some hot takes on the trade deadline. So Tim Healy on the major leaguers traded by the Mets recently, including Escobar, Robertson, Scherzer, Canna, Verlander, almost 1/5 of the roster with more than 2 hours till the deadline. And you've got others still around. Pham should be a lock to be dealt because he's had a really nice year, and he's a free agent after this year. Brooks Raley, I think, has one more year of control after this, but good reliever. AJ Casabell, reasons to believe the Padres' struggles are different from the Mets' struggles, but the Padres and the Mets are tied in the loss column and have behaved very differently over the past week. Yes, that is correct. Scott Coleman, I admittedly don't know who this is, but he's hilarious.
I love him.
Moneyball 2, starring Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill, will highlight the new market efficiency of signing 40-year-old pitchers to absurd contracts and then eating $70 million to get a couple top 10 specs. Top 100 specs. Alden Gonzalez. The Dodgers are still in on Eduardo Rodriguez as far as I can tell, and if Dylan Cease and Mitch Keller are not moved, Erod might be their last best pivot. There doesn't seem to be anybody else who would serve as a clear upgrade over their best young starters. I hope they get Erod. You know why? Because if the Orioles keep saying they finished second place on everyone, they're going to get – you need one team that just gets roasted. And then obviously they still might play well. But if they don't, we're going to look back at this day. And then the Brewers made a deal. Of course, Ken Rosenthal broke it, our boy. Left-handed reliever Andrew Chafin. who's been around for a long time with the stash and just drilling down lefties left and right always. So nice little piece. Brewers are brewing right now, right? Carlos Santana, Mark Canha, Andrew Chafin. These are role player pickups that are going to be helpful.
Going to be helpful, absolutely.
I like these
and
moves.
they really fit into what they do. Mark Canha, you're not going to play in the 7th inning or later. We're going to take you out for defense. But he gives them on base percentage.
Yes.
He can hit a lefty. Chafin, every time I look at Chafin's numbers, every year I'm like, oh yeah, Andrew Chafin, let's go check it out. Jiminy Christmas. Like, he gives up like 6 hits a year against lefties. And he goes into that bullpen. He doesn't need to be a 7th, 8th, or 9th inning guy. He's just going to come in. He's going to be in the 7th inning or the 8th inning when the lineup stacks it up against, his in his favor. And Santana, when Rowdy comes back, you're going to have Santana in the DH slot. You're going to have him at first base.
Mhm.
It's just a very good Brewers move. And yeah, I'm pro Brewers, but it's good moves because the lineup or how their roster's constructed. You're not going. It's different than they strike out a ton too, but now you brought in 2 on-base guys in Santana and Canha, and you didn't downgrade your defense, which is a positive for that team.
And it's just extra pieces that, like, oh, we have this guy just in case. Oh, we could put you here just in. Oh, you want a DH? That's fine. We'll sit him for a day. Like, and that's the thing I take away from it. They made moves, and are they the most glorious moves? No, but they're much needed just to get to the playoffs. Go ahead.
3 moves. No, 3
3
moves. Which is awesome.
Yeah, that's
And they
great.
got better because the second half
3
of their
seems like a
lineup.
lot nowadays.
Yeah.
It is.
You're right. Second half of their lineup, there were too many easy outs.
Oh.
So now you're starting to replace that. Like you look at the top 4-ish in that lineup and you're like, nice, right? And then you start moving down, and now you plug in a Canha, you plug in a Santana, 2 on-base guys, right?
Stretches
Helps
that
a lot.
lineup.
Yelich has been a revelation. The fact that he came back so strong like this has been huge for them, and a big part of why the offense has been a little bit better. I do buy Frelick. Some of the other youngsters are going to go through their ups and downs, but I do buy Frelick as a contact dude. I mean, I don't think he's going to hit a billion homers, but
You don't want him in the 4 spot in the lineup.
correct. You do
That's-
not want him in the 4 spot.
Anywhere else, pretty much.
But
Yeah,
he's
that's
going
not
to
your
put the
cleanup.
he's going to put the bat on the ball. He's
Mhm.
not Luis Arise, but he's
Right.
going to put the bat on the ball. He's going to play you solid defense. And this team is built on what? Their starting pitching.
Mhm.
And it's one thing if you have bullpen guys that your team is built on, you don't need your defense because the bullpen guys are coming in and it is just punch out, see ya. Game's over. Their team's built on starting pitching, and you can't have your starting pitchers, while they do strike out a ton of guys, you can't have your starting pitchers going out there and needing to strike guys out. You need to be able to let them get into the 7th inning, which they do. Shortens their bullpen that now just got stronger, strengthened it with Chafin.
Mhm.
It's good pickup.
Let's play a little game before Britt Girelli joins us to talk us through all of the day's happenings. I am your general manager. Should I say it differently? Should I? I don't have that. Yeah, that's good. Go ahead. You guys can run it.
I am your general manager.
That was solid.
Okay, so
Do I have to breathe the whole bit?
yeah, the
No,
whole
I'm
time.
not going to breathe in your ears the whole
Darth
time.
Vader
It's getting
taking
hot in
over
here
as
now.
the general
That
manager.
stank ass breath.
So the way this will work is one of you can choose who wants to go first, and you'll say, insert team name. I am your general manager, and you will tell them what you are about to embark on.
My team or you're the general manager?
No, you are.
No, you are.
Oh, I'm
you're
the team?
You're the
So I'll
general
go
manager.
first so
You're
you
going to
can
tell the
understand
team.
it.
So it'll
All
be
right.
like it'll be like Orioles. I am your general manager. The
What-
deadline.
Why are
is...
you British?
I don't know.
What's going on? Get going.
Oh, hello, Baltimore.
You didn't know I'm British? The
all right.
deadline is today. You have to wake up.
All right, I'll go first.
You got one?
Todd's not a good role player.
Angels, I am your general manager. And guess what? I screwed up. I did. I messed up. I didn't know the Astros were going to do that. I didn't know the Rangers were going to do that. Damn it. I screwed up big time. Who wants Shohei? He's up for grabs. Giolito, you're up for grabs. Who wants him? Come on down. I will make the right move. I have an hour and 32 minutes. Shohei, he's online, chopping blocks. I will make this up to you.
So Todd Father took the acquisitions from the Angels and kept them for a solid 5 minutes, and he's flipping them.
Oh, geez.
He's flipping them.
He's reversing course like the Twins did a couple years ago when they got what's his name?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
The lefty that they traded then to the Yankees. Anyway, I was just laughing because he wasn't Darth Vader. He was Jaime Garcia. Thank you. You're the best at that.
He is. He's
I was
cranking.
I was laughing because you were supposed to be Darth Vader and you were selling like micro machines or something.
Welcome. I'm a DJ. Welcome back.
All right.
Go ahead. I ain't gonna look at you because you're gonna laugh.
I'm not gonna laugh. I am your general manager. I am Dave Dombrowski. I come to I'm not actually the general manager, but Sam Fold is not really the general manager. He's just the name general manager. Mm-hmm. He goes to a lot of other places, and he's really fast still and incredibly good looking. I and Dave Dombrowski, and I am going to do the right thing for your team.
Very nice. I
have instilled tons of confidence in my team. I've already gotten you a confident, incredibly good-looking pitcher in Michael Lorenzen because looks matter. If you look good, you feel good. We already have the second best looking manager in baseball in Rob Thompson. And I'm going to go out and get you Kenyon Middleton. And then that's going to be all that we need to do. And what we're going to do is we're going to continue to ride the awesome vibes that we have since June 2nd when we're 36-15. And if it wasn't for these stinking Braves who sign everybody, we'd be in first place in this division. And it's really going to be awesome. We're peaking at the right time. And this is exactly how I built the team. Oh, and by the way, I gave $300 million to a player who's going to have a 850 OPS from today on in Trey Turner. So hopefully Nick Castellanos picks it up. And if in the last second I can find like a Brett Phillips to play the outfield in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings, I'll do that too. But I have Christian Pache. So
yeah, you're good there. Pache
I'm good when he comes back.
Right.
When he comes back. So we're set. So cheers. I'll see you at the local wherever our next road game is. I'll ask my assistant.
Middleton. So that's what you want. One more. Just
one more
for some bullpen.
I need
depth.
a Kenyon Middleton guy that's
okay.
A guy that's very solid, but in this bullpen of Dominguez, Sir Anthony just came back. He's going to slot back into the 7th spot. Alvarado's going to slot in there to the 8th spot, and you're going to go Craig Kimbrell to the ship. And I love it. And Kenyon Middleton stretches that. The night off that you give Alvarado, Middleton shows up. The night off that you give Alvarado and Sir Anthony, then you go Soto and Middleton to Kimbrell. And Soto can slot in against – I mean, that bullpen is already formidable. But to me, I actually had Lee, the guy they gave up, going to the White Sox. I thought he was going to be the second baseman that I'm not exactly sure how to say his first name, but I think he was like number 5 prospect. We're not giving up Mick Abel. We're not giving up Painter.
No, not for.
We're not giving up
for 2 months. No.
Now, I'm sure because he has the connections with the Tigers that they'd be willing to give up Johan Rojas and Lee and one other guy for Eduardo Rodriguez. I think they would have done that. Because now all of a sudden you have that's the move I thought they were going to make. But when they got Lorenzen, I felt like it was a pivot move because Eduardo would be that guy. All right, Nola, we'll see you later. Like,
you're saying the offseason. Well, but also you're assuming
Eduardo Rodriguez would have been this guy that would have taken Nola off because I think his options are like for like 13, 14 million for the next 3 years.
But he can opt out.
Yeah, but we take care of that ahead of time.
Oh, you're saying you
He's-
bring him in and you say,
and
hey,
it's-
dude,
and it's let's
let's make
he
this.
because
Let's tack on a couple of years and let's make this.
let's make it a
long-term thing.
5-year
Right.
deal.
But
I
don't
love
you have to make that move? Don't you have to ask permission to do that
I think he's
before
already
you bring him in?
I think they already did. I think they had long discussions, and then they were like, all right, it broke down. We'll take Lorenzen. Just make
Okay.
sure you don't give Lorenzen away until we find out if Eduardo will take 5 years. 5 years.
100?
No, I was going to say 80 million. Because I think he's supposed to get 13 for the 3 years. We'll give you 5 years, 16 for each year. You're going to probably get
If
20.
I'm E-Rod, no. I'm saying no. I want 5 a hundo.
But he's going to a team that's going to win.
I still want 5 a hundo.
I don't think he's going to get 100
I don't think
in
he
the
should get
offseason.
that at all.
I think I'm going to say 85 is what we're giving you.
You went up $5 million.
I just went up.
Because of what, you're soft.
But the
I
contract
looked
that
in his eyes.
the contract that E-Rod initially signed here with Detroit, 5 years, $77 million.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think he's outplayed that contract. I think it's been
No, last year was a mess because he had personal issues and he wasn't there most of the year. So he had to sit out for a while.
so I'm giving you a little upgrade. You want the extra years, which you're looking for. I think you're probably the same player.
Yeah, he's got 350 left, right? So
I
yeah,
think he's
16
better
and
than
change.
Taijuan Walker. I may have overpaid for Taijuan Walker.
Yeah, Taijuan
Hindsight.
Walker was 470 something, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
72.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you 580.
No, I want better than Walker's average annual value. Or
Well,
I'm
you're
going
more-
to free agency. I'm 2 months away, baby.
Yeah, but you got your free agent contract right now, so
And that's why the trade didn't happen.
and that's why it didn't happen.
Yeah, you're 2 months from opting out.
You missed your chance to be on a World Series team.
This
We were
year?
there last year.
Well, great news. I'm going to get a better offer, and we're gonna talk in the offseason, and we'll see if you want to bring me on board.
I'll be there. I'll be there to talk to you.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm done.
You're done.
Thought
You
you were
died.
just going on your throat.
So for anyone that's new to the party here, appreciate you watching on FT Live. We'll go until a little after the trade deadline ends. It finishes at 6 o'clock East Coast time, and there are still quite a few names that have to go. I mean, have to go. Like
They
Jack
don't-
Flaherty's a free agent
They
after
don't
this
have
year.
to go.
Oh,
Jack
they have
Flaherty
to.
has to go. Like if he's not traded, I'm going to. It's. I don't even have to put it out there like to criticize the Cardinals because he's getting traded. It's just a matter of where. He's a free agent after this season. The Cardinals are selling, so he's getting dealt. Just throwing that out there. Britt Giroli's going to join us in a moment to talk to us about Max Scherzer trade, where Baltimore's at, what else the Nationals might be doing. So just giving you an idea of where we're going here. Also, I'm seeing as we've been conversing that Ken Rosenthal had a conversation with Max Scherzer about what the Mets told him, and he said the team is taking a step back to build for 2025 and 2026. Now, I'm going to throw a take out there. Ready? What?
Huh. What did I? What?
I think they told him what they needed to hear. So I like that little deadline thing. They told them what they needed to hear so that they could get him to waive the no trade.
Lying? You're calling them a liar?
Well, I
Taking a
just
step-
think
taking a step
but-
back. Why
right.
would he make that up?
Okay, so but what do you consider a step back? Like if Nola's a free agent and they sign him to a 6-year deal, is that taking a step back? Or is that signing and we're thinking about 25, 26. We signed him a long-term deal instead of these little 2-year deals for nothing. Hold it,
We
because
will
we
see
got
in the winter.
We will see. Britt Giroli from The Athletic joining us right now to get into all of this, and we'll start right there too. Britt, great to see you. Happy trade deadline day. About an hour, 20 minutes away from destroying the Orioles. But first, I want to start with Max. So what do you think of the Scherzer trade and these comments that we're seeing? And obviously also just mixing in the Mets plans and sudden pivot.
Yeah. So I was listening to what you were saying off the air, Scott, and to me, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I mean, yes, you'd want Max off the books, but trading Justin Verlander to me signals that this isn't like a retooling, which is what Billy Epler told the media the other day. This is kind of a rebuild, especially if they're listening on guys like Pete Alonso. And, I know there's a lot going on with Pete Alonso right now because he's another guy that at least is gauging interest on the trade market. I think it would take a big haul for the Mets to be willing to move him. But let's think about it. They already moved Mark Canha. They already moved Max Scherzer. They already moved Justin Verlander. We know they're going to move Tommy Pham in the next, hour, 20 minutes here as we sit here. So if this is not a rebuild, or at least a mini rebuild, what is it, right? And I think Scherzer's comments made it pretty clear, and I'm guessing that's what they said to Justin Verlander too. Like, hey, we're not going to be good next year, or we're not going to go all in next year. And so Verlander said, all right, then I'll go to Houston. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get these two guys who committed to the Mets, who committed to winning a championship with the Mets. They wouldn't have gotten either one of these guys to change their plans if that wasn't in fact the case for next year.
Do you think they lied? Scott was insinuating that they lied to get this thing done, and women are the best ones to figure out who's lying and who's not. Us guys, we're not good at figuring out who's liars. We just think everybody's a liar. Like, I think Todd's lying right now, and he's not even saying anything.
I mean, look, there's lots of lies going on. I don't even want to think about how many people probably lied to me today alone, the trade deadline, in terms of rumors and what's happening. But I do think that Max says in this great article by Ken Rosenthal that not only did he talk to Billy Epler, who could have lied, but he talked to Steve Cohen. So you're saying that both of these guys are now lying about the future direction of the organization, and they turn around and sell more players that are signed after this year. So it doesn't really make sense. If they were going to lie and only move Max, yeah, maybe. But to then move Justin Verlander, if you're going to be good next year, what's the point of moving Justin Verlander? I don't understand.
Well, I just want to make sure you know we are not lying to you here. Okay, this is a safe place. Me, Todd, Scott Braun.
Although I will say this, okay, and this is not a lie. I would say this is almost a guarantee. Billy Epler will not be leading the front office for the Mets next year. I'm not even saying that he's necessarily being let go, but he will not be at the top of the front office. He will not be the decision maker. There will be someone above him. And whether they let him go or say, hey, would you like to work for someone? I promise you he will not be leading the front office by the wintertime.
Agreed.
But anyway.
Yeah, I would agree. David Stearns, are you listening?
Yes. Bob Nightingale yesterday came on our show and basically guaranteed that David Stearns was going to be running the team. And he actually did think that they were going to basically scrap it all down and then start over again, which I disagree with. I don't think you can sell that so quickly where you're like, we're here, we're going to be competitive every year, screw the Will Ponds. Finally, Mets fans are going to get treated well. I don't think they're going to reverse course like that. Like for me, for example, so in the offseason, let's say they sign Aaron Nola, right? We're just using him as a good example here. So a good free agent pitcher who's much younger than Verlander and Scherzer. If they sign him to a 5 or 6 year deal, do Max or JV think that they screwed him? Or if I'm the Mets, I go, yeah, that's thinking about 25 and 26. We signed a guy for 6 years who's way younger than you guys.
Yeah, I mean, they could do that. The X factor here is Ohtani. How are they going to do this at the deadline and then say to Shohei Ohtani, hey, we're going to win. Come pick us, choose us, right? I think that this kind of shoots them in the foot to some extent over Ohtani because he wants to go somewhere where he knows he's going to win. And you can't really sell him on an organization that is kind of in the middle of something. Even if they get David Stearns, like you said, and I agree with Bob, I think if David Stearns comes, you're going to see a more slow, painful process than people wanted. But if they're really going to emulate the Dodgers, at least from a prospect perspective, then they have to kind of take a little bit of a slower route. So I still think they're not going to be the Orioles next year, the Orioles of 2 or 3 years ago, right? They're not going to be the Kansas City Royals. They're going to be a mostly competitive team, but with where they're at right now, it's selling off all these players. I wouldn't be surprised if there are big changes in the front office. I wouldn't be surprised if you look at, Buck Showalter's future. They are not going all in for 2024. That much is clear. So could they sign a Nola? Sure. But it still doesn't guarantee them. Like you put Aaron Nola on their team, it still doesn't make them a World Series contender. Everything fell apart. And it reminds me of the Padres. Remember, I don't know how many years ago this was now, but they spent all this money and they were going to be like, yeah, we're going to be good again. And then they very quickly, things went south and they sold it off for spare parts. This is very similar to that. The Padres, by the way, about a week away from being that in this same situation, but obviously they're not. They are kind of these small buyers as we go through this. They're still looking at another starter, maybe a reliever as we talk right now before the deadline. But, the Mets are in a precarious spot. I kind of give them a lot of credit for being able to sell off all these guys. It's a tough sell to say to your fan base, like, hey, we're going to win. It's not LOL Mets anymore. And then a few months later, it is LOL Mets because everybody is leaving. And now you're telling fans to be patient again when they were so jacked up for this season.
Yeah, I think that is the LOL Mets is hilarious to me. My question is to you, and maybe this is too far reaching. Is it almost like Cohen didn't know what he was getting into buying a Major League Baseball team?
1,000%. It's great. I haven't seen too many people bring that up, but I think, this isn't the financial world, right? This isn't something that he had a whole lot of experience with. We know he was a big fan of baseball, in reading a bunch of books about him. He's been a Mets fan all his life. I don't doubt that he watched a lot of baseball, but talk to people in front offices. It is nothing like running a team is nothing like being a fan. So I think he didn't know how long this process was going to be. He certainly didn't know when he went out there and guaranteed that they were going to win a championship in the next 3 to 5 years, right? Next year is year 3, is it not? So we are getting into precarious territory. I think he realized you can't just buy a title. That doesn't work. As much as fans of all these markets complain when their teams don't spend money or with what Steve Cohen was doing, no one's complaining about what Steve Cohen is doing now. So I do think it's tougher. I do think that they lacked a lot of the pieces in place when it came to the baseball operations department to really have a formidable organization. They're still a year or 2 away from having that minor league system, from having that pipeline. And yeah, it's not an easy fix. I mean, the Wilpons didn't do a whole lot of good. It's going to take a while to undo a lot of the things that they did and to fix a lot of the areas of need. So they built this big shiny house on top of no foundation, and now it's just like kind of sinking, unfortunately.
What an analogy for us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brett. You just moved
We
at the
bought a
beginning of the
house.
year, so
Yes,
you know all about
exactly.
houses.
There's all these problems. The foundation is fine, but it just reminds me of that,
Okay,
right?
good.
Like it's definitely asking price is like just the starter price, right? It's like, oh, you got to do this to the roof. You got to do this in the attic. And you're like, this brings me no joy. I just want to buy an expensive couch.
And there's a
so.
leak too after all said and done, and you got to fix that.
Yeah, you trade the league
Exactly.
for prospects.
Trade the league for prospects.
Hey, so you've covered the Orioles, Nationals all over there. Why are the Orioles not doing anything? What is going on with them right now?
Guys, people are going to be disappointed. I mean, as we sit here today, at 4:45, I'm here to tell you there's not going to be a blockbuster deal. I mean, there just isn't really the prospects and the availability of a starting pitcher left for them to make a blockbuster deal. I think, unfortunately, when you look at some of these players off the board, like let's take Michael Lorenzen from the Tigers, you can't tell me the Orioles didn't have that prospect capital. Of course they did. They have 8 hitters in the top 100 right now. But I was told, and it seems like a lot of the people in the Orioles front office felt like their prospects were almost too good or too major league ready to be able to just flip them for a rental, right? So then you look at controllable starters. It doesn't look like Seattle's going to move any of their guys. Dylan Cease, the White Sox are listening in on, but he seems like a long shot to be moved. And all of a sudden, there isn't that much in terms of options for the Orioles to upgrade. Justin Verlander was never going to go anywhere but Houston, right? So, you have to look at it from both sides. I think Mike Elias should have maybe done a little more, should have tried a little harder. I don't expect a blockbuster move. I think they may add a starter, certainly not among kind of the top sexy available starters. But you look at this Orioles team, and they're already sent Tyler Wells to Double-A to kind of take a little bit of a break. They are missing innings. It is going to be a blow, I think, to club horse morale to not go out and get this kind of a starting pitcher on one hand. On the other, they're going to get probably another reliever, kind of start to do what the Royals did in 14 and 15 and kind of have that turbocharged bullpen to really cut off games. But it's unfortunate. This is the first time we've really seen the Orioles in the driver's seat. And it was unfortunately a weird deadline, and they just really haven't been able to get anything done. There's not a lot of traction with a lot of the available starters.
I was on that 14 Royals team and on the 15 Royals team. What are they going to do for next year? I'm not trying to accelerate it past here, but to me, if they don't do enough, the Rangers and Astros are now all of a sudden a better team. But what could we look to for 15 for 24?
Yeah, I mean, I think what they are really setting up and what Michael Elias kind of hinted at when he spoke to the media a couple days ago was they think this is the beginning of their window, right? And you can argue whether it's right or wrong because as we all know, we've seen windows come and go, guys get hurt. I think they're looking at, next year more so being their year, right? All these young starters will be able to go deeper into games. They won't have the handcuffs that they have on a guy like Grayson Rodriguez. They'll be able to better handle that workload. And then in the winter, they feel like if they go out and acquire guys in free agency, that doesn't cost prospects for trades. They're at least getting guys that aren't a 2-month rental. So I do think they're going to be more active. And I know last winter they angered fans by saying like, we're going to get all these free agents. And then they got nobody to write home about. I do think that's going to be a little bit different when you look at their payroll and what they're going to be able to do. But by all indications, guys, they stumbled into this year. So I think that they may make a tiny move or two, like I said, to kind of act like they're supporting this team. But in actuality, they're looking to 2024, 2025, 2026 as the years to really go for it. Whether that's right or wrong, I think it's certainly up for debate. But the Orioles are not a team right now that's pushing all their chips in and saying, let's go for it.
They're going through these steps of how to really piss off a really large generation of fans. Tank forever. Now they're in the phase of fake try. Yes, they're very good, but to not do anything in the offseason, they essentially said, oh, we finished second place on dudes. Get out of here. And I feel like they're going to do the same thing here. I feel like there might be a press conference if they don't do anything here where Mike Elias is going to come out, right? He'll talk to the media and he'll say, oh, we were close. We just couldn't pull it off. Second, third place on deals. That means nothing to me. So the other thing is, Britt, I think that your winning window cannot be completely dictated by your organization. Your team, your players right now are screaming at you saying this game, the rules changed. It got younger. It plays more to a team like us with athleticism. Our prospects are hitting now, and we're healthy position player wise. So we look at next year, a lot of their pitchers have outperformed what they were looked at as prospects, right? Maybe they regress. Maybe the league catches up. Maybe they get hit with more injuries, right? I always keep mentioning, like, I'm picking on Adley, but like a player of that impact, Adley, Gunnar, whatever, maybe they get hurt, right? And all of a sudden we look next year and it's like, oh, the Yanks bought the whole free agent market again. And the AL East is up again. The Red Sox got better. My point is the Orioles can win a World Series if they did shit. They did nothing in the offseason and nothing in the trade deadline. And if I was an Orioles fan, unless they win the World Series and prove me wrong that you can win a World Series without ever making deals, I'm going to freak out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally agree. And listen, I covered the 2008 Tampa Bay Rays who were, quote, ahead of their window, right? And, they go to the World Series in 08, they lose, but they didn't win a World Series after that. So you can't really say, oh, we can't support this team or we can't kind of push our chips in. And I know so much of the game today is about, probability and using these, advanced numbers to come up with, the safest way to do things. But I just wish for once that, teams would be a little more aggressive and, trade away a prospect or two. They have too many guys right now. Teams know that. I do think the Padres, who had Blake Snell and Josh Hader, deciding over the last couple of days that they were going to not sell those guys, really changed things. Elias kind of hinted at a couple teams that they were waiting on, and those are great fits for them or would have been great fits for them. Hader obviously was originally drafted by the Orioles. Snell would have been the best starting pitcher available. Those, I think, are guys that they maybe would have been a little bit more aggressive for. But you look at this market and you have to find ways to upgrade. And while I do think they're going to add a starter, it's not going to be someone to get super excited about. And this is such a young, exciting team. I thought before today even started that, maybe they would get 2 starters, right? Maybe they do something crazy and get like a Rich Hill before the Padres got him and then get more of a higher tier guy. But that's clearly not going to happen right now. I mean, the time is dwindling. The available arms are dwindling as well. And I just don't see a move that's going to get Baltimore excited at all about their prospects moving forward.
I'll give you some fresh news here. So Jeff Passan said the Dodgers and Tigers had a trade in place for Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yep.
This just came out, but Erod invoked his
It was
10-team no-trade clause that included the Dodgers, and the deal is now dead. He doesn't want to go to the pitching machine?
Yes, I had heard that, but didn't have enough to go with it. It's such an interesting thing, though, and it kind of puts the kibosh, in my opinion, on trading Erod. When you hear that, as a team that's potentially interested, what are you going to do there, right? Like, if he doesn't want to go to a team to win, and I do think he's a guy who's more concerned with family circumstances, then you're not going to get anything for him. And I'm actually surprised that Passan got enough to go with it because, I feel like it's really bad that it leaked out for the Tigers, who are no doubt trying to leverage the fact that the Dodgers were interested to maybe the teams that Erod felt comfortable going to. But again, because of that 10 teams that he can nix, I mean, who were these other 10 teams, right? Was he not comfortable going to any of these teams that were available? It doesn't seem like he's going to be moved at all, which is just crazy. I mean, if you look at the Tigers, in my opinion, they really had a hand in kind of shaping this whole trade deadline. Scott Harris hadn't made any moves up until today. They trade Lorenzen to Philly, which was a little unexpected, not even rumored to be a whole lot of interest there leading up to the deal. And now it looks like Erod is probably not going to go anywhere. Or if he does go somewhere, they can't maximize the return because similar to the Verlander deal, they're kind of bottlenecked into what he prefers, right? So, this was a big deal for Scott Harris and the Tigers organization, this trade deadline, because the previous regime did such a bad job with the trades, and it just doesn't look like they're going to be able to maximize what they have.
Do we know if Erod has the Orioles on his list? Because this could be the lifeboat. This could be the lifeboat.
The Orioles are not getting Erod. I can tell you that with some good certainty.
Really?
That's what I said. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you they're going to get a starting pitcher, but it's not going to be anyone you're going to be super excited about. And so it's just kind of a meh trade deadline. No splashes.
No splashes,
Sorry.
which has some
like
fun
little tiny.
Yes.
I don't know what are like little splashes. I don't know.
Pebbles, not puddle, puddles.
Puddle.
Little puddle.
Ripples.
No,
I
ripple.
don't know.
Ripples.
A ripple.
A little sprinkle of
a
deal.
puddle is like a sprinkle. Isn't that like a baby sprinkle instead of a baby shower?
Yeah, that's when you have a second.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish with the Nationals.
You let me know. You let me know when they get somebody, Scott. But I don't consider who they're looking at right now big name. Who they're like in big names.
No, I know. I mean, people tried to float out. I feel like it was more just random fan blogs in Rumor City. Like, oh, maybe they're talking to Dylan Cease. I'm like, nah, I doubt it. So let's finish with the Nationals. I love listening to Mike Rizzo do interviews. I called out GMs on one of last week's shows because I've listened to probably 20 out of 30 over the last couple weeks, and most of them say this is what they say. I'll give them a moment of silence. They say nothing. They're so boring. They're so like Wall Street tight corporate about everything. So they're just like, we might do something, we might not. We'll see. Like they won't answer anything. Not all of them, but there are some that are terrible, right? And we know you've spoken to some of them. I'm not going to call their names out. I'm just going to point out people like Mike Rizzo, who's so direct. He's like, we're trading Candelario. We're talking to 8 teams about him. We're probably going to trade this guy. We might not trade this guy. He went over Lane Thomas. So what do you think of what they've done and what you could see them doing and their direction in general? Like, I feel like they have a plan.
I do think they have a plan, but unfortunately, Mike Rizzo is only signed through October. So it's really tough to be a GM and to navigate the trade deadline, not knowing if you're going to be able to see things through. Davey Martinez, their manager, in the same situation as well. But, I think for Candelario, they set a high price early, like a month ago, and teams kind of balked at it, and they continued to wait and wait, knowing that this was a really weak position player market. So they knew that they could end up getting something. And I think when you look at the return they got and getting 2 top 20 guys from the Cubs, this isn't the Max Scherzer deal or the Juan Soto deal. They're not getting the upper echelon guys, but they're getting some nice depth here. And, that was really probably their best piece. Lane Thomas would have been probably their best piece. He is not getting traded. I mean, barring chaos here in the last 60 minutes, he's a controllable piece. He's something that the Nationals felt like other teams wanted as a platoon and that they weren't going to get nearly as much as they felt like they valued him for. Kyle Finnegan is a name to watch here over the next hour. Hunter Harvey would have been, but he hurt himself. So he would have been kind of a late inning guy. He could potentially be a non-waiver trade after the deadline. But I think what you're going to see here as we get closer to that 6 o'clock, guys, is what somebody called the relievers flea market, which is true, right? You're just going to see all these teams unloading relievers because we kind of are at the last second here. And pretty much every team that's contending wants to add a bullpen piece. So the Nationals are going to be involved in that as well. I do think they're in a better situation than they were even a year ago. They do continue to kind of see those guys from the Scherzer and also the Soto trade, see them kind of continue to develop. They're in a pretty good situation. But again, it's going to come down to the front office. It's going to come down to ownership and whether or not they're going to sell the team. Because right now, Mark Lerner is basically writing personal checks. The organization is bleeding money. I think they need to put the team up for sale. They need to sell that team and have some direction so that they know, okay, is Mike Rizzo leading us or is it somebody else? Okay, Mike, you have a 2-year deal. Let's see what you do here, right? There's so much indecision at the top that it just makes this sense of uneasiness. Every time I go to DC, you just feel it, right? Nobody knows what's going on in the future, and it can be really hard to build a team around that.
I think they've been trying to sell too, and it's such a difficult buy for a billionaire because they don't understand that whole situation. I think that, and I say that with some education on the matter. Just put it that way. I think it's a really tough sell right now, Britt. Not that it's a worthless team, but they're tied into so much crap like what you're talking about. It's really difficult. And I don't think they've gotten a ton of help, right? Like two teams shouldn't have been fighting for ages. I thought that if you're within MLB, like they're supposed to settle it because they're in the same business. It's crazy.
I have long wondered, like, if it gets out of the courts, can Commissioner Manfred just make like a unilateral move and be like, all right, you know what? We're done with this now, right? Like once it gets out of the courts, like, can't they just say like, hey, we're done with this. You have two separate networks. Because you're right. It's crushing the Nats sale value. They're also not a great buy because of all the money they owe guys like Scherzer and Steven Strasburg until the end of time. So that's also not great. All the deferred money that the learners like to keep like deferring and deferring and deferring it. It's like, well, that bill's come and due every year. And it's really crushing them. If you take that out of their payroll is like Orioles size with the players who are actually playing right now. So there's a lot going on when it comes to selling the Nationals. But I still think Ted Leonsis would buy it if he could use his own TV network. I think that is the number one thing that is standing in the way.
Get it done, MLB, and we need that, right? Their number one thing they keep talking about right now is like more availability, better content, all of that for fans. This sounds right up that alley right now. So we'll see. Britt, great to catch up with you. Happy trade deadline day. We'll see what happens for the next hour.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be chaos. I can't wait until I'm in my hot tub with a glass of wine tonight and it's all over.
Let's go. Let's go. Go bother a bunch of front office people for another hour and then relax.
There's games too tonight, by the way.
There are games tonight that I will be betting on.
Need to. That's your wine and hot tub.
Hell yeah. Oh, I will. I'm getting some nice. I got an Italian spot. I already looking at the order.
An Italian order for Scott. No
don't even start.
I want to hear it.
Hey, we've got more tweets we're running through, and then for all of you that have been asking, like, what did my team get back? We will let you know. JJ Cooper from Baseball America will tell us what these prospects are all about, and Todd Father will bring them in with that very line. Craig Mish broke this story: the Marlins picking up Jake Berger from the White Sox. Okay, go a little pop.
Need it.
Marlins definitely need more offense, and they send back Jake Eder in the deal, who's a pitching prospect for Chicago. Definitely a good move for the White Sox to keep stockpiling prospects right now. Jake Berger is not part of the next great White Sox team. He's a now guy.
He's a now guy.
He's had a good year. He's got holes in his swing.
I think if you add him to a lineup that you can't, if you put him in the right spot in the lineup where you have to pitch to him, I think it's one of those things that he's a solid pickup. Yep. I mean, he's like a backup catcher type of pickup with the offense, but zero defense.
Yeah, it's a home run. That's the tool.
So as a White Sox fan, don't be like, wow, we're really tearing it down now. No, this isn't them just ultimately tearing it down. Somebody saw value in it, and the Marlins will get some good value in it, which I also want to say part of the reason the Marlins are doing well this year, yes, they have a team that is playing well together. They're winning one-run games, but they're one of the teams that just opted in to buying this software, this analytic software that they brought guys over from the Dodgers. They brought in a new manager from the Cardinals, and they've really bought into this software, and they have a lot of guys using it, and that's why you start taking wins at the margins. The margins are the one-run games. The margins are who is a value to you in this situation. And I'm reminded by that as Jake Berger comes into a lineup that doesn't hit a lot of homers. Jorge Soler, and then it's like if De La Cruz is healthy, if Brian's healthy, he can pop some balls out. But Garrett Cooper has power, never on the field.
Soler has endless power.
But he's the guy.
Right,
that's the. He's a 40. What do you have? 48 that one year in KC.
Yeah, he's got ridiculous pop
for sure.
But no, I like that. You're modernizing. You're evolving. I've kind of like said this without going so direct on it, but the last regime, which was mostly run by Derek Jeter, he was in way over his whatever they call it. He had never run a team before. He runs in there. He's like, we're going to be the Yanks. He brings in one or two friends. That's not how this works. It's very difficult to run a big league organization. Kim Ng had him beat by decades of experience. He brings her in. Derek's out. they're getting to put their own stamp on it, and it's working for them. It's a good call. So, and Trey Mancini got DFA'd. We showed you that too. So great dude, but he's had a really tough year, and they owe him a lot of money. I think he'll still probably find his way somewhere. Yep, he'll get picked up. All right, let's go over the prospect returns and all these trades right now. Baseball America's JJ Cooper, our friend, joining us. What a day, JJ. Hey, we haven't seen massive splashes left and right aside from Verlander, but we are seeing a ton of prospect movement. So let us begin, though, with the headline, JJ. Justin Verlander today gets moved from the Mets to the Astros. The Mets are paying a ton of money down, but they do pick up two pretty good outfield prospects. So what do you think of that move and in general what the Mets have done in terms of acquiring a lot of farm system talent?
They're paying for a good farm system, which credit to them, credit to Steve Cohen for the fact that he's willing to basically say, I'm willing to send a lot of money with this to make sure that the return I get back is a solid return. It's probably the biggest return we've seen yet today. And if he was an owner, if that was an organization that was unwilling to spend the money to buy off much of Verlander's remaining contract, the return probably would have been almost nothing. And so instead they get two of our top three Astros prospects. We don't have any of them in the top 100 right now, but Drew Gilbert, Ryan Clifford are both guys who aren't far from the top 100. Gilbert is a center fielder who can really hit. There's some questions about his power, but he's going to hit. Clifford's a guy who, if it all breaks right, is going to be that corner outfield masher, that thumper, but he's a little further away. There's a little bit less athleticism there. But to get these guys, as much as I love Justin Verlander, to get these guys for Justin Verlander at age 40 with the remaining contract that he has left, not a bad pickup for the Mets.
Hey, Coop, what's going on, brother?
Hello.
Hello. My question to you is Acuna's brother, man. I didn't want to say the name wrong, but
Luis Angel.
Luis Angel. Hey, what do you think of him for one? Does he have the future like his brother does, or is he going to be that spark plug that the Mets need as he comes up through the ranks here?
I don't think he'd be as good as his brother, but that's a pretty safe bet to make because that would make him one of the 3-4 best players in all of baseball. But I think it's a trade that he immediately becomes one of the Mets' best infield prospects. Shortstop, maybe second base. They'll figure that out. They've got him. They've got Ronnie Mauricio. They obviously have Francisco Lindor. So that versatility doesn't hurt there. But he was he was easily a top 100 prospect for us. I also see, though, where the Rangers, he wasn't fitting with the Rangers. The Rangers can trade him because you can't even really map out a scenario where he was going to be part of that Rangers lineup anytime soon. Obviously, they have Seager. Obviously, they have Semien. And on top of that, they've got Duran. They've got Josh Smith. It's kind of one of those things where Acuna immediately becomes one of the better prospects in the Mets system, but he goes from an organization where he was blocked to an organization where there probably will be a pretty clear path to the big leagues in the not too distant future.
Is Cohen overpaying for these prospects? Because we very rarely see a prospect with value attached to him, essentially buying down these guys' contracts so they can get them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you look at this is a thing where I'm sure that there are owners out there today who are pretty annoyed by this because this is an owner who will do things that they won't do. They will never be willing to eat a bad contract to better the return. The Mets are quite willing to do that. The Mets are basically saying, okay, in hindsight, we spent too much on Verlander. We spent too much on Scherzer. That's okay. We can buy ourselves out of the problem and actually benefit from it. You've seen these other trades. We've seen trades on these, with players like these kind of contracts before, even good players, where the return essentially is, please just take the contract. There's always a player thrown in, but often that player thrown into someone who isn't even a top 30 prospect. Sometimes literally just for the chance to get rid of the contract. That's not the way Steve Cohen works. Credit to him. Like, it's going to speed up. This is a disaster of a season for the Mets, but it will speed up the opportunity for the Mets to get back from this disaster quicker because they're not just acquiring guys who are solid prospects. Gilbert's in AA, Acuna's in AA, Clifford's in full season ball. These guys aren't years and years away. If the idea is turning it all around in 25, well, these are guys who, if they all click, they should be there by then.
So if you were to take the haul that they got back and look at some of the teams that haven't done anything, the Red Sox, the Orioles, most likely is who were crushing all day. Do they have, and what would they give up, the prospects to have gotten these deals done?
Oh, let's just say again, I don't know if Verlander would have been willing to go to the Orioles, but the Orioles could have done this kind of trade prospect wise, and it would have been giving away probably their sixth and seventh and eighth and ninth best prospects in the organization. That's how deep the Orioles farm system is. It wouldn't have been giving up the Orioles' best players in their system. It wouldn't have been giving up the Orioles' second or third best prospects in their system. The Drew Gilberts, the Ryan Cliffords, those are good prospects, but those are guys who, if you put them in the Orioles system, they wouldn't crack the top six or seven. So it would have been easy for the Orioles prospect-wise to have done this with players who probably don't fit in their long-term plans.
So we just saw Jake Eater to the White Sox for Jake Berger. Can you tell us a little bit about the Eater situation? How is he as a player? What do you think?
So Eater coming out, he was one of those guys who was affected by the COVID year. He was a 2020 draftee and didn't really get to show what he could do at Vanderbilt that year that much because the season got cut short. Credit to the Marlins. They were aggressive with picking him, and not just picking him, but then basically pushing him to Double-A right away. He was one of the breakout players in 2021. Looked like a guy who might be able to help the big league rotation by 22. But then he had an elbow injury, Tommy John surgery. He's still working his way back from that. He is still a guy I would say at this moment isn't 100% back to what he was pre-injury. But that said, we had him ranked as our number 2 prospect in the Marlins organization right now. And assuming that, again, he keeps shaking off the rust, it's not outlandish in any way. He's at Double-A already. He was at Double-A before the injury. He could be part of that. He could be in the competition to be part of the White Sox rotation in maybe the very end of this year, but really, especially 2024. And for a guy, again, I like Berger. I like the pickup for the Marlins. He's a good fit to kind of pair with Soler as the power in what is really much more of a contact-oriented lineup. But that's a pretty good return for the White Sox in my mind, because they're not talking about adding a guy who might fit in a bullpen someday or something. This is a guy who has a chance to start and also isn't 5 years away. It's a guy who, as he shakes off the rust, could be there next year.
Are you worried about guys that are this tier of prospect, like you said, like a 6 to 8 for the Orioles that are, lower level prospects? Are you worried about them going to an organization like the White Sox who just routinely stink at player development? And is there another team that just doesn't do that? It doesn't even matter who they get. They just don't develop players.
I think that you see examples. I can't, the example that comes to mind is you look at the trades that the Braves and the A's did a couple of years ago. And it's not that the A's can't develop any kind of players. They've developed some players, obviously, in recent years. But they took a Ryan Cusick, and I think that Ryan Cusick would have developed much better in the Braves organization, where they are a team that kind of really takes guys like that and tries to accentuate their strengths. I think that the A's kind of took a more traditional approach with Cusick, where it's like, okay, you're gonna broaden your repertoire, and it hasn't worked with him. It hasn't worked with a couple of the other guys that they picked up for the Braves. That's an example that comes to mind. I do think with Eater and the White Sox, I do like a few things that the White Sox have done recently. I feel like they're doing a better job drafting recently. Colson Montgomery is one of the better young shortstop prospects in the game, first round pick a couple years ago. Noah Schultz is definitely a name to watch. He's been one of the more interesting young pitching prospects in Class A this year. So they are showing at least some green shoots. Some, after a long fallow winter, they are having some guys kind of pop up a little bit. But that said, the good news with an Eater is this is a guy who's not as much a project as he is if the slider's back to what it was pre-injury, if the fastball's back to what it was pre-injury. You don't have to do a whole lot with him other than keep him healthy and move him on to the big leagues, because he went to Vanderbilt for multiple years. He already had success in Double-A pre-injury. So he's not that far away. Still some stuff to do, but it's different than if you're saying we're picking this guy up and he's, heading to low A and we're going to see how we develop him.
Is that development? Are you developing a player who's, you just mentioned 2 first rounders. The Noah Schultz kid is 6'9", 220 pounds, first rounder. Like, that's not developing. That's just giving him a place to play and being like, hey, good luck. We'll see you in a year and a half.
That's staying out of the way, I guess is what you're saying, which is true in some ways. Like with Colson Montgomery, I'm sure they're doing some things with him, but yeah, at the same time, don't screw him up. Like I will never forget Dylan Bundy years ago and talking to scouts about Dylan Bundy coming out of high school. And it was like, I just hope that the Orioles don't screw him up. That was basically the thing. And then a couple of years later, it was like, I think the Orioles screwed him up. So yeah, some of these guys, we are talking about first round picks. Those cases, in some cases, it's more of don't screw them up.
Okay, JJ, I've been excited to ask you about the Angels. They're going for it, even though nobody thinks they should. So did they give up a lot? Like we had Jim Bowden on yesterday, and he goes, this decision to not just trade, not just hold Shohei Ohtani, but to trade away what they have in a very weakly rated farm system could set them back another 3, 4, 5 years. Do you agree? Like, I know that these guys might not all be future superstars here, but they don't have much. Every team has to have prospects that are going to make it to the bigs and be contributors.
Nothing against Edgar Cuero, nothing against Kai Busch. Those guys probably aren't going to be the guys that are the difference between the post-Ohtani Angels being successful or winning 65 games. Like, I think that the Angels farm system already, and I've just lost my earbuds, so I'll keep rolling for a minute, but then I'm going to duck off to grab it because I can't hear you guys. But the Angels, the post-Ohtani Angels, I don't think, assuming he leaves in free agency, they're not going to be 1 or 2 players away. They're going to be a lot of players away. And yes, this is thinning out what was already a very thin farm system. But that said, I kind of still think it makes a whole lot of sense. They are in it. Like, I do kind of think that, especially with the playoffs nowadays, we saw the Phillies last year, a chip and a chance, right? Like if you get in, especially if you get in and you have the best player in baseball on your team and you're getting hopefully Mike Trout back before too long, I don't think that trading, we had Cuero as a back of the top 100 prospect. Kai Busch was like again, the type of prospect he gets traded every year, not like a star or anything like that, not a top 100 prospect. I just think that that's a relatively modest cost if it ups the chances of the Angels making the playoffs this year, because let's just be clear, it's bleak next year and the year after in LA. If you're an Angels fan, if Ohtani leaves, whether you make these moves or not, at least now you've got a chance to have a shot at doing something this year.
Okay. Todd Father, he was okay with it.
I'm going to switch to my other audio so I can hear you guys.
He can't hear us right now.
All good. JJ will come back for us in just a second. And
he's got to put his ears.
We'll have a few minutes left with JJ. So anyone in the chat, if you have prospect questions for us or just about your trades, anything on the return, let us know. We'll ask him. He is the expert in that category. So we will bring him back right now. Okay, JJ, you got us?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's a live show. Great. This is good.
Sounding great. So who do you think, JJ, is the best prospect that's moved? Like, or just your favorite deal so far from what you've seen? It doesn't have to just be today, obviously. Over the past week during trade deadline season, who have you looked at and said, "Oh, I really like that guy"? Right.
So far, I might say Acuna, and it's close. Like, I mean, again, the thing I wrote about this a little bit today at the Baseball America Live blog, which is the types of prospects. Like, we often hear things like, "Oh, it's going to require 2 top 100 prospects." Well, let's just be clear. When you say top 100 prospects, that's like saying, we need we're looking for a rotation help. Are you looking for front of the rotation help? Or are you looking for back of the rotation help? Those are very different. The thing I would say here is like, we're seeing so far this year, much like most years, you're not seeing the top prospects be traded. Now you hopefully will see a couple of second and third tier top 100 prospect traded. Last year we saw that. The Soto deal, we saw Robert Hassel, we saw James Wood both get traded. Now, prospects can get better, they can get worse. We've seen since that trade, James Wood has turned himself into one of the best prospects in the game. Robert Hassel is more kind of edging towards the back of the top 100 now. He hasn't developed as much. So the thing I think that you have to, we have to look at all these trades are, a lot of these trades are the level of prospect that teams are generally more comfortable in giving away in a deal. Not only giving away, but trading away. You're seeing guys at the back of the 100 get traded. The Cueros, the Acuñas. Again, Drew Gilbert's not on our top 100, but he's not that different than Cuero or Acuña. You could say Clifford the same way. You're seeing, though, these are the guys who, if it all breaks right, they turn into something. At the same time, I generally think, I know we cover prospects, but the prospect cost on most of these deals is relatively minor. I look at some of the moves that have made yesterday, where you look at when Brad Hand goes to the Braves. It's an incredibly modest move. I'm not saying that's not Alex Anthopoulos doing what he did in 21, where he managed to rebuild an entire outfield and did it without giving away one player who in any way they regret trading away. None of them are still with the organizations when they got Soler, when they got Rosario, when they got Duvall, when they got Peterson. But they traded a non-top 30 prospect who's been Rule 5 eligible, will be Rule 5 eligible again after the season, and they got a veteran reliever who will fit right into their bullpen back. To me, if I'm a fan of a team that does nothing at the deadline, that does have to be frustrating, because the cost of lengthening your bullpen, the cost of adding a platoon bat, things like that is year in, year out exceedingly modest. Yes, Yordan Alvarez was traded for Josh Fields a long time ago. It does happen. Yes, Fernando Tatis Jr. for James Shields. It does happen, but usually it's like, oh yeah, I can't even remember what we traded away last year to get that veteran who helped us, because generally it's fourth, fifth tier prospects if you're willing to take on salary.
Talking to Tigers and Dodgers fans now, the Eduardo Rodriguez trade was together. I would love you to write a book about all the prospects that were supposed to be in deals that never happened. But give us an idea of what would Eduardo Rodriguez have gotten back in a comparable type of trade.
Oh, that would be a move that, again, right, the rumors are that it was it probably would have been multiple players. It probably, again, from one of the best farm systems in baseball, like that would have made a difference for the Tigers. Now, I'll be interested to see if they end up turning around and trading him somewhere else. But if you told me that the Rodriguez return would be a back of the top 100 prospect or a couple of guys who aren't too far away from that, wouldn't shock me at all. And especially you look at the Dodgers would be able to give up a young but close to the big leagues ready pitcher. They have a ton of them. They had the best rotation in the minors we've seen in a long time in Tulsa earlier this year. So if they gave up one of those guys, a Kyle Hurt, a guy like that, River Ryan, guy like that, we're talking about a guy who's probably on the Dodgers starting pitching depth chart, like their fourth, fifth, sixth best pitching prospect in their organization. But that guy would immediately become one of the best prospects in the Tigers organization. If, again, in this theoretical deal that will never happen, like it would have made a difference for the Tigers. I have to imagine Detroit now goes and tries to figure out somewhere else to send him, because Eduardo Rodriguez does not help Detroit by sticking around in Detroit nearly as much as he helps them if they can get something significant in return.
Let's finish with a fan question, a team that we often kind of playfully say we don't cover a ton, although we've gotten them a little more love lately. This is their time of year, and they're going to disappear again into thin air for the next couple months. Elias says, thoughts on the Rockies prospects that they've been getting in trades, and also can make it bigger picture on if you see the vision in terms of the farm system and where you've got them on Baseball America's list right now, because I mean, they're not good on the field, right? There's a few young ball players that have shown flashes, right? And Ryan McMahon's a good ball player. Tovar's having a pretty good year. There is not much else to get really excited about. They just traded away Grichuk and Crone. And if you didn't love Kai Bush and Cuero, I don't think the prospects the Rockies are getting back in that secondary deal from the Angels is going to make much of a difference. So Seeing your facial expressions basically just answered Elias's question.
So to go back to what I was saying, the prospect cost in these moves, especially when you're adding like the Crones and Grichuks of the world, is generally pretty modest. It's not surprising that Colorado didn't get a whole lot there, but no, they didn't. We do like their system. Like they have a number of kind of interesting guys coming up. I feel like that they are doing a decent job as far as to go back to development, guys who weren't always first round picks who end up having especially I think on the international market, I think they've done pretty well in recent years as far as an Adiel Amador, for example, or guys like that. But that said, it's really if you're a Rockies fan, I'm sorry, I don't have a whole lot of explanation for how Colorado gets from where they are now to being better than the Dodgers, who are a juggernaut, who spend a lot more money and have a better farm system, or the Giants, who spend a lot more money and have a better big league roster and again produced a Patrick Bailey this year, guys like that, or the D-backs who have one of the best young nucleuses out there with bringing up a Corbin Carroll, still have some guys in the minor leagues as well. The Padres, again, we don't know what the Padres are going to do in this last hour, 45 minutes, 30 minutes or whatever. But the Padres, who again show much more willingness to spend money and have still as many impact talent, prospects in the system, even if they don't have the depth of talent they have in the system as Colorado does. It's not a pretty picture. They're in a very tough division, and generally they've struggled to compete in that division to some level, understandably, but at the same time, if you're in the division with the Dodgers, you're going to have to do a lot really well to compete with the Dodgers, and Colorado's struggled to do that in the last 5 years.
End scene, and they disappeared. We lost them again.
No more Rockies.
We'll see you guys.
Unless they trade
like a white dove. We'll see you in 2089.
Unless they
You're
trade
free.
Elias, their catcher. Then
Elias Diaz?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not getting you much either.
Yeah, but we'll talk about him one more time in the next
you're saying
34 minutes
someone.
and 53 seconds.
Right,
yes.
right. We will. You're right, because we're approaching the 30-minute mark. Hey, JJ, great to catch up with you as always. Appreciate it, man. Enjoy these last
Thanks
30.
for the love, JJ.
Hopefully there's more stuff going on here.
Back in the
Always
day.
good
Appreciate
to see you guys.
it. Thanks for the love.
See you, JJ.
He gave me some love back.
You did, right?
When Baseball America was like crazy. The magazine.
Yeah.
Always,
in the mag.
Always gave me some love.
You opened up the mag like, let's go.
Always did. The other guys can kick rocks. That guy was pretty sweet.
He was good on you,
Yeah,
right?
It was.
Yeah.
It's like drafting. It's fantasy football time. It's like drafting a punter 4th round.
Here we go.
Reach.
I got to give respect to where it is. That's all. Kiss the ring.
JJ was reaching.
Hey, let's run through more tweets. And also for you in the YouTube chat, I see some of your questions. We'll get to some of them coming up. So keep them going. Bob Nightingale, now that the Dodgers have been rebuffed for Eduardo Rodriguez, they're probably so offended. They're like, oh, what don't you like? Contending team, Los Angeles, iconic ballpark. Anyway, Bob didn't say that. The asking price for the Cardinals, Jack Flaherty, and White Sox, Dylan Cease, certainly rises. The Dodgers still want one more starter. David Vasse, who covers the Dodgers, says, from what I've been told by players that know Eduardo Rodriguez, his preference is only pitch on East Coast to be close to family. And Todd Father's loving it.
Stay on the East Coast.
And we can't find Heim Bloom. That's tough.
Come on, Pod on Lansdowne.
Nah, that's what people actually, my favorite to playing to that, Alex Fast, our friend who's been on a couple times. He posted one of those like cartoons yesterday with a kid poking like a stick at something on the ground,
like a dead body.
saying the Orioles, like, do something. Do something.
This next tweet is insane. I didn't know
Joel
that.
Sherman, less than an hour to trade deadline. 29 teams have made a trade since July 1. One team hasn't.
Whew.
The New York Yankees. Wow.
Now about
What do you want them to do, though? You want them to sell a few of the rentals? I think they're kind of like saying to their current squad,
I don't think they want
it
them.
is
I think
what it
everybody
is.
wants
We
them.
did what we could here in the offseason. We're not eating up contracts of veterans.
The Mets are
Go
taking
have
all
fun.
of our glory in the city right now. Yeah. I say call what I'd love to see,
Mm-hmm.
and this is one of our Ed, one of the guys that watches the show pretty religiously. He said he would love to see them get rid of Bader, call up Austin Wells, trade Higgy to one of the teams that need catching, and go Florial, Wells, and see what happens. Call up Cabrera.
Yes.
Call up. See, and to me, this is maybe my New York bias. You still have Cole anchoring the rotation. You still have one of the best bullpens in the game, but you're infusing some type of energy that teams are going in right now and going, I know where I have to pitch. If I can hit my spots, which most hitters, their holes are about this big in two different spots in their swing. If I can hit my spots, we're going to give up 2-3 runs tonight. One might be a dinger. And you're seeing it. Like Jake Bauers had a couple good games here and there.
Yep.
Guys that they're not like, it's not quite the same. You infuse young guys that teams haven't quite figured out yet into the lineup. Now all of a sudden they pop a few balls out. They put together some at-bats. I'm not telling you to call up just every Erik Kratz AAA player that's out there. No, I'm talking about legitimate players who are going to be a big piece of your organization, and it will give you a gauge of how much you need to go and spend this offseason. And that is not giving up on the season.
No.
It's kind of like what they did in 2016, calling up Austin Tyler, Aaron Judge, two guys that were doing really good in the minor leagues. They traded Chappie. They got Glaber, and you started to kind of see what they have, and they started to allow themselves. They didn't get back in the race, but they got close. El Gary was up at that point, hit like 20, 25 homers in that first season in the big leagues, got himself some
Isn't
rookie
this
of the year
Todd Father
votes.
time when they traded dudes away in 2016 and then they made the run the next year?
17.
Yeah, 17.
Yeah,
And then everyone was talking about it being escalated. I mean, the real big move that they made that year was August 31st. They traded for me.
We won the division, though. So it's like –
No.
Yeah, in 17.
No, you did not win the division. That shows you how much
you're right.
Todd
I
was
take it
paying
back.
attention.
No, because
I got two at-bats. I hit 1,000.
It felt like it. Anyway,
Oh,
Mike Puma
baby.
said Tommy Pham poked his head in the manager's office, left the clubhouse in street clothes. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. He's
So
a
he's got
free
the
agent
day
after
off?
this year.
So he's got the day off?
Yeah.
So he's
His armpit hurts?
Yes.
What's going like?
He's got Domingo Herman syndrome.
Listen.
He gone.
So I had a little blunder there, all right? Give me a break.
I mean,
It
hey,
felt
don't worry
like
about
a
it.
dub. You guys made it to the ALCS against a cheating
Exactly.
team. So
Exactly.
We
You're
lost,
good.
we lost to the Twins in the wild card game. No, we didn't,
No, we
man. We
didn't.
beat them.
I didn't say that.
no. All right.
You weren't even there.
I will get to. I see
You
some of
weren't
your
there.
questions in
I
the
was in the
chat,
bullpen.
including more Oriole madness. I'll get to that in a moment. Let's sneak in our locks for today because then we're going to get what we would hope would be last 30 minutes of trades coming in. So our foul territory heater, ooh, that looks good, is in the BetMGM Sports app right now. I'm actually going to try and while you guys say your picks, place it right now because we boosted it. It's at plus 165 for all those Yankee fans that are pissed right now. Raised to win, Eflin 5+ Ks tonight on the national game.
Not only could you have signed Eflin in the offseason, but now he's going to Eflin your season by losing.
For plus 200, baby. I won yesterday. Took a couple
I
L's.
went with you. I saw it online. I
You
went
took
with
it?
you. I went with you.
Dude, that felt too good. Remember?
They kept it was close.
I'm like,
but-
why you? I'm like,
I
your
love that.
Abbott's not, and Abbott didn't pitch well, but I'm like, I'm fading Stroman right now, just like I was riding him earlier this year.
I'm about to get over the 4 digits, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. Look at this group.
Smoochies.
If you follow us all year, we post every single day how we're doing.
You're almost
okay.
at 500.
Your
You're like 15
BetMGM
games
locks
under.
for Tuesday trade deadline day, and then we'll get back to trades. Who wants to go first with their lock while I place my FT heater?
I'll go Foist.
Okay. What do you got?
He's
Not
going
first, but
fast.
Foist.
Give me
Nice.
Foist.
I'm going with an underdog today, and I've been bashing him because he should be gone, as you know. My man Shohei should be gone.
Yes.
But I'm going to take LA. They're riding a little hot streak here, money line. I think they're at plus 210, if I'm not mistaken. I take it back. Yeah, plus 210. I'm going to go 200 to win 420. Very good number right there.
Yeah, you need to win that 420. That'd be huge.
Huh.
Huge for you. I love
420
it.
is great.
I love it. I'm going to go Miles Michaelis, get 5.5. He's getting 5.5 Ks. I'm taking the over because they're going up against the Twins, who strike out 12 times a game. I'm going to
I like
go I'm gonna go 100 to win 125.
I like it. I'm going with our boost. FT Heater, baby. Eflin
Mhm.
5+ Ks, raised to win.
Give me the boost.
I'm
Give me the boost.
literally placing it right now. Okay. So, and I'm gonna try and for these purposes, as I always do, it's plus 200. It got boosted.
I'm gonna do it too.
It's plus 200. So, hundo down to win 200.
Give me the
Okay?
boost. Give me the boost.
Get in that boost, baby. There are your locks of the day. And a reminder to everyone, bonus code is FOUL if you're new to the party on the BetMGM Sports app on iOS or Android. Sign up and deposit into your newly created account. Place your first bet offer. Receive up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if it loses. If that does happen, your bonus bets will be available once the wager's settled. Always bet responsibly. Gambling problem or concern, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And your BetMGM giveaway is out there. There it is. Follow Foul Territory on Spotify or Apple. Show us. We need receipts. Show us a screen grab that you're following, and then you'll be entered to win $100 in bonus bets from BetMGM. We will select 5 winners and announce it on Thursday's show. It's that freaking simple. So there you go. There's your picks. Back to business.
Good luck.
Back to business, baby. All right. So we had one fan that said, let me go back to him because I was biting back a little bit. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
So George Foreman 2 is the username on YouTube. Said,
George,
question,
and George.
if you don't think the Orioles can win the World Series, why would you waste prospects on a rental? And I'm like, who the hell said that? I've been saying all year the Orioles can win a World Series if they make some damn moves. Their division is down right now. Of course they can. So I'm like, why would you waste prospects on a rental? Because they have $1 billion and they can win this year. And you never know what's going to happen in the future. This is arguably the best team in the American League right now. The fuck are you doing? Might not be the best team in the AL by the end of the season because they didn't do anything and a bunch of other teams did. But come on.
2 hours ago, I was still talking about them being the best team in the American League. They were in the conversation. Whether you thought the Rangers did enough, Rangers have enough injuries, the Astros, you have to pick them because they're still the perennial team. I get all that. The Orioles have Adley Rutschman. That's it. That's all. You have to pair Adley Rutschman with whatever it takes, like the Giants did in 2010 to 2021.
Did Posey right away was good like Adley, and they took advantage and they won chips. Right away.
And then they kept supplementing each year.
Yes.
And they kept having success. When he was in the lineup, they kept having success. And that is what you have in Adley Rutschman. He is Buster Posey switch hitting.
Yeah, but hear me out. They got these guys coming up left and right that are just going out and balling out, dude. Every other guy they bring up all of a sudden put them anywhere. Doesn't matter. They just keep doing it.
You mean like Brandon Crawford? You mean like Joe Panic?
Huh?
You mean like Madison Bumgarner?
Who's that?
You mean like Brandon Belt?
Who's that?
All you have to do is add a Marco Scutaro.
He was huge for that.
Yeah.
Cody Ross.
But you have
Tommy
to
Pham.
add Cody Ross single-handedly
be nice.
Won the 2010 NLCS to put them in the World Series. Cody Ross hitting 3 dingers in the series. Who is Cody Ross right now? I know Tommy Pham is way better than Cody Ross in 2010.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get back to some tweets, and then I have fan questions to run through as well. Colton Wong saying goodbye to teammates in the clubhouse.
Where are you going, Colton?
A little left-handed pace.
Wow, the Rangers just doing it, man.
Rangers get their guy, Austin Hedges from the Pirates, to fill in the blank while Jonah Heim is down with his wrist issue for a couple weeks.
Receiving, one of the best receivers in the game earlier.
Don't look at his stat line. Don't look at his offense. Nope. But guess what, Rangers fans? You got offense. Yep. They can swing the bats.
They can swing it. It's okay. You're gonna platoon him. They might even run like a 3-catcher system where your catcher only needs 2 at-bats per night. You're pinch hitting for him in a losing situation in the 6th inning. You bring the next guy in, you pinch hit for that guy in the 8th inning, and you bring the next guy in for the 9th inning. And that's how they'll run it until Jonah hopefully comes back.
Yeah.
And during that time, one of those guys will step up and have success. But that's a huge pickup because they can't lose. Yes, the 70 RBIs is huge from Jonah Heim, but they can't lose what he was doing for the pitching staff in the receiving standpoint and throwing guys out and controlling the running game and blocking the ball and leading that staff. Austin Hedges is a guy. I thought Kyle Higashioka could be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Yankees would get rid of him without it being a high price because they know the kind of value that he has. The Pirates, yeah, they're idiots. Why is Andrew McCutchen not on any of these lists?
Does he want to? Does he want to?
I said it before, and it kind of we had a guest come in. I don't know if he wants to or not, but you're not working a no-trade clause into a 1-year, $7 million deal. Why have we not heard anything about that?
Maybe it's out of respect that he doesn't want to move.
So he said at the beginning of the year, no matter what happens, I'm staying at home.
I guess so.
You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, why haven't we talked about it? I'm not saying it's like he needs to be moved. I love it that they're taking care of my guy.
I think he wants to come back next year to Pittsburgh. So is there anything to them?
So give him a 2-year deal.
Right, but he's on a 1-year deal now. You're saying give him an extension
Extend
now?
him right now.
Yeah.
Because he's had a good enough year that he's a value.
I think it was an understanding.
Yeah.
That he would
I mean, it hasn't been covered. So
I just never heard of that.
Neither have I.
We've had him on before. We can ask him again in the future. What was the deal there, right?
Need it.
Tell you what, Young of the Rangers, he's the GM, right?
Yeah. CY.
CY.
The dude, he was 6'10". You used to face him.
I know exactly who he is.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. I got to give that guy a handshake when I see him. He's been doing absolutely phenomenal here in this trade deadline. Not taking any chances, getting guys that he needed, getting rid of guys that he doesn't need. I mean, as a young GM, what's his first? This is his first year? No, second year.
Second
year
for Young.
Kudos.
Yes.
CY. Kudos.
Who said it yesterday? He's super smart.
That Chris Young, super smart.
Yeah.
Ivy League. Chris Young.
that was Jim Bowden.
Yeah, he's smart.
AJ
Ivy
called
Leaguer.
him Bowden.
Played in the bigs for a while. Worked for the league office for a while.
He's
20 minutes left. Smart. Could be some more stuff.
20 minutes left. Look, we're under the 20-minute mark on the trade deadline clock. I'm saying this has been one of the quieter trade deadline days that I can remember.
Maybe these last 20
Verlander,
minutes.
great. Everything else has been pretty small, like little depth moves.
Well, there
wasn't
many big names to go, though. There was all these nickel dimers.
Right.
I mean?
You're right. That is the
That's
quote
what
right
JJ,
there.
yeah.
Nickels and dimes moving around right now.
I like that.
There's still dudes, though, I'm telling you, that
Bill
are
Rafter.
going to be free agents after this year that basically have to get moved. And like Britt Giroli said, you're going to have the flea market at the buzzer here. And there are a ton of teams that didn't do much. I mean, for example, I know we touched on this earlier. What if you're a Twins fan? You're in first place in the American League Central. You've got good pitching, good defense. Yeah, offense is a problem and you strike out too much. But do you want to give me a sign? I mean, Dylan Floro acquired for Jorge Lopez, which is a big leaguer for a big leaguer deal about, 5 days ago? That's it? That's all you're doing? That's how much faith you have in my team right now? You know, if I'm Carlos Correa, and I just re-sign there, or any of the big guys that are part of this ball club that are thinking about the postseason if they're in first place in the AL Central. They're like, that's it? Cleveland's interesting, and we didn't get to talk about this, but they trade away Aaron Savali, who's had a really good year. The Rays pick him up. Creative move for them. The Rays give up one of the better first base prospects out there. Dude can definitely hit, and Cleveland's been dying for young hitters, so I get it to an extent, right? Because Cleveland is one of the better teams at drafting and developing pitching. So they're like, we can replace this.
Starting pitching.
Savali's starting pitching. Right. Savali's stock is very high. You mentioned Stuff Plus yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Curveball, Stuff Plus, #1 right now this year. Rays love curveballs. They have Eflin throwing way more curveballs. They love curveballs. So I think it was a great move for Tampa Bay. It's a very Tampa Bay move. Yesterday when that happened, because that was after we were done with our show, people started retweeting this great tweet from years back where someone goes, the Rays made a move. They're like, I love it.
Yep.
They're
Right.
like,
Weird.
They don't even know who it is. They're just like, the Rays made a move. I love it. I love the Rays move.
If the Orioles picked up Savali,
Yeah, that
are
would
we
have been
like,
great. That would have been a great
wow,
pickup.
that's a great young pickup. It's
Yeah.
kind of a middle tier kind of player.
Where were they?
Solid pickup.
Where were they?
But the Rays get him. You're like, what is Aaron Savali getting on Cy Young for next year? You know, what are my numbers I can get? Like, it's something that we have a predisposed idea of organizations, but when you're at the top, like the Rays, and you're a bottom organization, you kind of know, oh, wow, they're going to unlock something with this guy.
Let's bring in our friend Al Avila, who's back with us, former GM, longtime front office executive. Al, what have you thought about the trade deadline so far? I think it's been pretty quiet today. We'll get to JV. We'll have fun with that, but it's been pretty quiet. And I guess it was a very sellers-heavy market where we're looking around. We're like, what are you looking for if you want to bat? Like, there's not big impact names left and right.
And those are hard to find for sure, especially if you're, if you don't have a deep farm system. When you're looking for a bat in particular, people are a good bat, not just another guy. People are gonna ask for more, and it is a seller's market, and their asking prices is high. Now, I will tell you, there's 30 minutes left? Oh no, not even that. 15 minutes left. Something can come down to the last minute and make it happen. Guys hold on, and then at the last minute, somebody gives in, and that's the way it is. Now, in some cases, I've been hearing a lot of talk about the Yankees not making a deal. Well, quite frankly, if they don't feel that there's a deal to be made because it's not worth what they're looking at, then they're not going to make a deal. But obviously, when the asking price is high, things kind of slow down. But it could happen all at once in the final minutes.
Hey, so my question, you just brought it up, the last 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it is. Have you been in those situations where you're like, you know what? I'm not calling him. Screw this. You're going to call me. We'll figure it out. Have you, give us good examples of it, like the last 10 minutes. You're like, shit, do I need to call this guy? Like, hey, guys, what do you, about you going back and forth, and then the final
That's exactly
deal
how
comes.
it is.
Exactly. This son of a bee, he's not calling me. What the hell's going on here?
That's exactly how it is. And, obviously there's some teams or some GMs that will have more leverage. And you maximize that leverage. I've been on both sides, so it is a little bit nerve wracking. Now you have, in most cases, you do have your crew on in a conference room, and I could give you a scenario where I had one staff member in contact with one team, another staff member in contact with another team, and we're getting down to the nitty gritty. And to where, one of my guys is telling me, hey, I'm going to make this deal. I'm going to make this deal. Hold on with me. And I'm like, okay, you better make it within the next 2 minutes because I'm going this way. And so at the end of the day, I got to make a decision. You just cut him off and then go to my next guy and say, okay, make the deal. We'll take that one. And sometimes it gets down to the wire. I will say this also, when you make a deal in particular and it gets late, obviously it has to be sent into MLB for approval and all that. And so you have to have everything already tied up. And if you're trading a player or acquiring a player with an injury history, it takes time to go through those, so, weeks or days before you make a trade, you can look into possible injuries that a player might have, but you really don't know until you get into the medical history. And so if you wait too long, you might have to make a trade with very minimal, if not any medical history.
What is the craziest? Now you're getting down to 13 minutes. Are you getting shaky because you're at the 13 minutes of the trade deadline? You're feeling it, like all those phones are going on. What's the craziest trade proposal that you heard or that you got that never came to fruition?
Well, I can't recall right now what some of those scenarios, but I can tell you that it just comes down to you've already made a decision whether to acquire a player or trading a player because it depending on the situation, you've already made a decision how far you're willing to go to acquire that player from a prospect position and financial position. You've already talked to your CFO. You've already talked to ownership. You've already talked to, all your everything's in order because once that next phone call comes and you're in the last couple of minutes and it's like, okay, this is it. We're drawing the line right here. You got to make that decision. The same way as when you're trading away a player, this is the what you want in return. And if you don't get this, then we're not making a deal. Even if the guy is going to be a free agent. And there's some GMs that just won't make a trade because it's not going to be good, and they rather just keep the player and write it out. So, and I can tell you that there's probably trades that are not made that people are expecting to be made, and they're wondering why didn't that team trade this guy, or why did that team not acquire this guy? And that's because at the last minute they could not agree on the price, whether it be prospects or whatnot. So, I'm not going to I don't have a story to tell you as far as that's concerned, but every year when there is not a trade made, and every year, you're listening to all these shows, and people are expecting the trade to be made. When it's not made, I'm not shocked because I know how it is, and at the end of the day, you're just making a decision because it was not worth your time, and you just backed away.
All right, so your buddy Verlander gets traded, and Cohen buys prospects for the Mets. Is there ownership that's pissed off at him? Not Cohen is the owner, but other owners that's mad about the fact that he's out here buying prospects?
Well, owners can get mad at each other for a lot of different reasons. They don't always all agree on everything, but they do vote on things of that nature. They do get together and they talk about things. But I could say that back in the day, I think some owners were mad at Mike Ilitch for for spending so much money. So that can happen. There's no doubt. But obviously, he's made it known that he wants to make the Mets great. So he tried to get Scherzer and Verlander and veterans like that and pay them record amounts of money to win and try to duplicate the 100 wins from the year before. It didn't work out. Well, if it doesn't work out, you better move. You got to move it along. And so I think I was on your show. I made a comment that if they trade Verlander, then obviously their direction is going to be different. But if they're going to try to win next year, they're going to keep Verlander and they won't trade him. Well, it's from what I've been seeing now is obviously next year, 2024 is going to be a transition year for them. And they're going to be working towards, it seems now, they're going to be working more towards 25, probably even 26. So it makes sense to trade a Verlander in this case. Now, the prospects that they're going to get back, yeah, they're premium for Scherzer and Verlander, but they're paying a lot of money for those guys. And so, that's his call. There's no GM that's going to make a call that for that kind of money. So, but hey, good for the Mets. They're rebuilding that organization with good prospects. Just costing them a lot of money.
What do you think about the Candelario trade to the Cubs? I know you had him with the Tigers, man. What do you think about that one?
Candy is a great guy, a great pickup. He's a great clubhouse guy. Talks to everybody, tries to help everybody, sometimes to a fault. Truth be told, but no, it's a good pickup for the Cubs. Obviously, people didn't know whether the Cubs were going to be sellers or buyers. I think a team like the Cubs, at some point they got to start stepping forward, and they are now, and they just showed it. And Candelario is a good pickup for them. They know him very well. When I traded for him, obviously we liked him a lot. He had some up and down years, and this is an up year for him for sure. The cost is, his salary is very easy to acquire, and so I think they did a good job in that.
You got guys like you hear rumors coming out here these last 10 minutes, basically saying, "Oh, Dylan Cease might be on the trading blocks now." Is that something you guys try and get out there? Or is that just people trying to start? I know these guys have they understand they're not going to write something just to write it, but maybe you're like, hey, listen, let's get this out there so maybe we get more buzz, especially with this late in the trade season.
That's a great question. That's a very good question because you see so many rumors out there, and you're wondering how does that happen? Are the guys that are out there on radio, TV, print media, on Twitter, social media? Are these guys making that up, or are they actually getting information from somewhere? And I would say that it's probably both. There are situations where you can just see it by reading it that there's a team might want more interest in a player and put something out there. As far as interest, and because you always have a writer, you can the GMs, they all have a writer they can go to. Assistant GMs sometimes have a writer they can go to, and there's other people in the organization that owners have writers they can go to. So sometimes you put something out there that might be able to help you, and they'll put it out there, and it could pique interest, but maybe it doesn't. It could always backfire too, and so you can't overplay your hand too much because at the end of the day, when there's complete silence and there's nothing there at the end of the other phone line, then you're just gonna have to walk away.
Hey, Al, let's finish with this. The freshest trade or the freshest signing. No, trade. Sorry. I've been on for a long time. That just occurred. Ken Rosenthal breaking that the Orioles pick up Jack Flaherty. He said close. Now it looks like it's good. So the Orioles get Jack Flaherty from the Cardinals. If that's all the Orioles did, and yes, they got Fujinama earlier from the A's a couple weeks ago. If those are your two moves and you're the best team potentially in the American League right now by wins and losses, is that enough for you? Or do you think the organization just keeps looking ahead like, oh, our championship window might not be yet, so we don't want to do anything too crazy?
No, and I think I mentioned them last time on your show too.
Yep.
That they shouldn't go over crazy because it's a good organization. They're deep in prospects, but they have a very good major league team. I think the Orioles are as good as anybody right now. I think the team that might be better than them now with the Verlander trade is Houston, going towards the end of the season. So they're in a good position. I think I don't believe that they. When I mentioned this in the last show, I didn't think they should go overboard. I think they should be measured, and they were, and I think they've done well. They've got a good team. They're going to be good the rest of the way, in my opinion. And I think Houston obviously is going to be good now with getting some of their injured players back and the addition of Verlander.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like what Houston did. Definitely much better than Baltimore. I'll take Kendall Graveman and Justin Verlander as my ads over Jack Flaherty and Fujinama. I don't think that's really close, right?
No, I agree. But I'm just saying, I think they're staying the course. I think they believe in their team, and I think that as the rest of the year develops towards the end, they're going to be there, and I do believe they're going to be there for a long time.
Okay,
years to come.
Yeah, no, they have a lot of talent, and a lot of young talent. I'm with you, and they're keeping it. Hey, Al, great to catch up with you again. We'll see what happens. We're at the 3-minute mark. I think we're going to get a lot of things coming in over the next 15 minutes as the GMs finish their moves, and then they say, okay, now I can text the insider that's my friend and say, here's what we did.
There's only a few minutes left, so I'm sure everybody's sweating it out right now.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
well,
and
yeah.
And there's some guys that are packing up and going home. So
yep. Hey, we haven't heard anything from the Yankees. We'll see. They might have just packed up and said, we're sitting this one out. So thank you, Al. Appreciate the time. All right, here we go. So this is the buzzer right now. We are down to 2.5 minutes. Now, just because we get to that 2.5 minute mark doesn't mean we're not going to have more. That's going to come through because the insiders are going to find out these trades over the next 20 minutes or so. So the Diamondbacks are picking up Tommy Pham from the New York Mets. Okay, so that's where Tommy's head.
Hey, listen, the dude they got for him, by the way, Jeremy Rodriguez, scouting grades. You want to hear these?
Yeah.
Hit 50, power 50, run 50, arm 55, fielding 50, overall 50.
That's a good prospect.
Woo!
Yeah.
And he's 17.
Somebody reached on the scout part of it, though.
What do you mean? You think they
50s?
Hey.
50s already at 17?
50s, not 50s, 50s.
6 foot, 170 pounds, and he got a 50 power?
That was Didi Gregorius when he first came over. He might have been less than 170.
And we showed you that last one, the growing sense that some think, there's Mark Fine saying that the White Sox may trade Dylan Cease in the next 10 minutes. Dodgers and Orioles seen as favorites. Well, being that the Orioles just picked up Jack Flaherty.
No prospects left.
I don't
Can't
think they're
get him.
picking him up. Also, Eduardo Rodriguez, I guess, potentially not getting moved then, despite potentially being a free agent after this year if he opts out. I had a feeling 30. This was the case. Mariners designate Colton Wong for assignment. He's had a really tough year at the plate. The Red Sox apparently interested. We see that from MLB trade rumors. All kinds of action flying around right now. Is that true? Did the Yankees pick up Middleton?
Wait, stop it.
That.
Are you guys messing with us?
I feel like you'll read anything off the teleprompter.
Right now, especially. Okay. That's real. Somebody copy paste the tweet from a legitimate source, please.
1 minute. 1 minute remaining.
1 minute left for the trade deadline. And then we'll recap these.
No, we're not done in 1 minute. We're not done in 1 minute.
No, we're not
Stay
done in
here
1 minute.
because
this is the end, though. So, like, right now, GMs are like, take it or leave it, take it or leave it. Like,
here we go.
40
what
seconds
left. What happens if you don't get service? Are they doing this all landline?
Yeah.
Like, are they like they over here on the phone and then they get the landline right here and they're
one
like,
guy's over there with the cord.
Yeah, he's got the cord. He's wrapped around it.
You better not miss out because of bad Wi-Fi.
Oh.
So the Yankees pick up Keenan Middleton from the White Sox, and they officially did something.
They did. And now everybody has done something. I wonder what they're giving up.
That's probably not much.
Koch.
I mean, it's a I would say what? It's a mid-tier reliever that you pick up, a depth reliever for the Yanks.
A reliever, not a middle reliever. A reliever.
A reliever.
He's not a. When people say middle,
it's over. Excitement. That's why
That's
my
it.
phone went
It's
off. I had it set up for 6 p.m.
6 minutes. I was like, I've
We
never
did it.
even heard my phone.
Sorry,
ring.
I got excited.
We made it to the buzzer, and some of our fans are saying they see a tweet from Nightingale saying that Cease did not get moved. So let's see what other trades come in over the next few minutes. Also, good call by Ronnie saying, remember the over-under we set for the White Sox moves?
Oh, my goodness. I was like,
they traded like
3.5,
half
and
the team.
then I went to, 4.5 since they already – no, it's everybody. Ozzy was probably the closest. Ozzy was talking about them trading the parking lot attendants.
Did they trade the parking lot attendants? We'll find out after this 6 p.m. deadline just went through. How many teams didn't do much?
Giants. Orioles.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, the Orioles did.
Orioles
Flaherty.
did. Red Sox.
Reds.
Oof.
Reds.
Yankees. Middleton for me. That doesn't really move the needle. That doesn't say, guys, we did it. We're gonna overtake the rest of this difficult American League now.
Can he hit?
Can Middleton hit? It's a great question.
There might be a little trickle down effect here.
They should have gotten Lorenzen so they could plug him in the lineup.
That'd be nice.
Lorenzen can swing the bat.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
I've seen it firsthand.
You give that man 2 weeks to get the bat going again.
I was catching when he was hitting those dingers. Dang it, bad. This is honestly the time we see the trade deadline ticker is done. This is the time when I was with the Pirates. I first got called up, and it was everybody sell-off mode. So I got called up. 10 days later was the trade deadline. I'm in the locker room. They trade everybody away. I went from the least amount of service time to the least amount of service time and the oldest guy on the roster in one day. And I was sitting there like, oh man, like we're watching the TV. We're in St. Louis, and Octavio Dotel comes in, always the last one to get the clubhouse, closer, 8th inning type of guy in that role. He's got his bag. He rolls in, he looks, he goes, hey, puppies, am I traded? And they know, oh, you're the only one left. He said, I guess you guys have to deal with me the rest of the season. And he throws his bag down, goes and gets spread, comes rolling back in with something on a plate. I think it was they would do like the veal parmesan or whatever, and the pasta, and he had a big pile of it. And he's like, they go, oh, it was like 4:03 because it used to be trade deadline was 4 o'clock. 4:03. Oh, you just got traded. He goes, see you guys later. Takes his pasta and hammers it into the trash can. Picks his bag up that he didn't even unpack. It never got changed. Gone. That was it. That's how he said. That's how he said bye.
How cool, calm, and collected for a guy
See you guys later.
Bounced around to some teams.
A lot of teams.
Yeah.
He's a immaculate grid legend.
That's cool though. I like that story.
Yeah, it was. I was waiting till 6:01 to tell that story. Now I'm done. See ya.
You were saving it. So we're seeing the live reactions from our fans. Reds and Baltimore needed to do more. Even one, I don't know how to say the name here, Sock. Reds, as a Brew Crew fan, needed to do something. Even he's acknowledging, like, what are you doing?
As a Brew Crew fan.
Yeah.
We will not cover the Reds on Brew Crew territory. The Reds trade deadline.
There was nothing to cover. Oddly quiet from unbiased reviews. Yeah. Oddly quiet for the Cincinnati Reds, Todd Father. Hey, we like the team. They're doing more than anyone thought they would be doing. But my thing is, you got to give me something in the clubhouse for the boys to be like, all right, let's make a run with this vet coming through. Even if it's, for me, the Reds, like if it was a reliever, a little more reliever depth, right?
I think they're happy where they're at, man. I think that the vibe in the clubhouse is sky high. And I think if they got somebody, that would have been great. They would have been happy. But I think where they're at right now, India's still there. You know, they always talk about him, Votto. Those guys are leading the bunch. Stop doing that. Those guys are leading the bunch.
It's the trade deadline. You got to do
You
something.
don't have to. That's
Why?
the thing.
Yes, you do.
You don't have
every
to.
year, we look back at championship teams, and you know what one theme is? They did something.
But you don't have to.
Right.
You
If
have
you
to
don't
do
want to win a
something.
World Series,
Do
you
you?
don't have to do anything. If confirmed.
They would like to, but didn't work out.
So every year teams do stuff, right or wrong?
Totally.
Every year.
Every
teams
year.
Make ads. Every year when you look at past winners, right? Every single season.
There's countless times.
And there are significant ads made into those teams.
And there's significant times that those ads happen. If you look at, you can't say, oh, well, we should have gotten this person in this moment. But when you look ahead, every playoff that I was a part of, playing or not, sitting on the bench watching it, I can tell you the large pieces that we picked up and the small pieces and the role that they played in the playoffs. And I know who would have been in that situation instead, and I don't know that it would have gotten done. I don't know if what they accomplished would have happened. And that's only talking about the postseason. We're talking about 50 plus more games to go. Even if one guy, even if you say the smallest move, like the most nothing move is the Phillies getting Lorenzen.
Sure.
If Michael Lorenzen wins them a game, if he gives them 3 shutout innings in a game that they win, and the Phillies make it to the playoffs by 1 game, that trade is worth it.
Of course.
Every single time.
Anyway.
Every single time. So there's no
100%.
When you say you got to do something, I'm in Scott's camp in that sense that, like, are you sitting there? And this is where, yes, I get it. These GMs are going to sleep for 14 hours. I need you to come before the game tomorrow, and every GM needs to hold a press conference.
Yeah.
And it's more of a not because the beat writers that are in the city aren't going to go, oh man, we got to hold you to the fire, because they're just going to ask you real questions. And the real questions are, why did you not do anything? Why did you not get something for that 26th man on the roster,
They're
that
going to say
bullpen piece.
seller's market. There weren't many deals to
Then
be had. But
that's
I'm telling
where-
you, every year the Braves remade their outfield a couple years ago. The
Remade
Royals,
their bullpen this year.
Yes, remade their bullpen this year. The Cubs adding Chapman. If you go year by year of all the last 10 winners, basically, you'll see it. So Kratz and me are going to take this home. So Todd, Father, last thoughts from you. Can I get a winner and a loser from the trade deadline? From the past, not just today, but from the past week.
I'm going to give you the trophy. This is the trade deadline trophy because it's not worth anything now.
I think, excuse me, I'm dropping everything. I think for me, the winners of this whole thing, I'm not going to, it's just so hard because I think getting the biggest piece for me is the winner.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest piece that was gotten was Max Scherzer to the Texas Rangers.
Bigger than Verlander.
Bigger than Verlander.
Wow.
Because for me personally, they have all the pieces they need to win that division. And I think Montgomery coming in too as well. And I just think, and I think in the long run too as well, you got DeGrom who's going to be 100% healthy next year too. But I think with Scherzer, they got a really good shot of winning this whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Get out of here, dude.
All right. It was fun.
Slap my hand.
Kratz, you take over.
All right.
Oh, we're going to run through some tweets too. Dominic Leone to the Angels. Cool. Good job, Angels. Stay strong. Good luck in that AL West juggernaut. You know who's going to play well down the stretch too? The Mariners. I'll tell you why. Now, I hated the Seawall deal, right? But they're not a bad team. I think they've underperformed a lot. I think their offense, it's like there's been some unluckiness to it. I think it'll be a little better. I think there'll be some regression to the mean. And here's the most important part, okay? The last 2 months of the season are so different from everything else, and here's why. Pitching depth gets tested. The Mariners have a lot of good starting pitching that can carry you deep into games. And there are other teams, like I think the Orioles might have that problem, where dudes are going to start to lose steam. And the Mariners are built for this. They're built for a marathon. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs. I'm saying it sucks for the Angels because I still think they're the fourth best team in the American League West. I do. I think there's 3 teams better than them in that freaking division. Jeff Passan said the Cardinals are receiving infielder Cesar Prieto and left-hander Drew Rom from the Orioles in the trade for Jack Flaherty, which is now done. You know Drew?
Drew Rom. No, but now everybody does because FT is absolutely out there today. So everybody knows Drew Rom. That's a big
JJ
league
Cooper
name.
said Prieto in his mind, probably projects as a backup infielder and Rom probably like a fifth starter. So good job, Orioles. Keep those prospects. Hug them all.
You really did it like a 2-year-old going, with toys like, oh, it's my favorite toy. Well, this is my favorite toy. And this is my favorite toy. Like, it is a good problem to have prospects. It is a bad problem to, at the end of these prospects' reign in your organization, you don't have a World Series. And we will have to all eat crow up here if they made no moves because this team is still good. This Orioles team still makes the playoffs. And once you're in the playoffs, you have a shot. But if they're going up against, I disagree with Todd. I think the Astros pickup of Verlander is better than the Rangers pickup of Scherzer. But I think the overall package that the Rangers got is the best. I think the Rangers did the best at the deadline.
Yeah,
but if you have to go up against Verlander, you're going Dean Kramer. Like you could have gone Dylan Cease. You could have gone Eduardo Rodriguez. That's a little bit better. Maybe game 1, it's a push. It's out. You're going to get beat. But now it's how do you stack up in game 2 and 3 of a 5-game series?
Tyler Wells had been great.
He had been great.
Bradish probably maybe is your one.
But you never know how these – the whole he sent down a double-A to refresh. He's not just going spa day down in double-A. You don't know how these guys are going to come back from not pitching.
How's Manoah been?
Meh.
But
that's a different situation.
I'm right, I know, because he didn't play well. But he doesn't look – I'm saying you send him down, you don't come back and you're like, I'm better. Because Wells – yes, you look at the last few starts, he hadn't been pitching well. But that's a small-ass sample size. Look at his year. I mean, he's been great this year. But I'm saying you send a guy down, you bring him back up, whether it's for a little bit of rest and a refresh. because you're worried about innings or underperformance, it doesn't mean the dude's going to come back up and be like the Doc Halladay story from back in the day, right? You know what I'm saying?
No, but that's totally different. Like, they're trying to mitigate his innings. They're trying to mitigate how many innings he gets. And it's like, did you not see this? Did you not? It's not like a new regime that's taking over. And to me, we don't think our window. If somebody says we don't think our window is quite yet, like the Orioles did last year when they traded Jorge Lopez, their all-star, your window might be that day. Not to win a World Series, but to set yourself up to win a World Series. The 2015 Kansas City Royals does not happen without the 2014 Kansas City Royals. And the 2014 Kansas City Royals built what became the World Series champion. Last season built what became the Orioles for this year. You can always say, I don't want to get rid of somebody. I don't want to do this for somebody else, whatever. Each year builds on each year. And when you don't make moves, I have a hard time believing that the players are like, yeah, we're good with it. As much as I love the fact that in 14, we sat there and were like, yes, like we feel confident in the team we have. It is not your job as a player to have fake confidence. You need to be confident. And you get opportunities to be in the playoffs maybe once in your career. Just because you have Jackson Holiday in the system, just because you have these next guys in the system, you may only get one shot because these guys might be hurt. The Tigers thought they'd be in the playoffs right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. They're pitching. They had 5 pitching prospects that were ridiculous in their system. They've all gotten their Tommy John surgeries. So, now 3 more years.
Yep.
You just don't know.
It's such garbage to sell fans on the future when you've been tanking for a billion years like the Orioles. I think it was a fucking ridiculous past year for them between the offseason and the trade deadline. By the way, I was looking at my phone for good reason. I wasn't ignoring you. There are more trades.
Oh, yeah.
This is why we're still here, okay? Just because we hit the buzzer doesn't mean more shit didn't go down, and it did, all right? So, Josh Bell, you have a player option for next year, and we're the Cleveland Guardians, and we want to keep our money real tight. We're trading you. They traded Josh Bell. He'd been looking good recently, too. Traded to the Miami Marlins. Good for the Marlins. Spending a little dough, okay? The Guardians were definitely worried about, like, the one dude that they have on the payroll picking up his own player option next year. So they trade him away. And they get Gene Segura, and I think it was it Khalil Green? We'll show that one. And then also
Khalil Watson.
Khalil Watson.
Khalil Green, what a pick.
Throwback. I can say whatever I want at this point, okay? I've been on for 5.5 hours.
You have 5. But the Guardians are one
you say the idiot?
Game out. I stopped by saying it. I was going to say Indians, but I meant it came out as idiots.
Yeah, they're one game out, and they just got rid of Josh Bell. And the Padres got rid of Garrett Cooper, but he goes to the Marlins got rid of Garrett Cooper, but he goes to the Padres. Not to the Guardians, so they're not replacing.
So now they have a platoon at situation at first base with G-Man Choi and Garrett Cooper,
I guess,
which I don't hate. Which Jake Cronenworth.
Yeah.
What do I do
Say
with my hands?
Your chest.
What do I do with my hands?
Post trade deadline World Series odds. FT fam in the chat. How do we feel? Braves are favored. Then the Dodgers, who didn't do a ton. They did their veteran ads over the last week, right? They got Rosario, Kike, Joe Kelly, Lance Lynn. Then we have the Astros and the Rays at plus 700, the Rangers at plus 900, the Orioles at plus 1,200, the Blue Jays at plus 1,600. I really like that Phillies play at plus 2,000. I think the Phillies are capable of making another run.
I'm such a sucker for that plus 2,000.
Plus 2,000. You think that it's so take the Braves at plus, let's say it's 325, whatever 2,000 divided by 325, 5, 6. So you think that the Braves are about 5 times more likely to win the World Series than the Phillies? I love the Braves. I think they're great. But I think the Phillies are really talented. I think their team, in terms of what they have, is very similar to last year. And if Trey Turner gives me anything and Castellanos wakes back up, they're probably better than last year's ball club. No?
Put a hunch down. they're at least going to be in the playoffs, and then your money is going to, you can hedge your bet then.
Yeah. My dad's always looking for that play because I always shoot him down. Like he'll reach for that like plus 2,000 play and be like, "What do you think?" And I always tell him, "Don't do it," and he doesn't. I feel like he might bring them up, and I'm going to say, "Yeah, throw a hundo down on the
Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun is definitely putting a hunch down on it.
Scoot Braun's father.
Scoot Braun.
I had to be there for yesterday's
But Cleveland,
show.
What would you say Savali is? What would you say Savali is? Their number 3 guy?
Yes.
Their number 2 guy now that Bieber's out?
Yes.
He gone. Josh Bell, you had some cash on the system. Yeah, you might have the yips thrown at first base, but you hit from both sides of the plate for a team that's 1 game out. I think CY, because I played with CY and I heard him say this about missing the playoffs by 1 game, he's sitting down in Texas.
You're talking about Chris Young?
I'm sorry. Yes, Chris
GM
Young,
of the
the
Rangers?
GM of the Rangers,
Yes.
is sitting there, and he is like, really? Like, if I would have known that, I would have called Cleveland. Like, 1 game.
I think CY is also giggling at the rest of the American League. Most of the AL, besides the Rangers and Astros, like, where are you at? More deals coming through, too, by the way. It looks like the Phillies picked up Rodolfo Castro from the Pirates for Bailey Falter. And our boy Ryan Yarbrough on the move. The Dodgers get him from the Royals. All right, we'll bring on Yarbrough in the next few days, I'm sure.
Yarborough's like, I just starting again. I came back from the injury, and now
I like it, though. You know why? If I'm Yarbrough, to go from KC to the Dodgers, I would say the team that is definitely in the bottom few in terms of pitching development. Like, clearly what the Royals are doing with pitching development has not worked. They've drafted a ton of pitchers. They have almost nothing to show for it. The Dodgers, on the other hand, sometimes can turn pitchers into gold. So if I'm Ryan Yarbrough and I see that trade, I'm like, okay, I can fuck with LA a little bit.
He came from the Rays. You know, they
had
used
that
him a certain way.
And hey, they used him a certain way, and for years he was an effective big leaguer.
Very good.
Yeah.
I thought he should have been a starter.
I know.
But stop the press. The Red Sox have made a move. You want to read it?
Yeah, sure. Passing reporting, the Red Sox acquire infielder Luis Arias from the Milwaukee Brewers.
I take it back. The Rangers did not win the trade deadline.
This is it, people. Luis Arias for the Boston Red Sox.
Not his brother, Ramon. Luis.
Yes. Luis got he's having a very tough year. I don't even know if I should say. He's a nice dude. I've interviewed him quite a bit. Don't say the numbers.
Don't say the numbers. They're not.
Can I just say the OPS plus? Because league average is 100. So, like, if you're 70, like Trey Mancini was in the 70s, you're getting cut.
DFA.
Arias is a 51.
I was going to say 30-something.
51. He's having a really tough year. Change of scenery. He's had signs of offense in the past, right?
He has.
He
I
does
think even recently.
Doesn't he do
last
kind
year,
of he does the
stand up.
Yeah.
So that he stands tall. He does this so
It's
he
like
stands tall.
stretch your back
The
and then
issue
swing.
is, because Willie does it too.
Right.
Willie Adames did it, and that was one of his big turnarounds. But the difference is Willie was keeping his height, keeping it, sitting tall.
Yeah.
And Arias was bending over, and
So it's up
it was
and then down.
and then he was coming down.
That's a lot of movement.
It was too much, and it's
Okay.
He's athletic. He's strong for a little guy. I think he was even a Gold Glove candidate.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't win a Gold Glove, right?
I don't
think
think
anybody
so.
wins a Gold Glove at third base in the National League.
No.
But I was trying to think if he had
it's
won
always Arenado
with the Orioles. Did he win one? Anyway, either way,
No, I don't
he is a
think so.
guy that he can pick it a little bit at third base.
It's
So,
23 home runs in 2021.
it's in there. It's definitely in there. But the Red Sox really moved the needle on this one.
Yeah, and Van Rod said sad deadline for the Yankees. But you could insert that with
They might have
probably
done all they
8-9
should
other
have done.
teams, you know?
I mean, they're going to come out with their grades.
George Foreman, Orioles are going to be the best team in the AL for years to come.
Yes.
Okay, good luck with that, George. Every other team in the AL is just going to be down forever.
Yeah. Everyone else is going to quit because they have because they have all the prospects. Well, we're not going to do anything because the Orioles prospects are getting to the big leagues. Like, we're not making any moves.
You can't keep all your prospects. I mean, you can, but it's just not smart. They can't all play. I'm sorry. I'm a hard disagree on that. You cannot sell me unless, I mean, you clearly work for Orioles ownership if you're trying to tell me that a team that's trying to compete for a World Series shouldn't do anything. And again, I know they got Flaherty and they got Fuji, but they should have done more. It's a time to strike. I'm not saying give up the whole farm, but like J.J. Cooper said, some of the deals that they missed out on, you give up like your 9th and 10th best prospect to improve your team significantly. I'm sorry. No. I think also a lot of this has to do with money. I do. I think that this team is looking at basically not spending at all. They didn't spend it all in the offseason. They're not spending money basically on guys to pick up. Like Fuji costs nothing, who they just picked up. Okay. And they haven't extended anyone, have they? Am I missing an Adley Rutschman or a Gunnar Henderson extension or anything?
No.
The
and
more
it's
years,
only getting more expensive.
Of course, those guys are going to get more expensive. Those two specifically, I would have been throwing deals at them right away.
And maybe that stuff's in the works. And maybe teams
have
gone to – maybe teams go to the White Sox. The Angels are like, all right, we want Giolito. All right, it's going to take your number 2 and 3. I think that's who they got, or maybe they're 1 and 2. I'm not sure. Now, maybe they went to the Orioles, and they said, all right, we'll take your 1 and 2. Well, that's not apples to apples. Not that they're on the phone listening to what the Angels, the White Sox offered, but
no, that's not how it works. Yeah, they don't say, right. "Oh, Angels are giving us their couple best prospects." Right. Like they know, teams know, like their 10th best is the Angels' best prospect.
That's what I'm getting at. Is like they know.
Yeah,
they know what is a value and what's not a value. They know the difference between Caro and Jackson Holiday, if those are the two 1-1s. Like, let's compare apples to apples. We're not comparing apples to oranges. Good one through the Twitter sphere?
Yeah.
Let's smell it.
Jeff Passan reports Scott Barlow is acquired by the Padres from the Royals. Now, you might look at the numbers this year for Barlow and say, whoa, what's going on? Dude, he's got good stuff. For the last couple of years, like, does something change? Because I don't think he's hurt. He's still throwing hard. Does he join the Padres and get a change of scenery out of lowly Kansas City and maybe have a conversation with the pitching department and suddenly looks like the Barlow, or even just give me a slice of the Barlow from the prior 2 years? Right. That could be a big reliever pickup for a team that loses every 1-run extra inning game. No? You don't like that pickup?
I love it.
That's a great pickup.
He is filthy. All that hair going everywhere.
Yeah.
And him and Hader can talk about hair products in the bullpen.
That's a big bullpen help for the Padres.
I mean, you're talking about a guy that had back-to-back 2.1, 2.4 ERAs, 24 saves, 16 saves on a team that does not win ball games.
No, right. It doesn't. You're pitching high leverage, but who cares? You know what I'm saying? Now he's going to be in San Diego, packed house, dude. Like, his velo is still very healthy. It's like a little lower than it was last year, right? So he's using the slider more this year and dominates right-handed hitters. I mean, you pick a pocket for Barlow to attack. Oof, that's a good pickup. And we just showed on the screen Steve Cohen on his way to Kansas City to meet with the New York Mets. And there it is. Padres picking up Scott Barlow from the Kansas City Royals. I like that. That to me turns around what I thought about the Padres just now, because I'm looking at them and I'm like, all right, you're not selling. You believe what you have on paper and that it's good. And hey, you're talking to someone here that thinks they were a World Series team. So the Padres keeping and not selling versus the Cubs not selling, to me, huge difference. Like, there's a massive difference in talent on that roster. They've been underperforming. You can make a case on coaching. Like yesterday, I don't know the name of the third base coach for the Padres right now, but sending Juan Soto in that situation, you're in my office and I might demote you for a few days.
You know who it is, right?
Who is it?
Isn't it Matt Williams?
Is it? If it is, it was rough because I was watching.
That was a bad send.
It was an awful send.
The two people you couldn't see when they did the freeze frame to see if it was supposed to be blocking the plate was the third base coach and Juan Soto. They had the freeze frame of home plate when the ball was in the catcher's mitt.
It was Matt.
Yeah, Diaz had the ball, and it was like, where is he? So, like,
right. You're,
But-
I'm sure you've had that. You catch it and you think you're going to get a collision or you're going to have to make a quick swipe, but you catch it and you look up and you're like, oh, Soto's in Canada? Oh, okay.
To the point where you might almost think like, is this going to be a pickle? Is this going to be a
Right.
rundown?
Am I going to have to throw to third?
Are we going rundown city here? Bad.
Yeah. So anyway, Padres need to start winning some close games. They show faith in their ball club. Hey, guys, what is it, 5 games out? You look like shit against the Rockies yesterday, but you just swept the Rangers. Let me see what you got.
And we added a little bit. We added a little bit to you guys.
Yeah.
You guys are veterans. We don't need somebody to pick up innings like the Orioles do. We don't need a closer. The Orioles don't need a closer. We don't need like
You don't need superstar middle of the order bats. Not that there were any. Most positions for the Padres are filled already. They did nice depth moves, like you said. They did some platoon action, but now like recapping their day, right? Rich Hill, Ji-Man Choi.
They needed a 4th, 5th
Garrett
starter.
Cooper, Scott Barlow.
I thought there was one more in there, but I like that day.
Not bad. Not bad.
If they make the playoffs, if they make a run,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be so great being on this show, watching games every single day. Because they make a run, the Padres are going to be so much fun to watch.
And they know this. You don't want to face them in the playoffs.
No. They have a pitcher that's not an ace throwing like an ace right now in Blake Snell.
Mm-hmm.
They have a bullpen that just got upgraded with Barlow. Hey, you know what? Maybe it doesn't work out. They still have Suarez, who's having a down year. They still have Hader, who is
Barlow's
I think
got
he's-
another year of control too, by the way.
which is a great pickup. We added for this year. We're going to build it. We're going to improve him. We're not going to need to slide him in right away to the bullpen. Nick Martinez is just an absolute weapon on that team. Like Joe Musgrove is going to be your constant 3.6 to 3.8 ERA beast that he is. Like there's no reason we shouldn't think highly of the Padres. And the moves they made, I think bolstered their lineup. Unfortunately, my guy Cronenworth might not be getting a lot of burn. But Barlow, for people who don't know the whole ERA plus thing, it's kind of like an OPS plus.
Mm-hmm.
Barlow's ERA plus last year was 186. 186.
That's
this year,
elite.
that's elite. When you talk about David
Double,
Robertson,
2 elite.
elite.
Yes.
When you talk about David Robertson, I think he was like a 203
When you got
ERA
dealt.
plus
Yep.
when he got dealt. You're in the same realm as picking up a David Robertson, but for nothing,
Yeah.
essentially. You got him for nothing, plus it's another year of control.
And he's got better stuff, Barlow, than Robertson. He's just
For sure. Robertson's got the
Robertson's got
he's
the experience, more
the
pitchability.
moxie, the
Yep.
savvy. Yeah.
Yes. Kurt Blake said, did the Orioles acquire Jack Flaherty? Yes, they did, Kurt. Gabrielle Starr, who covers the Red Sox, said this quote from High and Bloom. We got to do deals that make sense. We were engaged on a lot of different players. Obviously, it takes 2 to tango.
We'll probably get into it later. But
Jody Jackson on Mike Hazen, who used to be in the Red Sox front office. Quote, we were willing to overpay for a starter. We were pushed past certain areas, so how far do you take it? We obviously said no at certain points. He added teams wanted major leaguers, not just prospects. Okay. Eduardo Rodriguez, by the way, definitely did not get traded according to Ken Rosenthal. So I know we're still getting trades coming out here over these last few minutes, but Erod, not one of them. He said, no thanks. I want to stay in Detroit or East Coast. Otherwise, no trade clause. Ha. The Royals get Devin Mann and Derlin Figueroa from the Dodgers for Ryan Yarbrough. And I'm looking for their return on Scott Barlow. I don't know if I see it yet, but we'll let you know. And Derek Falvey speaking now, so we'll see if we've got something for you on Falvey too before we get out of here, because we're finishing up here right now. So final thoughts. For me, I agree. I think the Rangers over this last week plus are the winners for picking up that much pitching, right? Because you can pick holes at the Rangers. You can pick holes at any team. But for them to look at where they're at and say some of our pitching has had injury issues in the past, for them to add 4 legitimate big league pitchers, and I'm counting Chapman here, right? along with Stratton for the bullpen, and then JV and Montgomery to what they have, that gives a lot of confidence to your veteran position players like Semien and Seager that it's go time right now. Like Semien, if you want to get in a little beef with the Astros, we've got your freaking back. We're just going to keep loading up arms for you, okay? The Yankees essentially did nothing. I know Yanks fans are pissed off. I get it on the Red Sox side. Like, are you buying or selling? Because last year you had such a weird deadline, and it kind of happened again. And you're close to a wild card. Do most people think that you're a wild card team? No. But if you picked up some pitching, their offense has been pretty good. They've outperformed expectations. They've been on one of the healthier ball clubs too, I would say, from their position players. So I don't know what I'm missing there. You know, what I don't understand is a big-ass market team like that doesn't do much buying or selling, yet you have some other ball clubs that are trying to convince themselves that they're good to make this more of a seller's market, right? Like, in my mind, okay, this is another big market. Which team's better and has a better chance at the playoffs, the Cubs or the Red Sox? I'd say it's pretty close.
I would say the Red Sox have a better
Okay, so the Red Sox essentially said, we're doing nothing. You could technically call them sellers. They got rid of Kike Hernandez, even though he wasn't having a good year. He's better than Luis Arias.
He's going to be DFA'd.
You think Kike was?
He was one of the, like, right before, about a week and a half before we had him on, I was reading stuff that it was like a 4-player crunch when someone was coming back, and there was only room for 3, and they were talking about possibly him being on the outside looking in.
Okay.
Which kind of was weird about the Dodgers, who the Dodgers picked up. Like, because of the Dodgers, I think we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. If the Orioles picked up Ahmed Rosario, Kike Hernandez, Ryan Yarbrough, you'd be like, oh, neat. Great job. You're really going for it. But because it's the Dodgers, you're like, oh, I can see how they can be plugged in. I can see how this happens.
Mm-hmm. Mike Rizzo, GM of the Nationals, said they put a pretty aggressive price on Lane Thomas. They had some conversations with teams earlier in the day, and none came to fruition. I'm okay with that. Lane Thomas has years left of control. Even if he's not part of the next great Nats team, he has value, including in the offseason too. And in the offseason, he has value to every team. So I'm okay with him holding that. I don't think this was like the last shot for the Nats to get something great for Lane Thomas. Is he maybe having a career year breakout at 27? Yeah, but they might still trade him in the offseason. And also, I do believe partially what he's saying, that a lot of wise ass GMs probably called him and were like, hey, we're going to plug him in as a platoon, you know? And he's probably, no, screw you. He'll play every day right now. He's got a great arm. We're seeing improvement with the bat, with the plate discipline, with the defense in general. Going back on baseball is much better than he used to. So I would say screw you. Full-time player at this trade deadline where no one's available. He is a full-time player. Okay, that's the price tag. Otherwise, if he was a free agent, you got me. Right? He's not a free agent for years, so screw you. Bye. I think some of these buyer teams are kidding themselves and not offering enough in trades anymore. You know?
Agreed. They're not offering it. We heard JJ talk about it. JJ talked about what these teams are giving up. And I think also, I hope because I've heard different things about Rizzo, I hope there's kind of a human component too, because there's human components with the Eduardo Rodriguez deal. He wants to be on the East Coast. That's the beauty of becoming a free agent. You've done so much work to become a free agent, and now you have the chance to say no because of what matters to you in your life. And being close to his family on the East Coast is a big deal. Lane Thomas, they're not just going to be like, all right, great, there's value here, we're just going to give you away. Hopefully there's a human component to it that this guy is kind of a leader in our clubhouse. I don't know Lane at all. He's had a solid year, and he's going to be an everyday guy. He's going somewhere else and is going to platoon. If he takes the train up to Philly, they're going to put him in. They're going to slot him in there against lefties because they can't hit lefties. And all of a sudden, his career year, now he's kind of grinding. He's battling it out to have a spot. So I think they did a great job for him, the person, but also, what are you really getting for Lane Thomas? And they have more value of him on the roster for 2.5, 3.5 more years.
Oh, and don't worry. It looks like Ken Rosenthal said the Guardians are going to cut loose Gene Segura. Yeah, they're going to release him. He's owed the rest of his salary this year, which is about he's making what is it, $8.5 million, I think it is. So plenty of money that where Segura will get cut, but I think they still save money because of Bell and the option the next year.
So they didn't even pick him up. They salary dumped.
It's the
because
other
Bell
dude.
is not going to
The other
have
dude
his
they
player
got.
option.
Khalil.
Right, Khalil Watson.
So, what a damn day. Let's recap it for 1 minute as we slap them hands. All right, well, mostly, first off, happy birthday, Adam Jones. I think he's back with us tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. So, Jonesy, happy birthday, baby. And let's clap it up for the crew behind the scenes. We did a long one today. That was really fun. The YouTube live, I think, peaked close to 1,000 people concurrent. So, and really consistently getting a great group watching us throughout and answered as many questions as we could. Again, so we are 1 to 3 Eastern weekdays, live Foul Territory, breaking down whatever's going on in baseball news and talking to players and writers and insiders and all of that. 1 to 2 on Stadium, including their YouTube channel, all free 99, and then on Foul Territory's YouTube channel from 2 to 3, and then all the clips and podcasts, all that you can see afterwards. So what a damn day. Oh, Adam Jones is on the next 3 days, by the way. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for Jonesy. Can't wait to hear what he has to say about the Orioles' big moves at the deadline.
He's gonna, as he was spraying the fans down with water, he might have to spray the flames of this hot stove that was just going on in Baltimore.
Yeah,
nothing.
Like save some trades for everyone else.
I gotta give a big shout out to Scotty B. Scotty B went all Scott Braun went all 5 hours and 40 minutes in this seat, along with the people in behind the scenes. You guys killed it. I got to listen to the first hour. I got to be here. Scotty B has the largest bladder of all time to be able to last this long, and the amazing amount of coffee that he drinks too.
Not as much as I wanted to today. I did not bring as much coffee as I needed to, but thank you. Thanks everyone behind the scenes. Thank you everyone for watching and for participating in the chat. You can follow us on all our socials and everything else. Back on Wednesday, 1 o'clock Eastern time. I'll be here with Todd Father. Jonesy will be on. We'll get AJ's thoughts afterward. We'll see you again Monday, baby. Our grinder, Erik Kratz, with us. You did almost as much as I did. You did 1 hour shy of me.
Yeah, but you had the whole thing.
You're a champ. You're a champ. And then there were 2, and then we're out. We will see you on Wednesday on FT Live.